The world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
And welcome to RallyX. We're in Älvsbyn in Sweden, where they are just 1 year away from celebrating the centenary of the motor club here. I'm Martin Haven, not Andrew Coley, and alongside me Hal Ridge. Hal, you're going to be my guide for the weekend and everybody's guide for the weekend. This is an old school track, and by old school I don't mean kind of 1980s, 1990s old school. This is a proper, quick, full commitment circuit.
Absolutely. This corner behind us is getting towards being my favourite first corner of any rallycross venue anywhere. It's not actually the first corner because we're going to have to move out of the way here because we're going to get run over, but there's a little kink off the start line and then it's full commitment into this right-hander. We'll see it in just a moment's time as the next heat starts. Through a big compression, over a jump, it's really technical, really fast. It's a real driver circuit, Martin.
Most used phrase of the weekend so far by Hal is, I really want to drive this track. I really want to drive this track. And that says something because you just look at it from the outside and you can really see what the guys are doing. Yeah. How hard they're having to work.
It looks so rewarding. We came here last year for the first major event they'd had since 1994. And there was a lot of uncertainty as to how it would race with the new cars. We see Supercar Lights go off the line, contact last ends in the gravel on the outside. I think we're going to see a lot of that this weekend, Martin, with how tight the first corner is. But yeah, a real driver circuit, and it's fantastic to have had that year of experience for many of the drivers. And now they, as we saw yesterday evening in free practice, Ollie Eriksson, they're like really pushing hard from the opening laps.
Yeah, fully lit. I mean, and he was very proud of himself for that. First free practice, best 3 laps of the weekend. So the problem with that corner is that you're onto the loose, you're braking, you're turning, it drops away, and it drops away on the outside as well. And so when you get onto the looser part of the gravel, then you're really starting to accelerate off towards the barriers, and that's a lot of jeopardy for the start of the race and every time you get to it.
They have extended the outside of the first corner as well, so there's an extra 1.5 meters of circuit as opposed to gravel trap. I know that difference is sometimes a bit undefined on a rallycross circuit, but yeah, they've widened that there just to give the drivers a little bit more opportunity to get some rotation in the car, run right to the outside without sitting a wheel in the gravel, because we saw a few rolls last year, and I guess we could see the same again.
Well, it might well be the case, and of course, you know, that's the jeopardy, isn't it? You're always looking for the ultimate amount of speed, but with that risk comes reward, and with that reward comes risk. So it's going to be a tough balance. And One of the joys of watching rallycross is how quick the action is, but that means very limited track time. So having been here a year already, the guys that were here last year have a big advantage?
I would say so, yes, certainly at this stage of the weekend. I mean, you're best known for your endurance circuit racing background or touring cars, and you get hours of practice relative to here. Here you've got three laps last night, 3 laps this morning, which are also part of your time practice ahead of your grid positions for Q1. It's a truncated timetable, and you really have to be reactive and thinking on your feet all the time.
It'd be interesting to see how Formula One drivers would cope with 3 quick laps, and that's all your track learning time. But it does mean that everybody has to be very reactive, and learning tracks quickly is one of the keys to it. Car balance and the ability to handle the car on the extremes is one part of it, but learning fast is absolutely key to everything here.
Yeah, and tough if we look at Victor Franks, who's just leaving the headshoes warning in the background, had a turbo failure when they were warming the car up for free practice yesterday afternoon. So Victor's coming here for the first time and missed out on that track time yesterday. Someone that can contend for victory in both rounds of the doubleheader this weekend. So you're already on the back foot a little bit. He was committed this morning in the opening practice, but now heading out for the first heat, you're on the back foot a little bit already. We're walking through a basically empty paddock here, aren't we? Because the majority of cars are down in the pre-grid. Let's see if we can go down and catch up with some of the drivers. You're at Linneman, yet to go out. They've had some terrible fortune and problems in the few rounds so far this year. Matt Soman there, BG spin around. What an amazing pleasure it is to have Matt Soman back this weekend, Martin. I showed you his car yesterday, the KMS Polo he's in now, and it's a sight to behold, isn't it, when you see how he operates that car for the first time?
It's absolutely astonishing. I mean, for any normal driver, these supercars are just an astonishing piece of kit anyway. And then how he operates it is mind-boggling. And to be not just able to drive it, but to be able to compete with everybody else on basically a level playing field, it's astonishing. And it's all home-brewed as well. You know, there's no standardized kit. There's nothing that you can go out and buy that converts cars to hand controls. And so everything is optimized just for him. It's an astonishing thing, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll have a proper look at it, because it's all self-developed as well, and totally unique, which is fantastic. Let's have a quick look in the background here, Peter. If you spin around as Championship League, Maiko Tam comes by. Look at the way they're running these cross cars in the Schnack team. Obviously very lightweight compared to the cars. Those ramps make a massive difference, rather than having to jack the car up and put it on sill stands as you would with a normal car. It's a bit of a Danish area down here with the Jensens as well. Should we head into the pre-grid, mate, and have a chat with some people? Casper Janssen in the FC2 coming down.
Well, because if we're not getting run over doing an opener, are we really doing an opener?
Absolutely, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
Now, there's been quite a lot of work done on the track since last year. I mean, this is fresh tarmac here leading up to the grid, and they've put in several hundred tons of gravel as well, just to try and keep the surface strong. The paddock as well has been resurfaced. There's been tons and tons and tons of gravel gone in there. And this is all part of just trying to bring the circuit, almost reviving it, bringing it back to life, and kind of bringing it into the 21st century kicking and screaming.
100%. I mean, Victor Hansen, Simon Tiger, Matt Soman, they're local drivers to here. They do a lot of travelling to come to the rest of the RallyX rounds. Victor Hansen was a major part of bringing RallyX this far north. We're an hour and a half from the Arctic Circle here. We're a long way up in Sweden. Last year was a real test bed to see if it could work, and it was a big effort, but what they realised afterwards is there was a lot of local support, and a lot of people wanted to improve and really show what they can do at this local club. So big improvements this year, and they've got a lot of plans going forward. Of course, the winters are so long here. We were at dinner last night talking about the snow still being here in May and returning at the end of September. We're here in June. It's a really truncated schedule in which they can do the groundwork. So I think it's not like being in France where you can work all winter, is it? So immediately after this weekend, they're going to be focusing on 2026.
Yeah, winter here is longer than the football season, so it's in the UK. So it really restricts what you can do. But I mean, it's It's a great looking venue and everybody is really buying into it. We're just going to lose Peter, our cameraman, in a second. Everybody's really buying into it, and you say, you know, for local drivers to have this facility here that was once a European rallycross venue, to have it coming back to top flight rallycross as well as Volks racing and everything else is really important.
100%, yeah, and there's a lot of local interest in motor racing in general. As you say, folk race is big up here, so and we're seeing that with a lot of local drivers, especially in open two-wheel drive this weekend. Peter, let's just have a quick chat with Victor Franks over here, who missed practice yesterday. Victor, how's it going, mate?
Better today.
Turbo problem yesterday for free practice. You haven't been here before. How much does that put you on the back foot at a new circuit?
Well, not too much. You know, I know the kind of the flow of the track. It's pretty much everywhere the same in Sweden. But yeah, but it feels good. You know, it's an old school track, so it's fun. It's really fun.
Massive commitment in the first corner through that compression, the little jump into the right hand of the gate of the hairpin. It looks incredibly enjoyable to drive, certainly when you get it right.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, I had to try something. It was really fast, but it was super risky. So I won't be doing that every lap. But you know, I had to try to get one really quick lap, and that's where I gained the most.
But you have that in the pocket now when you need a push lap in semi-final or final?
When I need it, I will give it to you.
Thank you, mate.
That's exploring the gravel trap on the exit of the right-hander, isn't it? That's
we saw him sitting
again, it's not a place you want to go to very often, but if you have to, you have to.
Yeah, we saw him sitting the car on the limiter, didn't we? Got a lot of oversteer on the outside of the corner. See if we can hear from Ulrich Linnemann. Ulrich, you've had a tough season so far, mate. How much are you looking forward to driving this weekend on this amazing circuit?
I'm really happy to be here, and especially now with a car that's up to its power, what it's meant to be. We have been struggling so much since we got the new engine after Portugal, and finally now it's looking like it's up to the speed.
So even in Finland, you didn't have the full potential of the engine?
No, we measured the power before Finland to 523, and now we are a little bit over 600, so it's a big difference. Sadly, this track is not the best track to show the power, but for sure it's much better to drive the car now.
And it looks like epic fun, the first few corners here, especially not so dissimilar to your home track in Nissen, but yeah, it looks amazing.
It's really an old school rallycross track, so I like it.
I need to go. Thank you, mate. Good to speak to Ulrich. Martin, Ulrich was saying, I don't know if you could hear, that he's been down on power so far the last few rounds, so unfortunately this isn't a track that's going to be super reliant on power, but it always helps, doesn't it, especially off the line.
Well, I think that's part of it, isn't it? You know, the more power you have, the more options you've got to play with, but the start is so important, and it's really gripping up nicely as well, so that's going to leave him at a bit of a deficit.
So Linnemann, by virtue of the free practice times, free practice 2 times, end up in a grid of FC2s. We had a look at the FC2s yesterday, Martin. It's the spec concept. They've done a lot of evolution of that car over the season so far. Kevin Eriksson actually was driving in between the sessions on testing runs in Riga a few months ago. So that car is much closer to the established order of the supercar equipment. And with Linnemann not being able to exploit the power, it's going to be very interesting to see how the slightly lesser powered FC2s get on against him.
It sort of brings them much more into play, doesn't it? And for those of you who are used to watching this, you'll understand what FC2 is all about. But it's a great opportunity to kind of ease yourself in towards supercars, and maybe not even graduate at all. If you enjoy the cars and you enjoy the closeness of the racing, then you know it can be a level on its own.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing already that they're competitive against the supercar runners. As we hear a start in the background, this is Q1 taking place as we do this opener. A little left-hand kink that we don't really consider to be the first corner, but actually is. I just want to have a quick chat with Philip Martinson as he's getting ready to go for Q1. I know you were a bit disappointed with how things went in Finland overall, mate, but a great time yesterday afternoon in free practice. How are you feeling here?
Yeah, it was a great time today also, so let's take the start and go on.
What's the difference? Why is it going so much better for you here?
Maybe I drive on anger since Kimmering.
Bit of red mist, never did anyone any harm, did it?
Yeah.
Philip Martinson with the Clio, he really struggled last time out. Martin, we were in Kimmering, the track was very different. It was very rough and evolving all the time, but yeah, clearly much happier here.
And is this, we got the prospect perhaps of a little bit of wet weather coming, maybe more for Sunday than for today. Is this going to be a real leveler? Because nobody's got that much experience of this track in these, you know, in what are going to be very slippery conditions.
Yeah, I think last year they had a Swedish Championship round a couple of weeks after we were here. You never see anyone not smile with a Supercar or an FC2 tyre clean. Yeah, there was a really wet Swedish Championship round here a couple of weeks after we were here last season, and the track was unbelievably slippery. It's a clay-based surface, and yeah, the traction's just not there. So personally, I really hope it rains, because I love seeing rallycross drivers and cars have to operate in those challenging conditions.
Yeah, because as soon as the grip goes, all of that horsepower is really a disadvantage rather than an advantage. So that could be very interesting. We're talking with the clerk of the course last night, and he was saying if it rains, it's not going to be wet, it's going to be soap, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I can't wait.
Highly entertaining. Now then, we were talking to these boys yesterday about differentiating the two cars. Still work to be done on that, isn't there?
Yeah, they despite our complaints, as Tobias Starr back here has got a puncture from his Q1 session. There's still work to be done on the liveries. I'll go and have another moan at them later. But I think it's about time we went and had a look at the track, isn't it? Let's head back to the studio, ready for Q2, and have a ride on board with a very special driver.
Well, Hal, we talked a little bit about this astonishing setup. To have a paraplegic driver is one thing, but for him and his team to have come up with this phenomenal way of controlling the car. I mean, the very most obvious thing is, hello, where's the steering wheel? He's actually driving on a tiller.
Incredible, isn't it? And anytime you get to see an onboard with Matt Soman, especially around his home circuit, is very special indeed. And this 360 camera gives you a fantastic insight into how he operates the KMS-built Polo 601 RX. The right arm there in the cradle that does the majority of the control work. You'll have noticed away from the start he also had something in his mouth. That's for the launch procedure. Let's go of that, and then he's away, using his left hand completely to do the steering, and then the right arm, basically it's forward for throttle, backwards for brake, the elbows doing the gears, as you can see there. A flick of the wrist also develops or instigates the handbrake, and there's been a lot of development in the use of the handbrake, because the handbrake is a complex technical thing in a four-wheel drive supercar as it is, and especially with the way Matt's drives. So they've put a lot of effort into that over the last few years, and I think this is probably the best example of this system that he's had so far, and the proof's in the pudding. He's really fast around here today.
I mean, other things you'll see, other hand controls will be based around the steering wheel and flappy paddles, but when you've got to throw in the handbrake and the launch control and everything else, then you're starting to overload what the steering wheel can cope with. So it's just an astonishingly complex and yet so effective system. He's doing everything with his hands. So what about some action? Well, the cross carts have been in action this morning, starting with the juniors, and all dry this morning, but quite a lot more loose than there was when we saw them in free practice yesterday afternoon. It's the loose is starting to narrow the line, isn't it?
It is indeed. This is the highlights of Q2 a little earlier on, as you say. Alex Antila getting squeezed onto the grass there in the run up to the first corner. A bit of a debate here. Is that the first corner or not? The little kink left on the way up to the big right-hander, but it's the big commitment right-hander. And then the jump that Antila absolutely flies over on his way through, but the time just wasn't really there. Fifth fastest twice for Antila. On the inside there, Pete Tupira, who was so fast in Finland last time out for his home event, but got caught up with ease, etc. there. and lost out badly, allowing Carl Svedlund to take the race win and the fastest time.
Yeah, he was fastest in Q1 though, so ends up second overall. Carl Svedlund at the top of the pile. And so Peter Pira, just that second heat didn't really work for him. And there's been quite a few messages fluttering out of race control as well. Ryan, our race director, has been, pretty busy. So let's take a look at the senior division crosscar. Again, same machinery, just not all of them are in year 10.
Yeah, and as you'll experience through the weekend, Martin, this is the most competitive category probably within RallyX. There's so many drivers that can feature on the podium. It is a total lottery, and the strength through the class is absolutely massive, to the point where you quite often get some of the leading contenders, as we see in that first heat race, right down the bottom. You only need a small issue in one of the races to tumble down the order. Yeah, 21 competitors, so it's going to be a very, very busy weekend for all of them. And what a track in a cross car as well, because the line is narrow. It's smaller than some of the other circuits we go to. Martin Newgard there with a strong start from the outside, squeezing across on Pasi Penttinen. Very little to choose between the different makes. There's Kalle Gotherson away from the line with Romet Cerner on the outside. Jonathan Julalami, who had a really good run in his home round in Finland just a couple of weeks ago. But these dry conditions, as we stand here in the commentary box, may well change as we continue with Q2 shortly, because it is starting to spit with rain outside. Yeah, it wasn't forecast to rain too much today, just maybe a thought of it in the middle of the afternoon, but that's arrived already. Yesterday was bone dry, hot and sunny, and tomorrow could be a very different weather kettle of fish again as well. So yeah, Thomas Morstad coming out on top. Two good qualifying runs. Wins though for Siena and for Isaac Strip, and they will all be going into the third round of qualifying very shortly. And that's the strength and depth of the field. Jonathan Hoffman at the bottom of the order, who regularly features well up in the semi-finals, propping up the field at the moment. So there's a lot to play for in Q3 later on, but before that we've got Q2 to play out for the rest of the categories. So it's going to be a busy afternoon, and as a double-header race weekend, everything is compacted into the whole of today. We'll get through all of our finals and then start again tomorrow, the whole process again. But it will be, if the weather forecast is to be believed, and the locals are sort of thinking it might well be, today will be a very different track from tomorrow's track, and that could well swap everything around. Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of the knowledge gained from being here last year or being here today will be out the window, because I think it's going to be pretty slippery around here when it rains. Right, we've got some more merch for you this weekend. There's some water bottles. Everyone's been asking for water bottles, so there's some lovely water bottles available on the screen, as you see there, shop.rallyx.se. And there's caps. The caps are new as well. So the caps were... where's the little tag? They were adapted at the start of the year, and yeah, there's caps available, T-shirts. If you're on site this weekend, there's a stall here next to the commentary box, but also everything's available online, shop.rallyx.se. And as ever, right in the middle of the paddock, so the option for drivers to come in and have a quick chat will be taken, hopefully. And maybe some fans as well, who knows? You can never really shut the back door when there isn't a back door to shut. It is, as you can see, Hal is sporting the lovely RallyX jacket, which he's got. Andrew Coley's got one, I imagine, as well. You look quite cold, actually, mate. I am quite cold, actually. After yesterday, where I travelled in jeans and a T-shirt, and I thought, oh, this is a bit hot, and Hal was sporting the shorts. We have swapped over, because Hal went out, when we went out yesterday evening, went out in shorts, and he became dinner for the local Swedish mosquitoes. Yeah. So this is the first time I've worn trousers genuinely since April, but... Yeah, my legs are agony. Yeah, we did stop and try and get some mosquito repellent and failed. So there we go. We got a nice burger though. That's what being in northern Sweden's all about, though, isn't it? It's a pleasure to come up here, and yeah, the temptation to drive into the Arctic Circle is big for me, but not big enough for our producer Peter to want to go and film there, because it's an hour and 3/4 each way. At least, yeah. So a couple of hours shy of the Arctic Circle, but it's strange actually. It's an interesting combination of
yesterday particularly being hot and sunny, and when you're in the sunshine, it actually felt like the middle of the summer. But the moment you moved into the shadows, you thought, oh, okay, it's not quite as warm as I thought it might be. It's a very different, cooler air temperature. And of course, it's lots of forest, lots of lakes in this area as well. So it's got that kind of, that slightly damp atmosphere as well, which is ideal for the mosquitoes.
Andreas Eriksson told us very proudly over dinner last night that we've got more lakes than Finland, just to dispel that that rumour.
Yeah. Well, that's very much the case. Wherever you drive in the country in Sweden, there does tend to be a lot of trees and a lot of water. So, yeah, very good stuff. So, what about the conditions then? The track, I mean, a lot of preparation gone in after yesterday. Yesterday was a real dust bowl. There was just dust everywhere. Much less of that today. The tarmac is much cleaner, but the loose has spread, definitely. So it's become a bit more of a one-line racetrack. We might well see that as well as we get into the next round of qualifiers. So going to go into two-wheel drive open and some entertaining machinery here. This is... I mean, some of this takes me right back to when I started watching Rallycross, Mark III Escorts, Gartrack G3 Escorts and all that kind of stuff. So, first of our qualifying runs then. And on the inside, Johnny in his E36 BMW, Frederick Tiger. So father and son Tiger are competing here. And the orange and black Volvo S40 sporting a 4.4 litre BMW V8. Sounds absolutely the business, the sort of thing that you should have seen in an M3 GTR. The red car, that's Mikael Pedersen rather, in his VW Golf. Quite an elderly shape as well. You forget that the Mark IV Golf was quite such a rounded thing. And then Earl Hammer in the Skoda Fabia. Not four-wheel drive like the rally cars, but a rear-wheel drive car. Oh, hello, there's a coat arriving. Meanwhile...
What a start, though, from Frederick Tiger, making his return this weekend under a bit of pressure from Johnny Tiger, whose car was finished very, very recently indeed. So, obviously, we're very familiar with Simon Tiger in the RallyX Paddock, but Frederick drove Simon's car once last year. But this is his first time back proper since he stopped racing full-time in 2017. So Frederick Tiger leading from the front at the end. The car was only finished this week, Martin, and they didn't test it, they brought it straight here. So he's up against it, but does have a huge amount of experience to draw on if he can remember that car.
It sort of looked a bit like it yesterday. There was a couple of times where it looked really quick and a couple of times where it just seems not to be quite working for him. What it does have, and look at that, is prodigious straight line speed. Now, of course, with that comes limited traction because these cars are two-wheel drive. I did actually think the first time it came off the grid, I thought there's a V8 in that Subaru because it does have that sort of Impreza look to the nose. Oh, a little half spin for the Skoda.
Hammer.
Yeah.
Rotating into that right hand. It's so difficult there, isn't it? Because you're carrying all that momentum through the first couple of corners over the crest and then down onto the first real bit of tarmac, which is the hairpin there, and the grip is changing dramatically, and where your suspension's at in terms of the compression. So not easy to get your head around this circuit. A little lock front there for Tiger down at the bottom of the circuit, and you can see the specks of water on the camera lens as well. It could change dramatically through the session, and because all of these races are based on time, for people who haven't watched RallyX before, really, if these drivers get the dry conditions and then it rains immediately, the drivers to follow in the same category will immediately be hampered on race time.
And it's not going to just absolutely flood everywhere either, as our leader Johnny goes into the final Joker lap, last lap, and Frederick Tiger stays in front.
I love the Joker merge here, Martin, yeah. And we'll see that through the course of these Q2 runs. You carry a lot of momentum down the bank there from the Joker section, and we saw last year when we came here for the first time in RallyX history that there was a lot of action there in the Joker merge.
It does sort of invite the driver coming off the Joker lap, because you've got a straighter run up to that tight right-hand hairpin. It invites them to dive bomb on the inside, and Johnny has a lurid moment coming out of the final corner and loses a spot on the run to the line. And that's actually one of the things that our race director was particularly concerned about with some of the cross-car events, was that dive bomb off the Joker lap and making contact. So, second of our grids then, and again, equally different here. The BMW engine Volvo S40, the orange and black car, Frederick Tiger, jumping away at the start, using that 4.4-litre BMW V8 to fire him off the line. Big moment for the Skoda of Eric Hammer. That dropped him down the order. He was out of contention by that stage, jokered on the opening lap. Frederick Tiger jokered on lap 2 and came back in front as Mikael Persson, who held the lead onto the last lap, had to put the joker in there. Just didn't quite have enough of an advantage to come out in front. So race 2 for our two-wheel drive open cars. Linus Westman in his E82 BMW. It's the 5 Series shell on the right-hand side, the mean black machine. Eric Lidman in the E30 M3. And then Joni-Pekka Rakkala in his Ford Escort. So it looks like a sort of fairly standard RS 1600 or so from the front. But always good to see somebody doing something different. I won't spoil the surprise if you haven't seen that black car in the middle before, just watch it through. And then the Mark III Escort, and again, that's right back into the 80s, isn't it? So is the Volvo 240 alongside. A little bit of contact off the start. Eric Lidman in the white and black BMW, leaning into the Ford Escort Estate. There you go, there's the secret. Raila in 3rd place, managed to survive without too much damage, it seems, to any of the cars involved.
Linus Westman with the BMW out front, did this event last year and was super quick, but doesn't always have the fortune. Former supercar racer, now just focusing on doing some super national open two-wheel drive stuff up here in the north of Sweden. Eric Lidman's BMW as well, Martin, a brand new build for this weekend. Beautiful car, built by legendary chassis builder Gunnarsson. So what a place to bring a new car for the first time, and I think the rain is falling out a little bit more. We've lost the drips off the camera lens, but the wipers are on some of the cars, so could be that little bit more slippery. This is a fantastic shot as we cut away from it, actually, of the first corner with the drone. Such massive commitment, as I said in the opener. I think this is quickly becoming my favourite first sequence of corners anywhere in Rallycross, because you've got to be immediately on it, and it's really hard to gauge just where the grip is when you haven't been on track for a little while, as these drivers haven't.
Ryler taking the joker lap in the Ford Escort Estate. When was the last time you saw anybody rally crossing any kind of estate? That's excellent work. So the Mark III goes in front, and the Volvo 240 at the back of the field, losing out in terms of pace and traction. But always good to see on the big boxy Volvos. Obviously, the home of Volvo here in Sweden, and there's an awful lot of them still on drives around the country and on roads everywhere. So Ryler dropping back into 4th place in the Ford. Linus Westman still leading and building that advantage over Eric Lidman. And here, the battle for 3rd place, Ossian Stenvall in that Mark III Escort. They all go through onto the joker lap. They drop behind the Escort Estate, and there's a lot of argy-bargy as well between the Escort and the BMW.
Joni-Pekka Rakkala, such an experienced campaigner, well known for racing in multiple classes in single weekends in his native Sweden, has done the same in RallyX as well, but this is all about Linus Westman up front, isn't it, and setting an impressive pace. Fastest lap was a 46.714, so that is significantly quicker than we've seen so far. And doesn't it look nice? I'm not necessarily a fan of black cars normally, but with the sort of shadow silver graphics, it looks pretty stunning.
Yeah, and it gets away very quickly as well. Made a strong start and led all the way through. And there's that drop away. The camera again doesn't really give it justice to that first corner drop away. Contact between Svenvall and Lidman. Lidman hanging on to 3rd place though in that brand new E30 M3. But the Ford Escort of Joni-Pekka Rakkala in 2nd place. So a Swedish winner and the Finn in 2nd place. So Peder Jensen, the Norwegian Danish driver rather, in his Volvo. So race 3, Victor Johansson on the right-hand side in the Evo BMW 190E, and it's even more Evos than most Evos because it also has a BMW Mini hybrid drive system to help get him off the line. And again, real throwback to classic 1980s, well, hot rod racing rather, as much as rallycross, is Lucas Gabrielsson in the Toyota Starlet, and more Toyota-based fun in the centre there at the moment in his Lexus IS200. Two BMWs on the outside. Really good start from fourth on the grid. Thomas Oman in his red BMW gets pushed sideways by Simon Tiger. Now that orange BMW, the M3 with a turbocharged Mazda rotary engine, so has a very different sound from any other E30 M3.
It was Victor Johansson who set the best time in Q1 earlier on at his home circuit. Victor being such a massive part of getting international rallycross back up here to Älvsbyn, his hometown, but losers out there, as you say, at the start. Lucas Gabrielsson really made steps forward for his home event a couple of weeks ago in Finland. Look at Simon Tiger's car lift the front wheel through the corner there. It's tyre wear isn't really much of an issue for him on the front axle, because usually he's only got one of the front wheels on the ground at any one time, because you're never really pointing straight here in Älvsbyn, are you? There's always a corner of a bit of steering to be done, and immediately Lucas Gabrielsson is right up there with the best time of Westman in the previous run on that opening lap, so I'm sure we'll see that come down significantly next time around.
Victor Johansson really didn't get a very good start at all in the Mercedes, dropped to last. Now he's got a lot on his plate, as you say. Whoa, nice crisscross there under the drone.
There we see the Joker merge and how important it is to be neat and tidy and try and get to the inside, but you cost yourself so much momentum when you do that, and you give the opportunity to the driver on the inside to get around, and that's why Adam Oman just took too much pace in there, and Tiger was able to do the over-under.
Yeah, Tiger actually closing down the cars in front who have yet to Joker. Johansson not just building his car with a two-year-old kid as well, but also helping to organise the event.
Yeah, massive job from him. He self-runs the car with a couple of mates all side by side into the Joker. But Gabrielsson is absolutely flying out front, and Simon Tiger doesn't have a response at the moment. Tiger's had such a difficult year with engine problems. A 46.553 best lap for Gabrielsson is quicker than Westman managed last time around. Finally, Victor Johansson gets past Thomas Oman, but it's not going to be enough as we get to the end of this final lap.
Yeah, the Starlet absolutely running away. Lucas Gabrielsson, that is so well sorted.
2:28.7 is the time. Westman did a 2:29.3. Gabrielsson will take the fastest time in Q2. Westman will be second. Ryler did a 33.5. So Simon Tiger will drop into third. Victor Johansson fourth. And we'll leave Ryler fifth. So this was the real cream of the crop in open two-wheel drive.
You saw at the start
in the final race.
Victor Johansson getting eased towards the barriers, and that's that little left-hand kink when you start on pole position. You are right up against the barriers, and there's a little marker there. And there's the crossover. Tiger coming out of the Joker and just picking up the advantage as the Lexus just sort of drifted into a half spin. Adam Oman right in front of him. There's your result, 2:28.786, fastest run so far, Lucas Gabrielsson. Linus Westman second, Simon Tiger ahead of Victor Johansson. So Johansson, although he didn't place higher than third, actually had good speed through there as well. So there you go, Lucas Gabrielsson and Victor Johansson both looking strong. And Linus Westman, Simon Tiger should be right in there as well. And despite ending up fourth and fifth, Thomas and Adam Oman still in the top half dozen.
And a real fight there at the bottom to make the final semi-final places. I would say from 10th down for those final two slots on the grid, it's going to be very competitive in Q3 later on this afternoon.
That should be good fun, shouldn't it? Particularly if the weather starts to intervene as well. So heading into Supercar Lights then. First race for Q2 for those guys. So Kevin Darbach and brother Tobias, and then Mads Larsen in the centre. Phoebe Cake with the pale blue, British girl in her first season here in RallyX. and Robin Norlander representing Sweden in a predominantly Danish grid. First three on the grid, side by side, all three Danes.
Great composure there from Larsen to stick it up the inside. Darback's coming back though over the crest. Gets light as they turn into the hairpin for the first time of asking. Larsen has a little nibble in the rear of Tobias Darback's car. Kevin takes the Joker for the first time of asking, and I have to say, Martin, we were calling the Darbacks out a little bit earlier for their livery similarities, but since there's been obviously a contretemps earlier on, and there's a new front end on Kevin's car, that does help a little more than it was doing.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's no longer yellow and red, it's now white and red, so that makes life very easy for the simple among us. Kevin leading from Mads Larsen, and Tobias Darback in third place. Robin Norlander and Phoebe Kate taking the Joker, 2 to go.
Larsen is one of the revelations of this season, I have to say. Stepped up into Supercar Lights, been doing some Danish championship driving, and really competitive against drivers with much more experience. The same goes for Pontus Oskarsson, who we'll see in a few moments in the second of the Lights races. But Tobias Darback has, I think, 7 cross-car titles to his name in the Danish series. He's raced a Supercar on and off in the past as well, and in his second full season with the Supercar Lights. And Larsen, who is significantly less experienced, right on the back of Darback, doing a great job.
Well, this is going to make the Joker interesting on the final lap there. Only half a second ahead of Kevin Darback, so they're going to have to be very clean indeed. This could be a real squeeze. Still a few spots of water in the air. The odd umbrella up in the grandstand, but nothing too much to worry about. So here we go. Out of the hairpin, and then turning right again into the Joker lap. It's a very interesting start to the Joker. How are they going to come out all together?
So much understeer for Larsen on the way in there, just lost momentum. Had he been right on the rear of Tobias Darback, I think he may well have got that done from Kevin, but wasn't able to stay with him. So technical, that Joker section, very hard to stay on the rear of the car in front. Larsen with the fastest lap of the race so far, looks at the rear of Kevin Darback into the final couple of corners, no way through though, and this is about a Danish 1-2-3, but Tobias Darback coming out on top.
This track really rewards commitment. In fact, it's not so much that it rewards commitment, it demands commitment. Otherwise, you just look like you're off the pace, visually as well as to the timing system. So Tobias and Kevin Darback, 1-2, Mads Larsen in third from Robin Norlander and Phoebe Cake. Fast time, 2:27.4, 2:28.0. A little bit of a squeeze there. Larsen in the middle, held his nerve.
For reference, though, Robert Vittels did a 2:24.8 in Q1 earlier on, so it's so difficult to draw the comparisons between the different sessions because the track conditions are evolving all the time. There's no 2 laps that are identical, but clearly there is plenty more pace in this circuit and in the Supercar Lights class.
Or there was. and that's always the issue, isn't it? As it dirties up and as the line changes, you can see how much rubber has gone down on the tarmac just since the start of yesterday afternoon. And the Darbacks on top of the all-Norwegian top 3 there. Great view from the drone. It is a very undulating circuit. Puts in a lot of elevation change in a very short distance. So Robert Vittels from Latvia on your right-hand side. He's on the left of the grid as the driver sees it. Then Sweden's Lucas Andersson, Julien Meunier in the centre in the white and, we call that white and taupe, white and orange maybe. And then Pontus Oskarsson, black and orange, and Hampus Hagström on the outside. And he might be the one to watch here because he's been very quick all the way through. Gets a little bit squeezed at the start, but as they go 3 wide into turn 1.
Vittels carrying the momentum around the outside. You can really do that here. They've extended the perimeter of the circuit so that it's not digging into the deep gravel. Oskarsson gets into the rear of Meunier, down to the hairpin. Meunier was thinking about joking there, but Hagström went in and didn't give the option. All of these drivers are very quick in this race, so joking early doesn't get you caught up in the traffic and stalling the Joker strategy. Andersson, though, who's had his ups and downs this season, right on the tail of Robert Vittels.
Yeah, Robert Vittels trying to keep his nose clean out front, build a bit of an advantage. Wipers on. Now, whether that was in a flurry of action down into turn 1, or whether that was deliberate remains to be seen. Julien Meunier was looking to joker on lap 1 to get himself a little bit of clear track. Will he do it on lap 2? And if he does, how close is he going to get? These two guys are 2.1-ish seconds clear, so Anderson jumping into the joker lap.
You can see from the attitude of Anderson's car on the way into the corner he was going to do it. Has to check up a bit early to avoid ramming the rear of Meunier, so this isn't going to help Anderson in his quest to try and get ahead of Vittels. Gets side by side with Meunier out of the hairpin. Anderson with the wipers still going, but you can see the friction on the windscreen, so clearly the specks of rain aren't really doing a lot for lubricating that windscreen on Anderson's machine, but this is handed Roberts Vittels the golden ticket really if these two keep fighting. Anderson being held up that little bit behind Meunier, who's still yet to joker. Larsen did a 45.9 in the previous race, and this time Vittels has done a 45.2, so clearly there is more pace in this track at the moment as Meunier follows the race leader into the joker. Yeah,
it gets very sideways, so he's going to lose second, he's going to lose third as well. Meunier comes out in 4th place. That didn't work at all well for him. He's going to have a little look at the back of Lucas Anderson for 3rd, out of the hairpin, but it will be Roberts Vittels, the Latvian, who started on the inside. Oh, and Meunier on the outside. Not quite. It looked as though he had the speed coming into the hairpin to maybe try and capitalise on the run to the flag.
Vittels got a puncture, I think, Martin. He's slow up the hill.
Just gets his nose across the line in front.
Left rear puncture, I think, perhaps. I need to see that again. I was looking down at sorting out the grids for the next session, but he lost a lot of time there climbing up the hill.
So there he is on the right of your picture, away from the start. Great start from Meunier. But then it was 3 wide down into turn 1. He was on the inside. He got a little bit of a biff. This is at the exit of the joker lap, so this is right at the end, the battle for 3rd place.
Not the strongest joker strategy, I have to say, to joker into the traffic when you're fighting for the lead, but at the same time you want to give yourself every option to win. Vittels did a great job there defending out of the hairpin for the final time of asking up the hill.
Unfortunate to get the puncture, but fortunate to get it on the final couple of corners. Roberts Vittels hanging on, and the time was good as well, 2:29.1.
But Martin, all of these drivers will be delighted to get that race out of the way because it's properly starting to rain outside the commentary box. There's Supercar Lights teams running back to their awnings to avoid getting wet, and there's FC2 and Supercar teams from Open 4-wheel drive running down towards the pre-grid with wet tyres. There's the standings after Q2 in Supercar Lights. Yeah, Robert Vittels having a really good run through so far, and victory in the first qualifying runs. Tobias Darbach, fastest in the second lot so far, 2:27.4. And now this 3rd grid is, they're going to struggle a little in the weather. So this is 4-wheel drive open. So Eric Gordon with the white nose, then Philip Martinson with the blue, black and yellow, the American Jake Walker, and Mike Kotam, the red, white and black. Very distinctive livery on his car. So combination of FC2s. Renault Clio is the blue and grey, and the Ford Fiesta on the far side of Tam. Good even start. Very easy to get squeezed on pole position towards the barrier on your left, and it is the Clio. Philip Martinson, he looked pretty impressive earlier on today. You can see clearly, Martin, that the rain is coming, isn't it? Look how dark the tarmac is now. Tam ran really wide in turn 1, was followed even more by Jay Walker, who made his debut just a couple of weeks ago. Look at the lack of grip there as Walker gets sideways. The skies are darkening, and so is the picture. Look at the lack of traction for the 2 supercars out front. Out of the tarmac corner there, Tam, championship leader, got black flag, disqualified from the previous session for returning in on the pack into the joker section. A lot of understeer there in the M Sport built Fiesta at the bottom of the hill. These are really challenging conditions, but what all these drivers will hope is that it rains even harder after their race, and it hampers the races that are still to come.
Exactly, and there's not much you can do about that. There's no equivalence factor that you can throw in. You're not going to give everybody a bogey time. It's not like when you shut a stage on a rally.
Where these drivers might lose out though is if it rains enough to use wet tyres. These drivers are still on the dry Nova tyre, the slick as we call it, even though it's a cut tyre or molded cut. It's got grooves in it at least, but yeah, they've got no option. There's no standing water. Bit of contact there between the two back 40 teammates, Gordon and Jake Walter. Eric Gordon making his return to Rallycross this weekend with a lot more Rallycross experience in general, but Jake Walker comes from a GT3 background and has a lot of experience behind the wheel, now pressuring his team boss.
So 2 to go, on to the last lap now, and Philip Martinson a long way clear here. Micah Tam in the Fiesta, 3.3 seconds back in 2 laps. That's how much difference it's made to the Ford.
Martinson's so experienced at Rallycross in general that I think his knowledge really comes into its own when the conditions are so slippery. Done a lot of rear-wheel drive, Super National / open two-wheel drive driving as well. So difficult to get the power down in these 600 brake horsepower machines out of the slow corners in these conditions.
And actually jokering last is probably the great decision by Martinson, because he used as much time as he could to ease out that gap on the slippery tarmac. And then he had that opportunity. He was 3.3 in front, and that was pre-joker. Comes out 2.2 ahead at the line. So Philip Martinson making a big difference there. 2:31.5. That is going to leave these guys sort of 7th, 8th. So there'll be half a dozen cars in slightly better condition. The real problem is just a little sprinkle of water, enough to really make the tarmac slick, but not enough to demand a wet weather tyre.
Yeah, so that's a great comparison. So Martinson's under 2:31.5, as you say. The best time in the Supercar Lights class was Darback with a 2:27.4. So yes, the second Supercar Lights race was slower, but clearly now in the open four-wheel drive session, it's that bit slower again. You can see that the colour of the tarmac has changed, as we said. Stick my hand out the window and it's still drizzling a little bit, so the track will only get slower at this stage, at least until there's enough water to use the wet tyre, and then it sort of stagnates in terms of the grip.
So Philip Martinson, 2:31.5 is the time that we're looking at. Micah Tam behind him. And then Jake Walker in the Battle of the Americans, coming out just ahead of Eric Gordon. So Supercar Lights had slightly damp conditions. It's not an awful lot more damp for these open four-wheel drive cars, but we'll have to see where we get to next. Casper Jonsson on the right of your picture with the silver colours, then Simon Olofsson, bright blue, Philip Turren in the black and yellow VW Polo, and then Elias Svensson on the outside with a predominantly white car. Gets a little nerf from the VW on the way down to the first corner as Simon Olofsson throws it in and it gets very sideways.
What a move from Casper Janssen there, really read the situation well. Simon Olofsson just ran the nose deep with a bit of understeer. Casper Janssen, who is always so on top of the car, saw it coming, pitched the car in sideways and snuck up the inside. Great move from the Swede. Svensson first to joker on this opening tour, but the coats are going on outside, Martin. These conditions are changing all the time.
Yeah, it's been getting cooler through the course of the day, and it is now looking, I mean, when the cars have the wipers on, and you know the drivers are feeling it a little bit. So Simon Olofsson pulling away fast, actually. Casper Janssen holding up the Polo, so Philip Turren needs to joker. He really needed to joker actually on this lap. He might have given himself a bit more work than he needs to do here. So is Janssen going to stay out till the final lap? He's only a second and a half in front. So is the Polo jokering this lap? No.
I don't think he can, Martin, because no. Svensson's in the window. All you're going to do by jokering from third is drop to last and potentially lose time, at least if you stay out. And I think this is quite a regular strategy error that people make, in that you joker in the middle of the pack, drop to the back. Sometimes it's better to stay in the fight and go longer and hope you can affect something from where you are, because if you drop yourself to the rear, you're dead and gone. Yeah. The joker strategy is such a moving feast, and Yeah, I'm so glad I'm not a spotter. It's so much easier to comment on what I would have done rather than having to do it in the moment.
Well, the other thing is, of course, the spotters are on top of an open truck at the moment, so they're feeling the rain as much as their drivers are, in fact, probably more so. Ooh, big wide moment there for Philip Torren in the VW Polo at the hairpin, and he's losing ground. They're all jokering this lap except for Elliot Svensson. Svensson's going to come through in third place ahead of the Polo, maybe into second. Good battle with Olofsson, he gets through, Elliot Svensson. So that first lap joker looked like a no-brainer for him, but he's made it work. He stayed with the others, they didn't get away from him. Kasper Jansson will be out front at the line, but Elias Svensson in the white machine up to second place, as the jokers did not play well for his rivals. They were kind of stuck with having to go on the final lap. So Simon Olofsson and Philip Torren, third and fourth. There's your heat winner. So Kasper Jansson.
Kasper Jansson with a 2:31.5. 2:31.5 for Martinson the previous run, but that's a 10th, a 100th slower actually for Jansson over Martinson. But the fastest lap of the race to Svensson was substantially quicker than the fastest lap of Martinson in the previous run. So I think the track conditions aren't as different as they might be. Clearly there's a lot of battling in that as well, so you lose out a bit. Jansson, Svensson, Olofsson and Torren. So I don't think that the slightly more dribbles of rain are having that big an effect.
No, agreed. I think that was fairly even, wasn't it? So let's see if the weather holds up for our final grid. So Mats Homan on the pole position on the left-hand side as the drivers see it, the right-hand side of your screen in the black Omen machine. Then Ulrich Linnemann, Victor Frank, orange and black in the Peugeot in the centre. Then Fraser McConnell with the Jamaican colours, and Oliver Eriksson on the left-hand side in lane 5. So Mats Homan with this unique launch control system. He has almost like looks like a drinks tube. I mean, it's effectively a drinks tube, but not for drinks, which he holds in his mouth, and that, once he's set the clutch at the biting point, keeps everything ready for launch. It's a good solid launch from the inside as well. But from second on the grid, Linnemann gets his nose in front.
Good job there for a moment to stay side by side with McConnell. Doesn't get too much rotation on the car and run out wide into the loose surface section. Linnemann with a good launch from P2 on the grid at the front of the order. Franks again loses out. Jokers this time behind Mats Homan, who elects to get out of the traffic in the JC Race Technique machine and try and get the hammer down. That could be a wise decision, especially in this final heat race, because all of the drivers are more than capable, and you're not going to risk catching up with a driver in front like Fraser McConnell.
And you don't get your nose in front at the start, means you have to immediately rethink your joker strategy. So let's see what he can do. Mats Homan, jokers in third place. Ulrich Linnemann, the leader, easing away now to nearly a second clear. And there's Fraser McConnell, the young Jamaican driver.
Wipers on more though on McConnell's car, and looking out of the commentary box, it's raining harder than it was. Oman's right on the rear. He needs McConnell to joker this time around, but Ollie Eriksson, McConnell's teammate from MSC, chooses to go in. Oman's on the inside here. Eriksson's going to get around the outside, bit of a nudge in the rear. Mats Homan, always the gentleman, puts the car on the curb to get out of the way. Franks looks to the inside of Oman. It's all going off at the back of this third and final race of open four-wheel drive, but this is not helping Oman's cause, is it, being stuck in the traffic?
No, really isn't, but Linnemann's not clear either, so when he jokers and when McConnell jokers, they're going to drop back down the order as well. So actually, if Mats Homan can somehow make up one spot to get ahead of Oliver Eriksson with the yellow panels on the door, then that might be all it takes.
Linnemann all over the back of Ollie Eriksson, looking for a way through. He's going to try and go around the outside, jumps on the throttle. McConnell into the joker this time around. Franks right on the rear of Oman as well. Franks is playing the waiting game here to see where it all kicks off in front of him. Looks to the inside of Omen again. Omen gets a bit rotated. That stops his opportunity to hassle Ollie Eriksson. But this has really worked, this fighting for Jorik Linnemann out front.
Yeah, and really he made just enough for a gap. But no, it's not McConnell, that's Eriksson, yeah.
Eriksson wide at the bottom of the hill. That allowed Omen to get back through, but no one could do anything there about Linnemann with a time of 2:24.7.
Wow.
That is the fastest time by a massive margin.
7 seconds
and
quicker.
In fact, everyone in that session, that race within the session, Linnemann, Omen, Eriksson, McConnell and Vranks go faster than anyone had gone previously. So Philip Martinson, who had held the fastest time from race 1 until the start of this one, despite the slightly wetter conditions, all 5 of those drivers go to the top of the timesheet.
So very busy down into the first corner. And if you miss the apex here, then the gravel trap beckons and the road drops away from you.
Omen did such a good job in the first corner to not get run wide by McConnell. Linnemann sort of just went about his own business there, didn't he? Out of the fighting behind Ollie Eriksson, who was so committed in free practice yesterday afternoon, wasn't he? Just loses out a bit there at the finish. Linnemann, though, who's had a tough year with engine problems at basically every event, finally here with full power in his Volkswagen Polo, getting the job done.
Yeah, really, and setting the pace that everybody else was able to keep up as well. So all 5 of them quicker than anybody else in the open 4-wheel drive. So Linnemann, Omen, Eriksson, McConnell and Vranks at the top of the pile. Fraser McConnell in 5th place in terms of points as well. And so Linnemann and Omen, a first and a second each. Impressive stuff. So that is Q2 for our open 4-wheel drive machines. So whatever little bit of greasiness was in the track, looks like by the time that final heat got out there, it was actually starting to dry up a little bit, whether in the air or not. There's the high-tech.
It's still raining, but yeah, it's also about how much heat you can generate in the tyres as well. Yeah. Just having a look across at the OMSE squad behind us, and no one's on wets because there's no standing water. You couldn't run the wet tyre in these conditions really anyway. So the wet Nova tyre, at least, we've seen other tyre manufacturers be used in those conditions. But yeah, I think if you can generate the heat in the tyre, it comes back to you, and then the grip's there. But we're also seeing 5 of the best drivers in rallycross as a whole. Linnemann, Omen, Eriksson, McConnell and Vranks are right up with the best rallycross drivers of the era. So yeah, it's not really a surprise. And
the other thing, you know, if you look at the tarmac section, certainly anybody in a single-seater would be going, no, I'm not pitting for wets in this, you know, it's got to properly rain. So it's a little bit slicker, but in terms of the overall lap time, clearly it didn't have a massive effect at all.
And where the Nova tyre works really well is it is designed for a range of conditions anyway. So actually the tarmac in more slippery conditions is not as slippery as the loose would be anyway, so they still generate, the cross-ply soft construction, they still generate a lot of heat and a lot of grip anyway.
Yeah, so good news. And although it is continuing to spot with rain, actually still awful lot of crowds on the banks. They're now coming in to have a little wander around the paddock.
But they haven't got long, have they? We've got Q3 coming right up. There's all sorts of categories in action today. Let's take a look at what those categories are from a VT made earlier this season.
So if you are new to RallyX, or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The RallyX ladder begins with junior crosscar.
On cans,
600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the RallyX ladder.
So, once you're done with junior crosscar, you can move up to crosscar, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of RallyX between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the RallyX ladder, you probably go junior crosscar, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the RallyX paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by two wheels, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of RallyX, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive, the clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the RallyX ladder. This is a Supercar Light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre, normally aspirated mount tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now and warming the engine up. It's a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in RallyX is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what RallyX is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching RallyX last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push-to-pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for RallyX 2025.
Welcome back to a very much more rainy Sweden than it was 5 minutes ago. It's as they're doing track preparation, they might need to get the mops out as well.
Changing all the time, isn't it? And that will make the racing all the more complicated. Let's have a chat now, if we can, with our race director, Rainis Nittis, who is going to have to deal with all sorts of things if the weather conditions get worse. Rainis, how has the weekend been for you from your point of view so far?
Yeah, I think weekend so far been very well.
I think you need to turn your mic on, Rainis. Is there a little red button up there?
Yeah, no, I can hear him.
There we are.
No, now he's turned it off. You were right.
It was on. How? You know, never trust commentators. So, but weekend been very well so far. We had some couple of incidents, but all the drivers, I think, who came up in my room understand why they got penalties, and yeah, I have good local friends and helpers from the side. We are giving advice to each other and taking decisions, so it's nice and very well prepared track. So I don't need to be taking care of any preparation or towing. So locals are doing a brilliant job.
So from your point of view, where are the key pinch points? When you start, that little left-hand kink, that really seems to be a place where you can put pressure on the pole man. You're looking at that, and then the hairpin after the Joker rejoin. Where are the key areas?
You never know the drivers, so they can do everything everywhere. It's not one specific place where you make some trouble. Yeah, for sure. Left corner after the start, and then right one. It's the most difficult one for me. But so far it's been okay. And also the left and right after the Joker, the hairpins. You know, they are slow corners, and the ones who are in the back, they have to brake really early to wait for the front guys to do the corner, and then they want to push in the back and do overtaking, but that's not allowed. So all around the track we have to pay attention.
No push to pass. So one of the things that's unusual having you as the race director is that you were a top international driver as well, and so you know when you're looking at a cynical move rather than something that was just accidental. You have that instinct, don't you? Because you had it done to you, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, right. Driver's instinct, everything.
Yeah,
but yeah,
absolutely.
let's go racing.
Right, so Crosscar Junior, we will start with our youngest competitors, and a chance for Joanna Iliami in the inside to make a decent start. She doesn't get squeezed away. Minea Perimäki, though, just ahead of her up into third. So Ira Hukka in the number 47 machine out front with the bright yellow nose. Now, in the last round, came together with Minea, actually, I think, in the hairpin.
It was
the two
Peter Pira in Q2, I think, that... Well, Pira got caught together with his etc. You're right, Martin. It was the two teammates basically that both lost out, and we can see now that the conditions are that bit more difficult.
And again, at the hairpin, if you don't get the traction, if you don't get that acceleration out to the hairpin, then basically you're parked, and you just saw, you know, the car running in under braking, perhaps just out braking himself and contact there as well. So,
and often you're in the wrong gear then, aren't you? Because if you out brake yourself and you're expecting to carry the momentum, you still need to get it down a gear to be able to get the drive back out of the corner. But sometimes the gearbox won't be that compliant in that scenario. So yeah, really difficult, not just from the grip conditions, but from all the other things that come with driving the car in that. But there's still a bit of dust on the loose, isn't there? So it's not been heavy rain, it's just been enough just to slick up the tarmac more than affect the loose.
Yeah, we had a little 2-minute shower just now, just before we came back live on air, and that will have, as you read, I think he's absolutely right. You see the traction is going to be really at a premium, particularly at this hairpin. This hairpin is just, you're sitting there wheel spinning unless you've got 4-wheel drive, and even more so now that it's getting slicker.
And they have no tyre options on the cross cars. They've got a fair amount of tread anyway, so wet or dry, they're on the same rubber. And yeah, you can actually see on the tyre there of the speed car machine where the tyre's being used because of the wet conditions. It looks very slick into the first corner, actually, where the track has rubbered in a lot over the course of practice. A good example of it there from that shot of turn 1. That rubbered in area will become incredibly slippery, where they call it the blue groove in America in dirt racing, where it's just tyre rubber on top of the dirt. That becomes really greasy, but overall loose surface sections don't really suffer as much in drizzle. If it absolutely thumps it down with rain, and then it all becomes a very different story altogether.
And with these juniors, particularly because they're rev limited, it is absolutely full commitment. They go flying in there on the limiter, so yeah, there's no hard brake turn in. It's just full send, so that's going to make that a little bit more precipitous, particularly with the drop waiting on the outside. Yellow made a pretty decent fist of that. 3.2 seconds ahead at the line, but fastest laps from Sebastian Ekström.
Yeah, he's etc. flying there, but had those problems out of the hairpin and lost a bit of time. Yerohuka though, brilliant run from the outside into the first corner. A little bit of line crossing there. Look in the background, there's a red and yellow marker there, which we'll look at again at some point later on, and that's really the mark where you can start moving lanes, because we saw a lot of contact here last year in the run to that first kink. That isn't really a corner, but it's certainly a change of direction in the way to turn 1. Yerohuka though, untroubled out front,
but didn't get the fastest of runs, so has the first run to the checkered flag. So that is the first of our 3 races. And again, although the umbrellas are up, that's anticipation rather than precipitation at the moment. I think we are under a tented awning, so we can hear it when it rains, and it's barely a drop at the moment. Our second groove then, Alex Antela on driver's left on the right of your screen. Jonas Hägglund Nielsen, William Ryler, and then Pete Tupira on the inside. So 3 Finns here. 3-3-4, Jonas Nielsen, the Dane. As the shot pulls back a little, you will see on the right of your screen that orange and yellow marker before which you are not supposed to cross the lines. I think everybody was crossing lines there. Pete Tupira, number 16, nose in front. Then the yellow car is Jonas Nielsen. A little bit of sideways. Alex Antela parks it. Again, caught in the wrong gear, I think there, just in 2 minds as well as whether to joker or not. Now, in the juniors, they don't have spotters, and actually, we were talking about that yesterday, so maybe for safety, it might be not a bad idea, but I wonder whether it's possibly just to stop having dads shouting in your ear the whole time.
Peter Pira had a great run through the first corner, shows there's still plenty of grip there. I think drivers are accustomed to being shouted at by spotters, aren't they, through their careers. That's sort of how it goes quite a lot of the time, depending on who is your spotter. Antilla under a lot of pressure from Ryler in the background with the distinctive edge machine. Antilla, lots of air there for the juniors, quite a bit of dust there on the loose as well. Goes for the Scandinavian flick of getting the machine rotated into the tarmac hairpin. Jonas Hägglund Nielsen into the joker, comfortably back out in front of Antilla. That time loss on the way into the joker for the first time we're asking, really costing him. Antilla capable of great pace when things are going well, so we'll be disappointed to have not made a position back there.
So Peter Pira leading, just 8/10 ahead at the line last time round, ahead of Nielsen and Antilla, who have both jokered. That's not much of a margin, so this could be pretty close. On to the last lap. Piro, how far in front this time? Yeah, that's much more like it, 2.7 seconds. That should be enough to come back out in front. But that merge, talking to the drivers, when you are not on the joker lap, we're on the regular lap, where the joker lap driver is coming in is very much open to question. So Peter Pira gets his nose in front. Jonas Hägglund Nielsen, the yellow machine in second. Alex Antela pushing.
Absolutely flying. Peter Pira out front, 50.1 best lap compared to the best lap of his, etc. the fastest driver of the previous race on lap time was a 52.262. So Pira really showing his class here. Had a great weekend last time out in Ring, and goes about climbing to the top of the order as things stand.
Second win for him, one in the first qualifier as well. So Carl Svedland, who we will see in the third race, was on top of the pile after Q2. Well, fur flying at the start. There's the marker on the right-hand side. Actually, it did look relatively close, but not too much of a drama, I don't think, for our race director to try and sort out. P2 Pira absolutely flying, and again, that jump, full commitment required. You've got to send it sideways over the jump, otherwise you're going straight off into the forest. P2 Pira fastest, 2:39.531. So that is a quicker heat than the previous. Yerohuka, who won the previous one, 2:47, so 8 seconds slower. All right, let's see what we get here. So Carl Svedland was on top of the pile over P2 Pira. And let's see as he starts on pole position. Ivari Manistu, P2 Mattelamaki and Carl Schnack. So again, two Finns in the centre. Schnack with the predominantly white machine on the outside. Very good start from the inside from Carl Svedland. I was going to say just avoids contact, but they've got interlock wheels, and that is an open goal.
Disaster for Svedland, who was leading the intermediate standings. They're still both got their foot buried on the throttle, trying to get disattached as they go down to the hairpin. Now they spin. Now they're not going to. You see what's happened there is that the front wheel, they're still fighting each other, trying to get the cars apart, and now they do finally. You can see on the side of Svedland there where the front wheel of Manisto was stuck in the frame, so I think where it's jumped up and got stuck in, literally there's nothing you can do about that. Now
no amount of turning is going to lift it out, is it?
And now it's damage limitation. Although everyone finished pretty well, they might not end up last. So what's the slowest time is a 3:02. So that's nearly 30 seconds slower than the best time of P2 Pira, but they lost a whole heap of time there. What's going to be the gap as they cross the line?
Well, also, what's Reimer's going to make of this?
9 seconds. So all's not over, and they both need to fight for every second they can get here to climb back up the order. Remember, Svedland led the intermediate classification by only 4 points from P2 Pira, so P2 Pira almost certainly going to take the top qualifier position. Pira, who won on the second day in Riga, then won in Finland a couple of weeks ago, flying at the moment at the top of the order. Carl Svedland, who won in Portugal, one in Holland, one in Latvia, has been a really competitive campaigner this year in the juniors run by the JC squad, but as I say, it's all damage limitation at the moment to try and get as far up as they can. We'll have to look at the replays, Martin, and see what we make of the first corner. I don't know if there's a lot you can do about that. If anything, the driver on the outside is probably the most to blame for coming across, because it's a left-hand kink on the way into the right-hander.
And this is where a race director who has been a pro driver is really a bonus there, because he knows exactly what leads to what.
Let's see if we can speak to Reynes during the replay package, if we can in this one. But Manisto, who was the driver locked onto Svedland, has absolutely smashed the fastest lap of the session so far with a 48.5. The best lap prior to that was Pira on a 50.1. So Manisto driving with the red mist well and truly in his visor and pushing hard.
So the track is drier now than it was, and maybe it's evolving, it's getting quicker again. P2 Mattelamaki brings it across the line as the comfortable winner from Carl Schnack. Really didn't see an awful lot of those two, because it's all about Carl Svedland and Ivari Manistu. And there is Manistu. And you can see the frame, the protective frame that keeps the drivers safe, you know, anti-impact bars on the side. and the wheel just hopped over and got locked in there, and yeah, no amount of slowing down, speeding up. Honestly, how did they get them separated? That's just bouncing over that loose has obviously bounced the car, and he's to back up in the air, and they've come unlocked.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear from Rainis while he's up there in the race control. Rainis Nittis, are you there, mate?
Yes, I'm here.
What do you make of that first corner? We haven't seen it on the replay yet. Of course, the two cars got together. We're just about to see it. I don't know if you're seeing the same pictures we are, but talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, for me it was racing incident, like sandwich, and it's the worst thing what you can get for open wheel cars. I mean, it was really late in the corner in turn 1 in the left one, and yeah, that's what we spoke about the track layout, that this left kick is not the best, but yeah, it's just unlucky that middle car gets squeezed from both sides, and yeah, it happened.
And the fact they both continued, I'm sure you appreciate that as a driver yourself. You're just desperately trying to get separated and get on with the race.
Yeah, I was hoping that they are getting out one of each other, but yeah, that's racing. Not much to say this time.
Great, thank you, mate.
Yeah, well, Carl Svedland did finish and actually set the 8th fastest time, but Ivari Manistu not registered a finish in that one, and so that drops him to the bottom of the pile. That's very unfortunate. So there may have been some collateral damage as a result of that, those two cars being locked together.
But look how close the points are, Martin. So Matalamäki actually takes the top qualifier position with that result. I thought P2 Pira was going to get it. Matalamäki, Pira, and Svedland hangs on to third, 26 to 118. Yeah, he might have just held on to third anyway, but it's so close in the intermediate standings that he just wanted to get the best possible time he could. And with 12 drivers here this weekend, everyone makes it through to the semi-finals, and while that's fine, you need the best grid position possible with only 3 going up from each semi into the final.
Well, there is Manistu's car coming back in. The low loader of doom, digger of doom. That's a definite contender in Robot Wars. hasn't got much going in the flail, but boy, those flippers are going to be very impressive. And yeah, very well thought out way of recovering cars. You just scoop them up and carry them away. No need for dragging or anything else.
That sign says towing ongoing, as my brilliant Swedish will let me know. It wasn't Kalle, producer in my ear, telling me what it said at all. But,
towing ongoing.
Yeah, lots of information there for the drivers on the start line. Never ideal to have psyched yourself up, been on the line, see the race get finished, and then have to wait a little bit because you have to get yourself re-psyched. You've done your tyre clean and all that, but there's some big names in this first race in the first run of Crosscar.
Kalle Gottesson, yellow and black, the sort of bumblebee colours, then Tal Teppering. Another yellow and black machine, Lucas Oraf, the bright green, Ferran Fornell, red and white, and then Jonathan Hoffman on the outside. Away they go, good strong start on the outside from Hoffman. He's going to have the inside line into turn 1, sends it in. Little bit of rubbing, green car of Terping alongside, and then down into second place.
It's Orav in the running second at the moment, but Hoffman with lots of conviction into the first corner. Martin really set the record straight as to where he wanted to be, and you're right, the rain has stopped, hasn't it? And the dust is immediately flying back up again on the loose sections, and the tarmac's changed colour again, hasn't it? So the ambient temperature here reasonably high. We're in the middle of the summer, of course, so now it's stopped drizzling, it's drying out very quickly.
In that bright green car, Oraf made a right hash of the hairpin leading into the Joker lap, was riding all over the curbs, and they are pretty high, but cuts back inside, goes inside, Ferran Fornell.
Great move through those last couple of corners, and you can really make those moves in a cross car, can't you, when they're so narrow compared to a conventional car.
Now, he may well have a bit of red mist and be annoyed with himself for making that mistake. Cuts another one up on the inside, takes the place. Oh, a little bit of contact. He was absolutely flying as he came off the Joker lap. Looked like he'd really not done himself any favours, but he's closing in on the leader. Hoffman is not escaping out front. Struggling to stay, or to try and get ahead of Terping in the yellow and black machine.
Oh, and up the inside again from Lucas Orov at the end of the straight. Terping comes back, but is wiser than many and jumps on the brakes just to avoid a bit of contact in the rear. And you'll also know as a driver, won't you, that another overtake move is only going to cost you both time.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need to save yourself for another fight. Of course, all these drivers need to get through to the semi-finals, and getting stuck in a big fight here and a lot of time lost could easily dump you out of the top 18.
Because yeah, he's made all the ground up after his joker and comes back out in front. So Jonathan Hoffman drops in behind him. Jokered on the last lap, but Orav jokered on the first, and despite the fact that he really didn't get a good exit out of the hairpin, has flown since.
This is really going to play to Hoffman's advantage, because he was plumb last in the intermediate classification, 21st overall as they crossed the line, but only 3 qualifying points behind Terraping. Maiju Niemi is next up, some 6 points up the road, so 8 points behind Hoffman was on Niemi in the last semi-final qualifying position. So that time is going to be absolutely critical for Hoffman to try and get into the semi-finals later on. Lucas Orav with the race win after that very impressive drive in a series of overtakes, but of course the time just won't be there come the end with how much on-track action there was.
I don't know, 2:27.9, he was absolutely flying. So that little contact in the first corner, and then over-committing before he went into the joker lap, then closed up, made the passes, nearly got by Terraping there as well, but in the end, won it.
For reference, a 27.9 in the previous session would have put you 19th, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's competitive in Crosscar.
Boy, oh boy, yeah, 19th out of 21. So, won this one with a time that's almost dead last.
The track's definitely cleaner now, and with the drizzle gone, it's drier, the grip will be back up again, so it's always difficult to relate those times between sessions.
Okay, so again, right to left, Fredrik Martin, the Estonian, then Vettel with the bright lime green, Martin Juga in the centre with the yellow highlights, Patrick Conga with the orange, and Mattias Ekström on the far side, white and blue of Finland, not getting a bad start, but I did fear very much there for the leader. I thought that was a dead cert for contact. How did he miss him?
Maiju Niemi running that bit wide, Vettel out front in the JC Race Technique run car these days, made the switch to that team over the winter and has been really impressive this year compared to previous form. Martin Juga, one of the rising stars of Estonian rallycross in general, in the fight with Vettel at the front of the order. We've got some very, very competitive drivers in this early race of Crosscar. Clearly had issues earlier on.
Close to the front, isn't it? Now, what are their lap times going to be like? Quick 46.18 for the last lap for Vettel.
And it's dry, isn't it, really, now up into the hairpin as Juga looks to the inside of the Norwegian Vettel. Juga has had great pace this season, currently leads the Crosscar Championship, but yet to take a win, just being consistently there on the podium at different venues as well. We're in Riga with the super grippy abrasive service there at Bikaniki, and then the really rough conditions last time out at the Kimi Ring. Second, third so far in the points in this championship season, and it's all about not getting yourself into trouble, isn't it? That's how championships are won. You can have great days and bad days. Really, you just need pretty average days most of the time to try and rack up the points.
Yeah, you've got to get the points. It's the zeros that kill you. Top three, jokering on the last lap. Where's that going to leave Patrick Conga? Third man. These two will come out safely in front. Conga has the speed as well, so he comes back out in third. Martin Tree and Martin Juga battling.
Lost a bit of time, didn't he, on the first lap out of the hairpin. Son of Marco Martin, former WRC star, going about his learnings, set the fastest lap of the race last time around on a 45.3. So Martin absolutely flying and showing his pace despite that time loss early on.
Grown up in the family business. There's a lot of it about, isn't it? Talking about this yesterday evening, that if you grow up with parents that are involved in sport, your likelihood of being involved in sport yourself is astronomically higher than any of your next door neighbours even, just because of the environment you grow up in. Hand out the window from Hal. It's still relatively dry.
Yeah, having said that, I'm very keen to have my son avoid any kind of motor racing participation, not only because it's not the cheapest thing in the world, but also because it's life-consuming, isn't it, as we well know. So.
But all passions are.
Indeed, yeah.
You know, man's got to have a hobby. It'll keep him off street corners. I know you're a little, you know, he's a little young for you to be thinking about that, but yeah, he'll understand. He'll be out in the garage passing you a 10mm before you know it.
Yeah, but when you can recognise spanners size by sight, then you've got issues, haven't you?
I know, you see, what you've got to do is colour code them. Blue one, son. There you go. Vettel Tree, Martin Juga and Patrick Conga, the top three. 2:25.5, comfortably quicker that heat than the previous one. So even Frederick Martin, who finished in 5th place, quicker than Jonathan Hoffman in our last race. So here we go with Joni-Pekka Räikälä on the inside, and then Eric Nilsson, Jalami in the centre, as hopefully you didn't lose your pictures, we did. Ooh, very wild exit to the first corner, and actually the transition between the loose and the gravel trap is now almost indistinguishable, isn't it? I'm sure you feel it in traction, but the Mark 1 human eyeball is making it very hard to tell where the thrown off dirt in the grey area and then where the gravel trap actually begins.
Certainly in the first corner, it's like that, and a lot of the loose surface does actually get dragged onto the top of the gravel trap, which changes the construction of the runoff area anyway. But you're absolutely right, and the more the drivers do that, the more they push, the more they use the gravel trap, the more the gravel trap gets pushed away, and very soon you're closer to the fence than you were earlier on. The other transition in Rallycross, of course, is where the loose surface gets dragged back onto the tarmac all the time. So the tarmac grip level is changing, certainly up here as we look down into the hairpin. Every car is dragging a bit more loose and a bit more loose into the tarmac. You can even see all the balls of loose on the outside of the corner there. Yeah. Never the same twice on a Rallycross lap or a Rallycross race, and that's why it makes these drivers so incredibly accomplished.
Oh, a very aggressive rejoin. Does he manage to hold the place? Oh, not really. That was close though. The problem when you come in, particularly for these cross cars, the problem when you come in off that Joker lap is that you carry so much more speed down to the hairpin than you have done on any other lap, and it's just mitigating that while trying to hang on to your position.
Joni-Pekka Räikälä up the inside there of Ease Etc. Of course, Räikälä also racing in open two-wheel drive this weekend in the Escort Estate, so yet again a busy boy. Joni-Pekka loves double driving. The amount of track knowledge you get from doing that, although as we discussed in the previous round about people double driving, the older you get, the harder it becomes to switch the mindset between two different classes.
There is that, but then a lot of drivers say actually the more you drive, the more natural it becomes, and the less. Yeah, if you just drive the Escort this week and then jump into the cross car next week, then that's going to be more of a transition than doing both of them at the same time. And of course you get twice the knowledge of the track as well, which benefits both.
Ylilami then takes the race victory, a 45.664 best lap for Ylilami. 45.399, still the fastest lap of the session, but that was a good consistent run from the Finn Ylilami, who Martin had such an impressive junior career and has blown a bit hot and cold of late in the senior cross car category, but is doing a very consistent, solid job of late just by being there all the time, just like Juga. So competitive is the cross car field that you can't afford the zeros, as you say. Great move there from Räikälä to get up the inside of the Norwegian Is Etc.
Yeah, Is Etc. looked like he'd made it and then overcooked it on the rotation. And Räikälä, yep, straight through, but fastest heat so far, Jonathan Ylilami. Is Etc. is currently third behind Vettel Tree, so that was a pretty quick race.
So for reference, for what you can read into it, it was a 2:23.2 was fastest in Q2 and a 2:20.8 in the first run as we get towards the end of this session. So the times are definitely closer to the peaks we've seen so far today.
Robert Sina on the right, Alex Lindqvist in lane 2. Thomas Mørstad, then Nicholas and Oliver Jensen in the identical liveried white car. So Oliver closest to the camera as they come towards us. Doesn't get his nose in, so Nicholas did, up to second place.
Eek Mørstad in the lead with a lovely bit of rotation into the first corner. Thomas Eek Mørstad, one of the most committed drivers in Crosscar, always drives at fantastic angles, as does Alex Lindqvist at the back of the pack. You just know when a driver's really confident in the chassis, and we'll see that through this race now. Eek Mørstad lives on the rear wheels, front inside wheel always dangling in the air as it's beautifully set up, the chassis. Both Jensen's going well in this last race as well of the session.
Yeah, Oliver just joking on that lap, so he comes out last. Let's see what ground he can make up on the rest of the pack in front of him. So Thomas Eek Mørstad across the line, Norwegian leading. And you can
right to the outside. Alex Lindqvist, who is known for his commitment in the Speed Car Wonder. You can't afford to hit the gravel trap too hard, can you? Because A, you might push a tyre off the bead and have a puncture, or indeed you might dig in and head the wrong way up.
All right, so Oliver Jensen jokering on lap 1 did not work. Well, it didn't benefit him anyway. So he still ends up in 5th place. And Robert Sina, who started on the inside of the grid, jokering as well, comes back out just in front of him. But it's Mørstad and Nicholas Jensen race away out front.
44.9, the fastest lap by Eek Mørstad. Some 4 tenths quicker than the best lap of the session so far. Eek Mørstad's flying out front, clearly back into the lead. Jensen goes with him. Cerner also in that top 3 fight, but couldn't do enough to climb into the top couple of positions. Cerner, who claimed an emotional victory last time out in Finland, really was hoping to get the monkey off his back.
Again, really close at that Joker lap rejoin, but it's Thomas Eek Mørstad from Nicholas Jensen and Alex Lindqvist, Robert Sina rather, at 3rd at the line, ahead of Alex Lindqvist. And Mørstad making it look pretty straightforward once they'd all escaped the first corner, that is. Not the little left-hand kink, but I suppose this is turn 2, really.
It's just a bit of an inconvenience you have to survive, isn't it? The left-hander on the way up to the first proper corner.
Yeah, especially if you're on pole and you don't get the quickest getaway. If you're sort of level, then you know everybody's easing you over towards that inside barrier.
Puff of flames from the back of Eek Mørstad's Speed Car Wonder on the way to the quickest time. What's that going to do to the intermediate classification? Eek Mørstad's going to be the top qualifier comfortably here.
Well, and that is, 10 seconds quicker than the first group that we saw. So some really, really fast improving conditions. So Thomas Eek Mørstad on the top of the points from Robert Sina, and yeah, 3 different winners so far in the 3 rounds of qualifying.
Let's see who's missed out on the 3 semi-finals. Oh, we're not going to see the second page, but it was tight at the bottom, wasn't it? And it'll be interesting to see who does indeed make it through as we move on to open 2-wheel drive.
So here we go in the left-hand corner, in the red, Mikkel Persson with the Mark IV Golf kit. How tall does a Golf look? That's ridiculous. The BMW E36 blue and black of Johnny, and then Peter Jensen in the big red Volvo 240, and Emil Hammer on the outside in his Skoda Fabia. Again, all 2-wheel drive cars. Get ready to rumble indeed. So Mikael Persson on the inside. Did not get a good getaway at all, Johnny, in the blue and black BMW. And then it's Petty Jensen in the Volvo 240, making the best of the start. Now, he trailed at the back of the pack in the last qualifying runs. So the Golf of Mikael Persson goes for the Joker lap. And Johnny out front in the BMW. Petty Jensen second, Emil Hammer in the Skoda. You see the Volvo still struggling for grip out of the hairpin. As the trackers drive, actually it's almost the feeling that the sun is just about to break through.
It's got a bit warmer, hasn't it, as well?
Yeah.
The sun's breaking through that little bit. And the 2.4 Volvo engine in Johnny's machine, naturally aspirated at all, so you can see that, you can hear that rather, when we're on the trackside mics as it drives by.
Good battle for second place here, Petty Jensen, the Dane in his red Volvo. He's going to have to joker on the last lap. Emil Hammer in the Skoda, jokering and dropping down to fourth place. So Mikael Persson's Golf, that first lap joker is working for him. Johnny's E36 BMW.
Taking a big cut there, aren't they, through the left-hander down the hill. As ever, the TV cameras just flatten the entire circuit, but we've been around a couple of times with race director Rainis Niktis now, haven't we, Martin? And it's far more undulating than it looks on the screen.
Yeah, it really is. And there's a rare shot of the car actually in a straight line. If you don't have too much opposite lock coming out of the first big right-hand corner, then by the time you get to the jump, you certainly have to apply it. And the cars, again, the drone shot is really quite good because it shows you that the car is almost sideways almost all the time. And the Golf back up to second place. Good run through from Mikael Persson, but the blue and black BMW, Johnny, out front. No mistakes, he had the pace. It's a slightly better run through for the Volvo driver, Petty Jensen. And he will finish ahead of compatriot Emil Hammer in the blue and white Skoda Fabia. So as the BMW comes across the line, it was the 2:34.2, the fastest lap, the last lap from Johnny, 45.4 seconds. 48.4. Wow, it's not working. Looking a little disaligned at the back. I don't think there was too much contact here. I think that was previously... it was like that when I got it, Gov.
It's like a rental car, isn't it?
I was going to say exactly that.
It was a good run there from Mikael Persson as well in the Golf, who isn't always at the front of the order, but that was a strong run there from the Dane.
Jokered early and kept it clean and kept his speed up. As a result, when the others jokered, he moved up the order. But comfortable victory for Johnny. 3.5 seconds in front is more than enough. So where did he end up after? He was 11th after the first two qualifiers. Now then, Thomas Oman should be in lane 1, is not. So his BMW is missing. Then Eric Lidman, lane 2. Eric Oman, lane 3. Ossian Stenval in the Mark III Escort. How tiny that car looks these days. And Frederick Tyler. None of these are, you know, absolutely brand new looking machines necessarily. Volvo S40, not particularly a current model, but the Mark III Escort, for what was once upon a time a family car, looks absolutely tiny.
I mean, the S40 is basically present day compared to a Mark III Escort, isn't it?
A Morris Minor is almost present day compared to a Mark III Escort. So we are waiting for our missing car, Thomas Oman.
I I think he would be there by now if they were able to get to the grid.
Well, we are running clean and ahead of... I can't even bring myself to say those words out loud, because that then brings us straight into half an hour of barrier repairs.
That is definitely a commentator's curse, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I can't believe I even repeated the thought. Never mind anything else. Well, the drone giving us a good shot of the start grid and the pre-start. Again, no sign of Omen. Maybe our drone can overfly the paddock and go to the go over the awning. See, that's one of the great things about a drone, is you could actually fly over to the awning and have a look inside and see what they're doing.
Like an aerial RF.
Yeah, exactly.
RF being the remote camera used in TV. There's Supercar Lights appearing in the background. Julie Mounier, Phoebe Cake there. We saw Simon Tiger appear for the final open two-wheel drive race that will take place shortly, and we are going to continue waiting for Adam Omen.
Can clearly see from the tarmac and from the black rubber on the tarmac just how all lanes converge right under the little illuminated camera sign arm just down at the bottom right hand side.
It's Thomas I'm waiting for, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Apologies.
is. Yeah.
There's Frederick Tiger making his return to International Rallycross, having not really competed properly since 2017. And Mattias Ekström appears in the background for Supercar Lights shortly.
So, the car has left the tent. So, now this is going to be a little bit like trying to find his way through a packed grid of anything else.
Marshall's here, very good though, aren't they? And very experienced at making room for late participants. Another reminder in the bottom corner of your screen there to get on board with the RallyX merch. Lots of people have been calling for RallyX merch for the last couple of years, and now it's here. shop.rallyx.se for caps, t-shirts, drinks bottles, lanyards, hoodies, and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm liking the hoodie. That's definitely brightened my day up a lot.
Okay, some running in the background there, so, and some enthusiastic waving. So this is Omen appearing in the background, is it?
I don't know, somebody came flying by on an electric scooter. I'm not sure that's going to be competitive.
Only one-wheel drive, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Concerned-looking mechanics of the Omen squad.
Yeah, looks like he's been doing some running as well. What's he hearing on the radio? I wonder whether the car's left the tent and hasn't got any further. Does sort of have that feel, doesn't it?
And there it is.
Ah, there we go. Excellent news. So the all-red BMW.
And there you go, time for a tyre clean, which also works a little bit as a tyre warm, and everyone else has been sat there on the grid for quite a while.
I was going to say their tyres have gone cold and their engine temperatures are climbing, so it may not be the worst thing ever for Thomas Omen. He makes it to the line anyway with that red BMW, then the black and white Eric Lohman, and then the red Lexus of Adam Omen rather. Ossian Svenval and Frederick Tiger on the outside, and that V8 BMW powered Volvo S40 made a great start in the last heat, but through goes Eric Lidman, and the Escort is off in the dirt. Frederick Tiger with the Tiger stripes up to third.
Stenval wide in the first corner, now back up the inside of Lidman. All local drivers here in this first second race now of open two-wheel drive. And it's a good job that they all look fairly different in terms of body shape, because from that camera angle at least they're all pretty similar in colour, aren't they?
But actually, I was looking at spectator banks, and 99.9% of all the fans are wearing black. 99.9% of all these cars are wearing red.
Unfortunately, I don't have to spot where the spectators are, whereas the cars on track a little more difficult. Omen, though, followed by Omen and Tiger. That Tiger machine finished just this week. No test at all before they came here, and under big pressure from Stenval with the Mark III Escort. Bit of a bumper loss there for the Ford, and up the inside over rotation. The rear comes around and onto the infield.
Well, Stenval converts that into a very untidy joker lap. But I'm sure race control will be having a little bit of a look at that contact up to the hairpin. Didn't seem to be slowing down Frederick Tiger too much. Adam and Thomas Oman racing away at the front of the field in the red Lexus. Leading is Adam Oman, and Thomas behind him in the red BMW. It's an E82 era BMW.
For reference, the fastest lap of the previous race was a 48.4 for Johnny, and they are destroying that lap time in this run.
Yeah.
Adam Oman's done a 47.7, Thomas Oman's done a 47.8, but fastest of all is Eric Lidman in that brand new BMW built by Gunnarsson Motorsport on a 47.4. So the track is getting quicker, and as is the nature of running slowest first up to the fastest drivers from the previous session, the competition's heating up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you put the quicker guys in equally decent conditions, they should go faster. So last lap, Adam Oman keeps his nose firmly in front of Thomas. Eric Lidman, the white and black BMW, third at the line. Ossian Stenval getting the better of Frederick Tiger after turning an uncomfortable exit of the hairpin into the joker lap. And Frederick Tiger, sounds as though the engine's running well, but might have had a problem or two. Away from the line, from the centre, the Lexus shooting into the lead, shoulder checking his brother on the way into turn 2. And then here's that little bit of contact. This is Ossian Stenval. Next lap, just landing from the jump, getting into the back of Frederick Tiger. Not sure that was intentional, both losing body parts.
There's nothing in that. I don't even think it'll even be looked at, to be honest. It was just the cut and thrust of rubbing in rallycross.
Yep. And the Oman brothers come across the line. Johnny still has the third fastest lap ahead of Eric Lidman, who was third in that one. Then Mikkel Pedersen and Peter Jensen, the Volvo, ahead of Ossian Stenval's Mark III Escort, and Emil Hammer actually quicker than Frederick Tiger's S40 BMW. One of the things that Rallycross, for as long as I can remember, has done is produced interesting car engine combinations, and open two-wheel drive keeps that very much alive. Start with the body shell, throw away the bits you don't want, and then find a completely unrelated power unit and somehow stick it in. Lucas Gabrielsen almost hidden the tiny Toyota Starlet behind the barriers there. Linus Westman in the all-black BMW, Simon Tiger in the centre. That BMW E30, not with a normal four-cylinder BMW M3 motor, but with a turbocharged rotary engine, producing something around 1,000 horsepower nowadays. Victor Johansson with the 190e BMW Evo, Mercedes Evo rather, with BMW Mini hybrid drive, and then Juha-Pekka Raila, because of course you need an estate.
Oh, Gabrielsen gets squeezed to the inside there by Westman in the run up to the first corner. Gabrielsen's got bigger issues there. Contact with Juha-Pekka Raila, the two fins.
Yeah, Raila's off into the wall, it looks like. And Gabrielsen still in third place, and actually might make something out of this if not too many more bits fall off the car.
There is Raila. There's damage to the fence as well. That was a big impact. I'd say broken steering based on the angle of the front right-hand wheel. I wonder if we're going to get at least double wave yellows there, although it's not really an overtaking opportunities. We won't lose out too much. Simon Tiger
What it might do is affect their lap times and their speeds.
Unless you do the old Mika Hakkinen wave as you go by to show them that you've seen it, rather than actually lifting off at all.
Well, the good news is that Joni Pekka is out of the car walking away, seemingly uninjured. Linus Vestman, the leader from Victor Johansson. There is Victor, busiest man at the track.
Well, I think Joni-Pekka Raila would contest that, given that he's driving in two classes. But Victor has got his head full of organiser duties and driver duties and running his own car duties, which he's managed to pass off to some to friends here. Normally he travels with his father and one of his best friends, very small team, together with his family in the bus. But of course, when you're only a few kilometres from your home, you have all sorts of other willing participants, I'm sure, for your home event. So I'm sure he's got plenty of support. The trouble is, you can have lots of chefs, can't you? If they don't really know what the car well enough, you better just do it yourself.
And I think handing it over is possibly the hardest thing. So Linus Vestman leading. Johansson there. How far back? 5 seconds back. So this is not a doable margin to make up over the Joker lap. He'll still give it a shot.
Johansson would dearly love to win here, Martin, at his home track.
Well, he might have to save that for next year when the car club here has its centenary.
Yeah, what a weekend.
Started in 1926.
You didn't know that, did you? You just did some very astute maths to work that out.
No, I looked at the banners they've got all over the place that has the car club name and 1926. I just remember that. We were talking about it last night.
Takes the race win. 46.6 is his best lap time. The overall time is a 2:28.5, and that is substantially faster than Adam Oman went in the previous run. Johansson on a 32.0 doesn't better the time of Adam Oman, but slots into third. That is going to probably put Johansson to the top of the intermediate classification. Let's
take a look at this. Watch the Escort Estate, the black estate car on the inside. Now he gets into the side.
You can see his steering's broken immediately there, Martin. I wonder if we can try and see that again.
And that's why he flew straight off. He got into the side of the starlet of Lucas Gabrielsson. Yeah, you can see that right wheel's just flapping around there.
Yeah, and Gabrielsson did well to hold on to that, didn't he, after he got that contact. Here we are again. That's a great job from the team in the gallery. You can see immediately the steering's broken on Raila's car. I wonder if we can hear from Reinis Nittis, the race director, while we recover that car of Raila. Gabrielsson did an epic job to hold on to that bucking Bronco of a Starlet as it bounced across the curbs.
I bet there was some fruity finish. Apparently, though, the Finns don't swear.
And I believe someone who can swear, although please don't do that live on television. Reinis Nittis, what do you make of that one, mate?
Yeah, I mean, Raila made the penalty for himself. He approached the corner so fast, he didn't brake on time. He crashed into the, I don't know, what was the surname? Gabrielsson. Yeah, that's good. The locals are helping me, and and he broke that one. So I think that's his own fault, and no one else to blame. But I see we are starting to changing line a bit too aggressive after the cone. So in Q1 the Gabrielsson did it, I think, on Johansson, and now Linus did it on someone who were inside on Gabrielsson. So yeah, I will check that more strict now, because more and more they are changing line so quickly that they squeeze inside driver into the wall, and which is not okay. You need to respect others.
I wonder if the guys in Stockholm can produce a quick view from the start to the first corner there while this car gets recovered from the circuit, just so you can talk us through what you mean about the squeezing, Reinis. There might not be time, but if there is time to see a replay, you're talking about.
Do it, I can do it.
Yep, here we go. So just talk us through about the squeezing you're talking about with the cones.
Are you following my camera? Ah, here.
Yes.
Yeah, you see they cross the cones and black car is bam straight to the inside. And you see Gabrielsson is nearly crashing in the wall, so he been clearly in front from the start, so you can easily leave one car space inside and still lead the race and without any contact. So that's what I'm talking about.
So you're expecting the car in second and then third, respectively, to always leave the space on the inside, so you're not getting squeezed into the wall as the pole sitter, basically.
Yeah, just 1 meter more to the right, leaving space inside, and still you're leading and continue racing. So I mean that's just to respect other drivers.
Wonderful insight. Thank you, Reynolds.
All right, race director back at it. I was in there watching the last round of qualifiers, actually watching over his shoulder, and he's, even as the cars are heading up towards the jump, he's rewinding the start shots and looking through everything live as the race continues. So Lucas Gabrielsen coming
Despite
out
that.
on top. I mean, and yeah, hats off to him. Like, top 3 in each of the qualifying runs so far. Linus Westman, Victor Johansson, the top 3 ahead of the Oman brothers, and then Simon Tiger. Now a little further down, Frederick Tiger, 13th so far. So
Simon Tiger really not on the pace we would expect this year at all, and another engine configuration for this weekend, only 6th in the intermediate classification. I really thought that Johansson would have done enough there to be TQ, but Westman was obviously just enough to pip in, and Gabrielsen, that damage limitation in the first corner, Martin, where he bounced across the curbs, was so important to remaining at the top of the order.
Yeah, 2 points clear, so the top 3 covered just by 3 points. Excellent stuff. Lucas Gabrielsen, yeah, really earned that the hard way, didn't he, in his little Toyota Starlet. So he was actually on top of the pile after Q2 as well, remains there after Q3. And we get to our next set of cars as we go into Supercar Lights first race with, on the right-hand side of your picture, on the left as the driver see it, Robin Norlander, then Hampus Hagström, the blue and black, Pontus Oskarsson in the black and orange, Julien Meunier, again starting from lane 4, Phoebe Cake on the outside in the bright blue car.
Again, a small squeeze to the inside as Norlander loses out. Oskarsson sends the black and orange machine sideways. Meunier looks to the inside in the white and orange machine. Oskarsson shuts the door hard on the way up over the crest. I wonder if that'll get looked at, because that's
Norlander
onto the line.
Yeah, facing backwards. And if you have somebody off, whether by intention or accident, the stewards are always going to look at it.
Hagström through the Joker for the first time of asking, comes out just ahead of Cake. He really needed to get that done, to get the hammer down and chase after these other 2 young protagonists ahead. Julien Meunier made his supercar debut in the French Championship just last weekend and finished on the podium in his brother's Volkswagen Polo supercar, and had a really good run last time out in Finland as well, taking victory there, so doing a great job. And sometimes you just need to get into that run of form, don't you, Martin? And if you've got all the ability, you've got the car underneath you, sometimes you just need that confidence to keep the ball rolling, and clearly Julien Meunier running with the OMC team is in a good place. Oskarsson runs deep, he tries to go for the Joker. You've got to be more aware than that, really, because Hagström was right on his tail. Broken rear suspension.
Yeah, well, again, I think
front suspension.
Yeah, I think the race director will say, well, he earned his own penalty there. The problem is, of course, that it might penalise him because of the damage, but he might also have damaged the car that he hit, and that's, yeah, and there you go. He has indeed damaged the car that he hit.
Well, listening to what Reynolds has said so far this weekend and the other penalties he's dished out, I wouldn't be surprised to see a further penalty there for Oskarsson, because Tam was excluded from the first session for dangerous driving in shutting the door. The way the intermediate points works is that you're worse to have a DSQ than a DNF, so there is a little bit of margin there, even if you have lost out badly. Hagström, though, on the inside. Julien Meunier coming out the Joker, just manages to carry the momentum. You have such an advantage in pace running down the hill there into the merge. It looked like it was going to be close, but Meunier managed to carry it around the outside.
And actually that drone shot really shows the difference between the tight left-hander coming on the normal racing line and how much more open and free-flowing the exit of the Joker lap is. So you do a few more meters, but you come absolutely hurtling up towards that hairpin right-hander. So Julien Meunier across the line ahead of Hampus Hagström, and a top 3 finish for Phoebe Cake, as a DNF for both Pontus Oskarsson and Robin Norlander. And yeah, I do think Oskarsson may have earned himself a black flag as well for that. That was not really fully aware of what was going on around him, and Hagström could so easily. I don't think that's going to help. Don't think that's going to help.
Let's find out what Reinus's thoughts are then. Oskarsson clearly displeased. But he had damage already, didn't he? The right rear was already broken. Then he turned across Hagström. Reinus, can you hear us? What have you made of that race?
Yeah, I haven't done any decision yet. I went on a replay now, and I have so many things happened in the start, and then in the right turn, and then other contacts. So let me give a couple of seconds, and I come back to you.
So I think in the blue car, Hagström there might be looking at a penalty away from the line.
That's nip and tuck, isn't it? Reinus clearly said to us in the last session, you don't want to shut the door. This is... So Oskarsson's annoyed at Norlander there, because I would like to see that again. Oskarsson's annoyed at Norlander, but ultimately Oskarsson was right out in the boonies. Norlander's got the inside line. Here we are. So this is a great shot. So this is Oskarsson that's run really deep in the first corner. Meunier is out of this, totally innocent, the white and orange car. Oskarsson's come back across aggressively, I would say, having been right on the outside. I don't think Norlander's done anything wrong there personally, because I don't think there's anywhere you can go. You've carried the momentum through the first corner and you're on the inside. Can he go further to the right? I would argue no, he's on the line. Oskarsson's come back across. That's what's broken Oskarsson's rear suspension. Oskarsson's, has he continued for a lap? He has, with that broken rear suspension. There is the car, broken right rear, and is then going to cross into the Joker and comes across into the side of Hagström. For me, that's no different to what Tam had the penalty for earlier.
It's all red mist, isn't it, there?
Yeah.
It's all red mist, and actually he caused the first incident and the second.
And I feel for him, you know, he's a young driver who's clearly very, very competitive, an amazing talent. He's worked so hard with his father to get here. They had an unexpected engine change. And when you're working in your garage at home with your family to get here and do this, your emotions perhaps run that little bit deeper than if you just turn up and drive.
Yeah, but on the other hand, everybody else is paying to be racing as well.
Sure,
and you know, to a degree, you've just got to make sure that you race as cleanly as possible. And actually, slight misjudgment after bouncing through the gravel trap, thinking there was just enough room to cut in behind Meunier, and there wasn't, and so there was that contact with Norlander. So Norlander's out on the spot through no fault of his own. And then Oskarsson, with that damage, continues. Yeah, that's a busy one for you, Reinus.
Yeah, it was busy, but it's number 7 who got 3-second penalty from changing the line from the start, because that was even before the cones, and he pushed the inside car close to the wall. Then turn 2 accident before the jump, that was okay for me. I think the black car didn't see the car inside, and it was not even clearly side by side, so that was fine for me. But then that was okay. I mean, from the drone it looks different than from the other angles, but there was no space for all of them. From here you can see that it's going clearly. He don't see the car inside, and then number 11 is black flag for dangerous driving when he went really wide before the Joker, and then he from outside turned right here, so you're completely out and you are turning into the Joker. Even the car is inside of you, so that's not how you do. You have spotter, you are driver, you have mirrors, and you need to see it. The same was in supercars with Tam, and he broke his own car, then he stopped, and then it was not or unsportsmanship or whatever you call that. He was waving to the other driver while driving, but that was his own mistake.
Thank you, Reinus. Another great insight, and we're so lucky to be able to share that with the race director Martin in such scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's good for the competitors, and it's good for the fans to understand what the thinking is and why penalties are applied or aren't applied. So, yeah, that move of Hampus Hagström rather across at the start, that definitely looked like an early move, and that's how it was seen upstairs as well. And Oskarsson, well, the initial contact not too much of a drama, but when you've got a damaged car and then you turn from the extreme left to the extreme right, then things happen. So Julien Meunier got away with that one completely scot-free, or completely clean anyway, but again,
contact into the first corner. Lucas Anderson sideways. Oh, and Robert Vittles has a massive roll on the outside of the first corner. The team foreign machine is in pieces here in Älvsbyn. This will be a red flag for sure.
Yep. Car's already stopping.
It was all going off into the first corner, wasn't it? They were all coming across. That will take some looking at, but that was a massive roll.
And that's kind of what you were talking about yesterday. We saw a couple of times in the event here last year that because that gravel trap drops away from the car, it's always going to invite the outside wheels to dig in, and then once the outside stops, the inside is still going, and over it goes.
So I've got the fortune of watching the action back on the stream, which is a bit delayed.
Yeah, it was 3 into 1, wasn't it? And being on the outside is always the danger zone. You're always going to be the one who gets rolled out of bed.
Yeah, Vittles was the innocent party, though. I think we'll look back at it once he's out of the car. There he is, climbing out of the car, Roberts, who is greeted with a huge round of applause from the Swedish crowd. Team owner Eric Fahren is not here this weekend. He has some clashing commitments. But they have a very good team, and just as well, because there is a lot of work to do to that car. Top qualifier after Q2, remember. And just looking back at the replay again on my screen, you can't see it just at the moment.
No, but we are getting a great view of actually how the cars are put together. That space frame chassis with a composite bodywork around the outside. You can see the front clip, everything ahead of the firewall, essentially. Tube frame, very straightforward to replace. And we were talking about the cars yesterday, Hal saying that, in fact, you've seen roll cages replaced overnight in the car because everything comes apart. Like a Meccano said, ask your father.
Roberts having a chat to the medical team here. The local ambulance service. Of course, safety procedures are so much more diligent now than they used to be, aren't they, Martin? Things like concussion are looked into immediately, whereas in the past they wouldn't have even been referenced. So
yeah, especially
those are the checks that are ongoing, basically.
Especially so, you know. Okay, so here we go. Watch the black car second in from the left-hand side.
That's quite a lot later, isn't it? So if you look at the red car on the inside and the black car in the middle, there's a big concertina there. I think Darback's had nowhere to go on the inside. Larsen's come out the throttle. That's the right thing to do. Lucas Anderson's carried a lot of momentum in there, but he's on the line, the blue and silver car. Vittles has been forced out wide. Was Vittles coming across slightly off the line? That had nothing to do with the end result of what happened in turn 1. But he's sort of gone from outside to outside in the first 2 corners, hasn't he? This is Vittles going into the gravel. We saw a very similar incident with Simon Olofsson in lights here last year. That's the windscreen parting company with the car. I would say, actually, remarkably, because it's so soft on the outside, so I don't think anyone's done anything wrong there. Rainis, our race director, may have a different opinion, but they've just made side-by-side contact on the way into the first corner. But because the car's rolled corner to corner to corner to corner on the bodywork, okay, it's lost the rear spoiler, it's lost most of the bodywork, but most of the wheels seem to be pointing in approximately the same direction there, Martin.
Yeah.
And
you can see, actually, you can see a bent upper wishbone on the right-hand side. But again, they're bolt-on phenomenal. That's the whole concept of it, is that there is going to be damage and you need it to be serviceable.
And with only 10 cars in the lights class at the moment, they can afford to miss Q3. If Roberts is all fine and the car can be repaired, there's no reason why he can't start the semi-final later on. There's Lucas Anderson and the JC squad. They've obviously had a bit of... Is that rear wheel towing out significantly in the background? There's Ian Hemming at the back of the car having a look at Anderson's car. There's Roberts Vittles.
Yeah.
On his haunches, looking at the damage. Everyone's giving their opinion on what happened, but
now you see, because they've been running wide into the gravel trap, they've sort of dug a little trench just off the loose, and that's built more of a bank in the gravel trap. And actually, if he hadn't caught that, if he'd been another wheel's width further out, he probably would have surfed through the gravel trap and lost ground, but stayed on and not rolled so dramatically. But it's where he gets out wide, there's a groove, and then there's sort of a bank of gravel, and he, you know, the outer wheels just trip over that. If he hadn't rolled, I think it would have been, you know, he might have finished second or third still, because he had plenty of pace.
Of course, the question is always damage to the roll cage, which obviously immediately ends your day. The top of the door's quashed quite a lot there, isn't it? So
but
the first thing the scrutineers will look at.
Opening or not? Again, yeah, I mean, the team will have a look at it and see, okay, we can put a new one of those on, a new one of those on, a new one of those on. But certainly the parts truck is going to be the first port of call. And the problem with it being a double race weekend is that actually you might have to sacrifice the rest of today to try and focus on getting the car back out again tomorrow.
Sure, but we both know that's not how motorsport teams work, is it? And they'll be desperate to drag whatever they can to the grid for the semi-finals and then deal with the repercussions tonight. There's the JC squad.
They are replacing a rear arm, aren't they?
And such is the capability of the JC squad that they've got all sorts of mechanics down there that work in the other parts of the team. The open four-wheel drive car of Svensson and Mats Oman, of course, in pre-grid by now anyway, so those mechanics are there also. I wonder how long they'll be given here. There's a brand new tyre, and I think we're going to hear from our race director, Reinus Nitters, who, of course, while looking at the adjudication of the incidents, will also decide whether this scenario can take place, who can repair the cars and who can't.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I would say clearly it's a race incident, and I think the car who rolled also squeezed other cars to the inside and made the first movement. If it couldn't happen roll, then I think there could be some penalties because of that, not giving respect to cars inside. But what happened after, I think, is just race incident due to track. It's just soft sand outside, and the blue car was clearly inside, going side by side, just too optimistic and unlucky. So got sideways and bam, crashed.
So talking off the blue car, how long have you given JC Race Tech to fix Andersson's car in the pre-grid? What's the discussion that's gone on there?
Yeah, it's still towing in. I allowed them to work. All cars can work on them, or all teams. But as long as we have towing, it's okay for them to work. When towing will be finished, then I will decide how long we allow them to work.
Okay, thank you, mate. And yeah, have they recovered the Vittles car yet? Are they? Well, JC from our pictures have got Andersson's car back together. So thank you, Reinus.
And yeah, I see also the ATVs are leaving, so we are on time.
That was the car facing the wrong way in pre-grid there, Martin, because clearly Andersson
drove to the team.
Yeah, and the team has a lot of experience. They'll have been saying to him, get here immediately, because the sooner you get to us, the longer we've got to try and fix it. There was Joel Kristoffersson. As you can see, Joel is the tall, blonde guy standing behind Svensson's FC2, just there overseeing what was going on. And yeah, fantastic. They've managed to get that car repaired, getting Andersson back to the grid. And of course, with one less car, you have one less opportunity for the squeezing that Reinus was talking about into the left-hander. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has some sort of driver meeting at some point ahead of tomorrow, at least, because we're seeing that more and more, aren't we? The car on the inside getting squeezed heavily into the wall.
Yeah, you can see the damage on the blue, on the black and red car, Mads Larsson, who got almost turned 90 degrees into the side of the white nose car, Kevin Darback. And again, that's lost a body part or part of the front bumper, which is just supported by that little tube frame attached to the nose box. So again, from right to left, predominantly red and yellow is Tobias Darback, predominantly white is Kevin Darback, then Mads Larsson, then the gap, and then Lucas Andersson on the outside. And again, big contact. I mean, really heavy contact, and that is the end of it for Mads Larsson. Broken steering instantaneously. He's in the gravel. I think the race director might have to stop this one as well. That car is not in a very good position.
It depends, I guess, if Mads is able to get out of it and they're able to cover it under double wave yellows, as we saw earlier on an open two-wheel drive. But I'd like to see that again. Is that a red flag or is that Darback with an issue? Yes, it is Darback with an issue. Anderson out front. I want to see it again before casting any decision on what happened, but for sure Anderson came across hard and was turned sideways. If he's got more damage, the team will be frustrated by that, won't they? Because they've just worked really hard to fix it after the last one. But Larson will be the most frustrated. There he is out of the car, so I think they'll let this run because, yeah, he's in the gravel trap on the outside.
Yeah. Well, Lucas Anderson jumps clear, and Kevin Darback.
Oh, Anderson's off. I wonder if he's got damage as a legacy of that first corner. I think the front geometry is miles away. Let's have a look at the right.
I think he might have broken the front left with that initial contact away from the line.
At least the geometry's not doing what it ought to, but he's got to try and keep going, hasn't he? Because with two cars
only
left.
One now, because that is, again, Tobias Darback has stopped. Mats Larsen is in the gravel. Robert Vittos that didn't start.
Kevin Darback still going, though. Martin in second. That's Tobias that stopped in the background. He stopped a couple of times, hasn't he? So clearly some sort of reset went on and then it wasn't working again. Kevin Darback pushing hard out front, who is in the lead by some 5 seconds. They're both taking the Joker laps. This is all about Kevin trying to get the best time and get somewhere near the time of Julian Meunier. The trouble is the previous Supercar Lights race took place so long ago, I've totally forgotten what the best lap time was there, but we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, this is going to be the race that nobody finished almost. So Kevin Darback kept his nose sort of clean. Well, he did. I mean, he got hit in the first heat as Mads Larsen was turned into him. Got hit in the second heat or second start as Mads Larsen was turned into him. And somehow what's left of his car comes to the line. So Kevin Darback with that one.
The 2:28.7 is just shy of Julian Meunier's time, but good enough for second fastest. The 2:29, I think Hagström's time we've got on the screen is yet to have the 3-second penalty added that Rain has talked about. But this is also going to be a career best qualifying position for Phoebe Cake by virtue of what's gone on over these couple of races.
Absolutely, and Lucas Anderson, the only other finisher at the line. Again, not going to preempt anything, but...
Well, let's have a look back at it. So Anderson's on the outside.
Didn't have the cleanest start, shall we say.
Yeah, Anderson's turned in hard there, hasn't he? I think I feel sorry for Mats Larsen because he was totally the innocent party there. I wonder what Reynes will do about that. I'm sure we'll hear once he's got his work done. That's the first corner again. That was really the only action of the race, wasn't it? Apart from Anderson going off of his own accord with that presumably damaged steering later on. Lucas Anderson, of course, one of the rising talents of this series and set to make his European Championship debut next weekend in Julius.
Well, you got to feel for Mads Larsen there. He was fifth. And again, what happened to Tobias Darback? It just stopped dead. And Control-Alt-Delete sort of almost worked, but he had as much luck with that car mechanically as I'm having with the printer in the booth. And Mads Larsen, he was top 5 after the first 2 qualifying races and will not be. Car very firmly buried. He took a battering in the first start, got turned sideways into Kevin Darback, and the same happened in the second, and that, broke the steering, and off he went. Well, it's getting busier and more fraught, isn't it, as our day goes on. Kevin Darback and Lucas Anderson, the only survivors of that one, and that's before Reiners actually has a look at and a decision about what happened in the action.
Let's hear from Reiners then and see what those decisions are. Reiners, not many finishes in that one. Talk us through it.
That's way too much for me. We have to calm down, and we have to calm down the drivers, and team members or spotters have to work on young kids, so they are out of control completely at the moment. And in this race, it's for no doubt black flag for number 99. You're P5 and you crash into P3, closing the doors and causing collision. it's just too much. He fixed the car just one heat before, and now he goes there, and if you're clearly in front, then you can do things like that, but there he was not clearly in front and making big damages for many cars, and yeah, we have to stop it in early stage.
In a single make category like lights, it's near impossible, isn't it, to make a good enough start from the outside of the grid to get across and take the inside, isn't it? So I guess that result was a bit inevitable.
Yeah, but then you respect other drivers, and if you're so fast, then you try to beat them on the joker or in the track. We have seen many clean overtakes also in this track, crossing the line and doing different things, but you cannot win a race in turn 1.
Thank you, Reynes. Yeah, no, brilliant insight, Martin. Yeah, Reynes is right, isn't it? People need to calm down a bit. That was a bit of chaos in Supercar Lights.
Well, it's almost like they've forgotten that after you've gone through that left-hand kink, the next corner is the right-hander and you're on the inside. So all you've actually got to do is be level-ish, and suddenly you're in the driving seat going down into the right-hander. But
the intermediate points, as we hopefully see them in a second, will be absolutely all over the shop, won't they? As they pop up. Kevin Darbach is top qualifier from Julian Munier. Vittels, despite that roll, still 3rd overall. But Lucas Anderson down in 6th. That'll be a 2nd row grid position, won't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just do my terrible maths. So yeah, not ideal for him, because now it's a big fight in the semi-finals. Really, he could have done with getting the result and not being the black flag driver there. So yeah, tough one.
Yeah, but keeping her nose clean in her run. Phoebe Cake, 4th fastest in qualifying heat 3, so she comes out in 8th spot. So she'll be on row 4, and then that moves us up to the 4-wheel drive open class Q3 for these drivers. Simon Olofsson, and then inside him, Philip Thoren, Jake Walker with more black and yes, less yellow, and then Eric Gordon, the white car with the black highlights.
Good start from Simon Olofsson, who is getting on top of this FC2 machine. That's where Simon had a massive role, similar to Vittels in the Supercar Lights last year. Olofsson, the most experienced of any Supercar Lights driver ever, pretty much, but made the best launch there. Leads from Turenne, Walker and Gordon.
And you can see how wide he ran out there. He is right into, left-hand wheels are in the gravel trap there, and that's where that ridge is that's being kicked up, but we saw the roll over. So good start from him. Philip Thoren goes with him.
That's where you've got to be to carry the momentum, isn't it? So it's high risk, high reward, and that's often the case in motor racing, and you see that more in rallycross sometimes than you do in other disciplines. As Olofsson's under big pressure here from Philip Thoren in the ex-Markland Motorsport, now Hedstrom's Volkswagen Polo. But Formula 1 drivers talk about being on the limit, but it's very hard for a normal person to appreciate what that looks like when you're broadside with some rallycross car heading towards the gravel, just as Jake Walker is in his 2nd ever rallycross event. You can get a better appreciation for where the limit really is.
Yeah, you really do. So when they're on the loose, you can see how they're working when you're looking at something like an F1 car, unless it's very wet, and we think like Brazil last year, then they always look like they're on rails because of the downforce, and what meagre downforce relatively these cars produce doesn't make up for the lack of traction, particularly on the loose.
Loads of understeer for Turenne through the final couple of corners on the tarmac. Struggling to get the Polo turned in, not struggling with any sort of understeer there through the first corner. It's a bit too tail happy, if anything. The young driver still finding his feet.
Well, I think that's how he's killing the understeer, isn't it? He's just really pitching it into the tight corners and the quick stuff as well. And you saw there at the hairpin, getting the car rotated on the way in and trying to keep the front wheels straight rather than have them ploughing on. Simon Olofsson, though, keeping the pace up safely through the joker and keeps his advantage. It's going to be 2 seconds or so at the line over Philip Thoren. And in the battle of the Americans behind Jake Walker, despite running out very wide, keeping his nose in front of Eric Gordon, I think. So Olofsson a long way clear and showboating over the line as well. There's Jake Walker, Eric Gordon behind him. Simon Olofsson are showing all the signs of plenty of use. I'm sure once more, team morning will be absolutely packed with gravel at the end of this one. So he makes an excellent start in the blue machine, gets his nose very clearly in front from the inside line, and then good first corner sets him up. And that's where it went wrong for Jake Walker. He didn't have the car sideways over the jump, and then he landed and skated straight off into the grass. Got Olofsson making no mistakes. Comfortable looking margin of victory, over 2 seconds, 2.15 at the line, and setting the pace, 2:32.23. So in our second grid of cars, we'll have to see where our top two come out. So again, reading from right to left with the blue and grey on the Renault is Philip Martinsson, then Kasper Janssen, Micah Tam with the red, white and black Fiesta, and then Elias Svensson on the left-hand side of your picture. So Kasper Janssen made a really good start in the last qualifying heat, and Mikko Tam had a really poor start and actually didn't have much of a run after that either. So let's see who gets away best. Heat 3, race 2 of the four-wheel drive open, and a pretty decent start. Mikko Tam on the inside, but again it's the silver car.
Great awareness from Philip Martinsson to get back up the inside of Mikko Tam, and they both arrived in the rear of Kasper Janssen. I think a less experienced driver would have got turned around there, but Janssen did a great job to hold on to it. Through the first couple of corners, I was thinking, oh, this is all getting a bit tight, but actually they were playing hard, but fair enough there, I think, for it to continue.
Janssen turned that negative into a positive, didn't he? Rotated mid-air, actually landed, heading straight down to the next corner. So, yeah.
Martinsson all over the rear of the FC2 here. Look at the nose dipping as he's on and off the brakes with the left foot. Gets the traction out of the corner. He's all over the back of Janssen in the run to turn 1. Janssen gets sideways, clips the curb on the inside. Martinsson, there's no way around the outside there. Absolutely looks to the inside in the hairpin. Janssen wily enough. I wonder if Janssen will joker this time around to cover off. No, he doesn't. Martinsson goes in.
Yeah, Martinsson didn't have much option, did he, really? He was just going to be stuck behind Janssen. If he didn't joker, does he come back out? Can he take second? He really hooked the inside of the corner there in the left-hander.
And goes again. Brilliant move on Svensson. Svensson left the door open that little bit, Martin, and the proper over-under. Tam tries to go through on Svensson as well. Can't find a way through and bails, because otherwise I think he would have been turning Svensson round at quite high speed.
Yeah, I think Rainus might have a word or two about that pass. But for the moment, Martinsson is through into second, and Kasper Janssen must joker this time. So what was his advantage? 2.3. It's going to be close, isn't it? Janssen should just about have enough in hand if he doesn't fluff the hairpin.
Martinsson was in the fight there, wasn't he? Svensson sideways, needs to go into the joker, drops it because he can't turn in with Tam there. Janssen looks to the outside of Martinsson. He'll look back to the inside here at the exit of the hairpin. Martinsson placed the car in absolutely the perfect place there to hold Janssen's momentum. He'd done exactly that move the lap before, knew what was coming, and just held on that little bit on the apex to not allow the undercut.
Yeah, just park it and accelerate away. So Philip Martinsson at the checkered flag from Kasper Janssen. Thought Janssen might just have had enough there, but he needed another 10th or 2 in the pocket, and Martinsson made that with that joker the previous lap. He had to really make it work.
Great race.
It was.
Great race, some great overtaking, some great battles. Let's have a look back at the start. I think this is all pretty much fair. Tam comes across a little bit, but at the same time the corner turns left, so it's a tight margin, isn't it? Martinsson, though, his awareness here to go from outside to inside, gets underneath Tam. They get locked together, and that's what you were talking about with Tam getting Janssen, getting rotated by Tam and Martinsson behind. Lucky not to DB the tyre with the car landing sideways like that. This is Martinsson at the joke. He runs over a track marker there. I wonder if that'll get looked at. I don't think it will. goes for the outside, inside, gets great traction off the corner, runs up the inside of Svensson, who gets pushed out into the dirt. Now we'll see Tam arrive on the curb and lifts to avoid turning Svensson around, which was absolutely fair. We don't see the next move there, but that was some great racing, and I think it will go unpenalised.
I think that drone replay actually shows that Martinsson, I wondered whether he just made contact with the back of the car as they went in and tapped him wide, but it looked like he didn't. So I think you're probably right there. Philip Martinsson taking that at the line by Whisker from Kasper Janssen. And then actually, yeah, too bad. Those top 3 in that heat are the 3 fastest so far. As we get to Ulrich Linnemann and then Mats Oman in the black machine. Oliver Eriksson, Fraser McConnell with the yellow highlights, and with the orange, Victor Frank. Oh! Outside, inside.
Oh, Frank's up the inside of Oman. Oman's forced wide into the gravel. Ulrich Linnemann pitched sideways. That was a real bum fight, wasn't it, into the first corner. Franks was just going for the inside, and 3 wide just didn't go. The best benefactor there was Ollie Eriksson, who leads this race from the front, having survived the first corner.
Well, he went from like lane 3 into the inside at the start. Didn't get a good start and immediately cut underneath.
Oman there in the first corner. Of course, I think this will be a red flag, personally.
Maybe, because...
Ollie Eriksson's right. Ollie Eriksson's got a puncture there, Martin. Right rear puncture. Franks has gone around the outside. Linnemann looking to the outside as well. Has Linnemann got a front... No, I don't think he has. Linnemann goes to the outside, overtakes over the finish line. They continue. Eriksson's hemorrhaging time here. His teammate Fraser McConnell's now on the back of him. Ollie won't hold Fraser up too much, but at the same time, they're both fighting for their own results this weekend as well. And indeed, Eriksson goes right to the outside, realises that McConnell's behind, and opens the door up.
I'm not sure that was intentional. That looked rather like he just maybe lost all the air in the tyre and it got straight on and understeered out. But nevertheless, Victor Frank leading from Ulrich Linnemann, and now Fraser McConnell up to 3rd. There is the Jamaican driver.
Oh, I feel for Mats Oman massively there, but he didn't do anything wrong. He was just in the sandwich and got forced out wide. Franks heads this one through the first corner again, chased by Linnemann. Linnemann did a really good job to hold on to... Whoa! Franks sent it sideways over the jump on a big charge.
That's what I'm talking about.
You need to be careful doing that and not DB the tyre when you're landing sideways. Up through the Joker section, look at the car straighten out as it's in the ruts. McConnell sends the car into the tarmac. Linnemann's going to look to the inside, loses out. They have contact at the exit. It's all going on.
Fraser McConnell was trying so hard there to grab 2nd place. He actually just overcommitted, didn't he? And so Ulrich Linnemann just found the gap. And Fraser McConnell will come across the line in 3rd. Chatting to Victor actually during the lunch break and talking about tomorrow's weather. He said, yeah, make it rain. I love the rain.
Victor Franks on a 2:22.115 is not enough to go fastest in the session. Both Martinsson and Janssen go ahead. This is a look back at the start. So Franks is on the outside.
So Mats Oman, watch the all-black VW. Through on the inside, Victor Franks.
I think Franks is getting looked at least for that, because he's shut the door on the way off the line. And then there's Peter Hellman, our cameraman, producer, and everything else on the outside getting covered in dirt. But Ollie Eriksson, as I said in the race, great awareness to get up the inside there. But yeah, the door got shot away from the line, and then it was a bun fight into the first corner. Of course, when you're on the inside, you want to carry the momentum, and you can't necessarily see what's going on 2 cars wide of you. That was a moment for Franks on the way up to the crest that he then held on to. That is the shot of the weekend
so far, isn't it? That airborne shot. What a beautiful angle.
Wildly sideways, but yeah. I wonder if we can hear from our race director before we get off air. I'm sure he's very busy up there. The cars are returning to the paddock behind us. Franks, Linnemann, McConnell, Eriksson, and of course Oman was left in the gravel track.
Yeah, on the Digger of Doom.
And let's try and hear from Rainis Nettis as we see Oman's car getting recovered. Rainis, can you hear us, mate?
Yes, I can hear you.
What do you make of that first corner?
We are still on discussion with my helping hands, but for me, Rank's been overdoing that, and if you don't have cars outside, he couldn't make corner at all. So let's see. We will check more angles, all angles what we can see. But I think when the corner comes, you have to brake. Even you see that you are a little bit behind, and you cannot use other cars to make a corner. So we will go through. No decisions yet.
Okay, let us know when you have done, mate.
Okay.
And actually, as you see the white nose of Oliver Eriksson bouncing across the curbs on the inside, now I understand why he went and shot straight across the inside. It's because he'd been hit by Victor Franks. So, yeah, a lot of contact going on in that one. Mats Oman was the big loser as he got buried in the gravel on the first turn. But, yeah, although Victor Franks was first across the line, not entirely sure he's going to keep that. He might well end up actually with the black flag out of that. We won't second guess that. We'll wait for that to transpire. So Philip Martinson then, after all of that drama, could well end up as our best qualifier out of that. 50 points for him from Casper Janssen, and then Victor Franks possibly third, possibly.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Because without the decisions made, you don't know where everyone else is going to stack up. We're just looking at the screen with the standings from Q3 at the moment. But of course, everyone's getting ready for the semi-finals. We'll start with junior cross-car semi-finals very, very soon. I'm sure Rangers will make a decision very soon on this open four-wheel drive decision as well. But we will be back with you very shortly indeed for the semi-finals.
Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are due to already be in our first semi-final, but Hal, quite a lot of collateral in terms of what the race director's got to deal with from our last round of qualifiers before we actually get to the first semi-finals. And you can see, in fact, we are watching our race director at the moment, talking with Victor Vranch, talking through that last.
So Vranks has been black flag disqualified from that previous race. There's Firman Kadadu, his engineer for this weekend, who is there with Victor, laptop in hand, as so often is a team manager or a spotter with their own evidence to say that we haven't done anything wrong. Of course, everyone wants to fight their corner. It's a competition, isn't it? There's Bert Vrank, Victor's father.
Victor going to get Dad back out.
Leave me to it. Victor Vranks. Now they're all looking at the footage. This is Rainis analysing what they've seen. So I think that's probably where Ollie Eriksson got the puncture, wasn't it? Landing sideways there. I think what he's being penalised for is the first corner, actually, rather than what happened later in the race. This is where Ollie Eriksson's going to run a bit. No, Ollie Eriksson held on to the lead here from memory. It all happened in that race, didn't it?
It really did. Well, there was no contact there because actually Eriksson got completely sideways and Vranks somehow managed to miss him. But I think it was the run down to the first corner and it was the contact there. So he has.
So this is live what he's looking at with Vranks at the moment. So I wonder if it's. Eriksson had the rear puncture. I wonder if there's some contact here, perhaps, that we're going to see from the drone. Flicking brake lights on and off from Vranks' part.
I'm not sure.
Still no contact yet.
Yeah.
I think did Eriksson's tyre just go down as he was sideways, and then Vranks is going to perhaps get into the rear of him, trying to lean over to see the drone shot on the other side. But I think. I'm assuming the decision, and we haven't seen it yet. Let me just look at the race control messages. I'm assuming the black flag for Vranks is actually for the first couple of corners, the squeeze on the left, and then the lunge up the right hander, which Rainis was alluding to. Let me just have a look at what we've got on our.
Well, Rainis was saying, wasn't he, that in his opinion, if the other cars weren't there, then Victor wouldn't have made the corner at all. And it was only because there were other cars there that actually he was able to keep it out of the gravel.
So actually, Linnemann's been black flagged as well. So car 33 and 31 have been black flagged. And there is Linnemann. As I'm looking down at the screen, and there is he is in the tower. Unfortunately, this just delays us all further because without the race director in Rainis Nittis, we can't continue racing.
Yep.
So Linnemann and Vranks both black flag disqualified from that session, and the net result is, if I open this up on my laptop, is actually, as things stand before any decisions are made from this discussion in race control, is that Mats Oman, despite being in the gravel from the first corner of that final race, is the top qualifier amazingly at his home event. I say amazingly because he only finished 2 of the races, but such was his results, first and second in Q1 and Q2, that he's held on to be top qualifier. Martinsson second, Linnemann, Janssen, McConnell, Eriksson, Olofsson, Turén, Vranks, Tam, Svensson and Walker. Eric Gordon missing out on the semi-finals as things stand. But what these two drivers here are arguing their cases for is to be reinstated or to have a different penalty, and that would then change the order. I don't think Rainis' mind will be changed, to be honest, knowing him as a character and knowing how he wants to clamp down on the contact, but let's see.
I mean, it's not a contact sport. Contact does happen, but what he wants to make sure, not least because this is a double header, and you don't want cars not able to compete again tomorrow because of damage that's happened today, and it has escalated as the day's gone on. You know, the car's getting quicker and the margins are very tight, and there's been more and more contact.
But there's also been a clear objective from the championship promoters to not be costing the competitors unnecessary money, and when you let things get out of hand and the contact increase, that's the knock-on, isn't it? What we don't want to do is lose the action, and it is a real balance. It's difficult for the promoters, for for race control to find that margin between producing amazing action, which Rallycross is renowned for being door-to-door. It's not so similar to British touring cars in the UK, where it's renowned for being bumper-to-bumper, door-to-door. There is contact, but you're not allowed to make too much contact, so it's a grey area that really has to be policed very well.
The thing that is the biggest issue here, it seems so far today, is that left-hand kink, and it's all of the squeezes there, and that, you know, to take the British touring car analogy, that's having somebody off onto the grass away from the start line before we even get to turn one. And actually, if we can eliminate that, then suddenly turn one gets a lot more exciting and hopefully a lot cleaner as well.
I'm just enjoying Linneman's facial expressions here. He's looking perplexed, I would say. It's a shame we can't really hear what they're saying, because I'm sure they're having a... And that I've known Rennies a long time. That was I'm done with this conversation look, and I'm going to get back on with my job because we've got a race.
Clark of the course on the left-hand side as well, who
is also very experienced and is used to running a lot of national races up here.
Yep. And in fact, actually, when I was up there earlier, even he and Reynes weren't necessarily seeing eye to eye on the same situation. Reynes is going, no, I hear what you're saying, but no, I don't want that to be happening.
And for the future, you can just see one of our engineers, they have a mic going up in the background, so for future discussions,
i.e. tomorrow,
we'll have even more of an insight. Well, we haven't finished today yet, mate.
There is that. Very definitely. Yeah, so we've got semi-finals and finals to come in relatively rapid succession anyway. Reynes is it looks like he's ploughing the same furrow here, and Linneman's going, yeah, but no, but no.
And some live admin
just no.
while we're watching
yes.
Reynes
days. You've got the printer to work.
That's your grids for Supercar Lights.
Perfect.
When we get there.
Excellent, now that's good.
I'm going to print the open four-wheel drive grids because I don't think Reynes is going to have his mind changed, despite the arguments.
No, I don't think so either. Right, headsets going on, that's it. That is absolutely done there. So we are now getting ready to turn our attention to the semis and the finals. Okay, so the car's been waiting a long while on the grid, and here we are. So we're going to start with Crosscar Junior. So first of our semi-finals. And we have Pitu Matalamäki and Carl Svenlund on the front row. So Svenlund with the black, then Carl Schank, the white, and Jonas Hägglund Nielsen with the bright yellow 334. The widest line that anybody survived through the gravel trap in the heats. And then Menistu and Pemaki at the back. So who's going to make the strongest start here? Svedlund has probably the cleaner run to the first corner from the middle. If you get away cleanly there, you should cover the corner off, and he does it. And that's kind of what we need to see a little bit more of.
Svedlund forcing the inside there, still on the inside, over the jump, and manages the whole position. That was a really strong run, wasn't it? On Matalamäki.
Yeah, Matalamäki may be fighting that a little too long, and ends up clattering into the barriers, has to joker now as a result.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because sometimes you've got nowhere to go. If you continue around the outside, you hung out to dry, but a really experienced campaigner there would give up the position earlier, knowing that your chance is going to come later. If you end up in the boonies in turn one, you're going to struggle to fight back.
So there's Jonas Nielsen. Matalamäki having to take that joker. So Carl Svedlund leads him across the line. Schnack is not too far behind and keeping pace well, but Matalamäki really losing out. Going to take a couple of laps to close onto the back of this battling duo. So Nielsen jokers this lap and just comes back on behind. Matalamäki a long way away. In fact, I think Matalamäki might have more issues than not. And Menistu, car number 13, dropping a spot there as Nielsen carves up the order.
Oh no! Massive roll! Massive accident on the outside.
And that's going to be an immediate red flag. Car over the bank.
That was a lunge, an unnecessary lunge. I thought the move was on, but then ran the nose deep, and the contact
Well, Peter McNamaki has just driven past us into the paddock, so really did have problems after that opening lap contact at the jump. Well, there's all anybody needed to see at the end of that one. Driver out and safe. Oh, breathing heavily, and I'm not surprised either. Off in the woods is Ivar Manisto.
Right, I think Martin will just take a breather while they clear up the mess here, and yeah, it's not going to take them long at all, is it? Let's get our ducks in a row, our paper in order, and be back in just a jiff. So this is live again here in Älvsbyn, and semi-final 2 for Crosscar Junior was on the grid, and in just a few moments' time, once the marshals have pushed all the juniors out of the way and the semi-final 1 is back in position, we will get back underway. So we are almost ready to go with Junior Crosscar. Just having a look at the comments on YouTube, people questioning some of the decisions in the fantastic insight we have in the race control.
But then they're not paying for any of the damage.
I think that's the main thing, isn't it? The key motive into trying to calm the first couple of corners down is that this is a high-cost environment, and really they want all drivers to go away with as little damage and as little cost as possible, hence the penalties. And we saw that increasingly through Supercar Lights, and it was basically the same penalty again awarded in open foil drive. That was Ranks versus the Lucas Anderson scenario. Wonder if we can hear from, sorry Martin, wonder if we can hear from Rainis Nittis while we wait for this race to get underway. Rainis, can you hear me, mate? He's probably still got his ears full of Danish protesting from Ulrich, if he's indeed gone back up there.
Hi, do you hear me?
We have.
Hi Rainis. I think you've been a bit busy, have you? Talk us through the last few minutes.
Yeah, it's been tough. I cancelled black flag for Lindemann. Yeah, he described I was a bit on the heat at that moment when I took the decision, but yeah, driver's mistake. It can happen once. If it happens the second time, then it's not okay. He went for the gap, but he didn't make corner, so that was okay. But still for turn 1 accident, I stick to my own decision. We had a chat with the driver and his manager, and the only reason lap 1 he was completely inside of turn 1, didn't brake, maximum speed was 147, and I went on his onboard second lap, clean line outside normal standard lap, 147 kilometers per hour, the same speed. He was braking earlier and going into the corner from outside. So for me, decision is there, because if I ask him to do the same, go completely inside the same speed, he couldn't make the corner, I'm sure.
And there, thank you Rainis. We'll let you get back on with watching this semi-final that we're seeing play out here. Martin Svedlin leading Schnack and Perimäki, but there, Martin, is incredible insight from race control in a major international series, from a driver with oodles of race experience himself, and talking about that process of, he hasn't just looked at that incident and gone, that's the penalty. He's looked at his closing speed, his braking point from various different laps to build a picture. So actually Frank has gone up there to try and protest his black flag, and it's made his word for himself, in fact, because what Rainis is saying is that his speed was the same as it would be on a normal lap if it was on the right line. He braked earlier on a normal lap, etc., as Ray's just so eloquently explained.
Yeah.
So that has to dispel the YouTube comments in that that's a perfect explanation of the process, and I think that's incredible insight.
And first of all, it shows that it's not just what we see on TV. That's not the only view that the race director has. He'll have security cameras and the ability to view all of what the cameras are seeing, including this drone shot. Even if we haven't shown it live or in replay, he can look at that. And the data. I braked early. No, you didn't. You braked exactly at the same speed, at the same time as you did on the previous lap, despite the fact there was a car in front of you that was sideways and all of this stuff. So it's all of that data which, 25 years ago didn't exist. Race directors had to go on what they'd seen out, on one camera shot. Now you've got the chance to look at all of that data. And also it means that you are susceptible or open to evidence as a race director. This is the way I see it. Yeah, but look at this. Okay, all right. No, I'll revisit that. In this case, I think you are absolutely correct. I will reverse my initial decision. So,
I think people, we see it in the comments and on social media, on YouTube, all the time. People like the contact aspect, and everyone in this sport understands how that works. We saw a brilliant race, didn't we, with Martinson, Svensson, Tam, where they were getting into each other but not too hard and not crossing that boundary, which is ultimately going to put people out of races or cost a lot of money. It's a fine line, and of course no one here wants it to be circuit racing where it's absolutely non-contact, but at the same time you have to give respect, don't you? And that's, again, not to keep championing Rainis, but his experience is so critical there, that he's driven every type of car in this series and knows what it's like to be in a world-class supercar in the first corner and all of those things. So I think, I don't think you can get a better decision maker than someone that's experienced it for themselves.
100%. And drivers see things that normal people don't, because they've lived and breathed it day in, day out for years and years and years from the inside, rather than just watching the occasional weekend on the outside. So from the front row, Carl Svenland, who survived the first start, then Carl Schnack from row 2, and then Minea Piramaki from row 3. We lost our pole starter, in fact, didn't we? Pete Tumatlamaki retired after one lap of the previous abortive start. Jonas Hegler Nielsen got rolled off into the trees by Ivari Manisto, but actually that looked like entirely unintentional. Manisto had a good run on the inside into the hairpin, and it probably would have been relatively clean pass, but for contact with the curbs that fired the car off into Nielsen.
I think the scenario there is that you wouldn't normally be on those curbs if you weren't trying to affect the move. It's not so dissimilar to being on the inside carrying too much speed, is there? So, and as the race director has explained through this afternoon, is they've got to clamp down on the contact that results in big damage, because you could end someone's weekend. We're a long way up in the north of Sweden here. It costs everyone a lot of money to get here, etc., etc. So, he's just trying to calm things down a bit. I know it only takes 2 cars to make a race as well, Martin, but that Crosscar Junior semi-final was an anticlimax at best, wasn't it, when it got going again? But I'm sure Carl Svedland will be pretty happy with how it turned out.
Well, he did what he needed to do at the first start and jumped away into the lead, and he did what he needed to do again at the second time of asking. So Carl Svedland from Carl Schnack and Minea Piramaki, and DNFs for Pete Tumatalaki and for Jonas Nielsen, and DQ for Ivari Manisto. That was seen as an error on the driver's part that caused that incident. So that's the first of our 2 Crosscar Junior semis. And again, bearing in mind, these are not the most experienced of drivers. Starting age here is at the age of 10. So these are young drivers learning all about close quarters racing with open wheels. So our second semi then, Pete Tupira on the front row with Alex Antila. So Pira with those, by the way, livery designers, 1 and 6 on Pete Tupira's car. That's about the right size. Anything smaller than that, you're risking not being seen. Alex Antila. Sebastian Sestri on the inside of row 2 with William Ryler, and then Jiri Hutka and Joanna Iliami on the third row. So top 3 will go through. It's quite a lot of pressure now for the likes of Jiri Hukka on the back row with a bright yellow nose. Let's see how Peter Pira starts on the right-hand side. Been good at the launch so far. And that's another good, clean getaway from row 2, under threat.
Etc. had a great run around the outside there, ahead of Alex Antila in the run over the jump. They're getting a lot of air. Jiri Hukka, the younger of the Hukka brothers, wide. A bit of contact down at the hairpin. I would have joked from there, Martin, if I'd been side by side in 4th, because you're never going to get around the outside. Look to the inside through the left-hander, a whole load of curve, but perfect for P2 Pira out front.
Yeah, P2 Pira made the best start and exactly what he needed to do. And there you go. Battle for 3rd, Antila and Hukka. Oh, it's not, it's Ryler. So Hukka did joker. So Ryler in 4th place, car number 60.
Pira comes here on the back of 2 strong performances and clearly using that momentum. Oh, Ryler just sits the outside wheel in the dirt. We've seen how badly wrong that can go for cars so far today. Ryler, of course, the son of Joni-Pekka, who's driving in Crosscar and open 2-wheel drive this weekend. Drops behind Hukka at the Joker merge. A lot of space given so often, Martin. I know this is the first time we've seen junior Crosscar, but we see amazing respect between these drivers as a rule. They've got such brilliant spatial awareness, and largely I think that's because half the time they're playing football with each other in the paddock. You know, it's a real, it's a great environment in the junior Crosscar series.
Well, the other thing is the machines are so tiny. If the window wasn't there, you could literally reach out and touch your competitor. And so, yeah, it's good to see, isn't it, that there's not that sort of, although they're close and hard races, there's not that sort of cynicism creeping in. Maybe that will come with age. Peter Pira is going to have to leave jokering until the final lap, and at the moment this could be the battle here for 2nd and 3rd. Depends how much they hold each other up. They're not actually lapping that quickly, Hukka and Ryler.
The most critical battle, the most critical battle is between Antila and Hukka. The gap is currently 2.2. Last time they crossed the line, we'll see what it is this time. But remember, only top 3 go through to the final later on this afternoon. Pira and his etc. are going to get that nailed on, but Antila's in danger here of dropping to 4th and not going any further.
Yeah. 2.5 ahead of Hukka. It's going to be close. And that Hukka-Ryler battle is only half a second apart.
See on the inside, Antila will have the momentum out of the Joker. There's Hukka on the inside. Hukka stayed well to the inside. Again, great respect, looks to the inside through the right-hander, but Hukka could easily have run the nose wide there to try and defend, but instead chose to get on the curb and not cause any contact.
That was well judged, bearing in mind that these drivers don't have a spotter. The drivers having to do it all themselves, and that means that you've got to have the awareness of not only the gap from yourself to the car in front, but particularly to the cars behind before you joker. So Peter Pira trying to build that advantage. He's out to 2.9 seconds now. And that means he'll be able to joker very comfortably on the final lap. Does so, no dramas at all.
Yeah, having taken that joke a bit earlier, it's just all about managing the pace at the front, isn't it? Harder to do when you've got no spotter telling you the gap, but at the same time, you've got mirrors and you can have a quick look sideways in the corners. You do know roughly where you are as Pira crosses the line to take the race win. Some 2 and a bit seconds quicker than the race win of Svedland, although that's totally irrelevant really, but it's just a comparative race time. Antila does indeed hold on at the end to make the top 3, as we saw.
Yeah, by 69 thousandths of a second. And so that feeding in from the joker lap, that respect shown, kept it clean and close. That did mean that that Hoeka did not get through. So Crosscar Junior semi-finals are done. We know who is going through. That'll be Carl Svedlin, Carl Schnack and Minja Piramäki from the first, and then Peter Pira, Sebastian Isaac Seistre and Alex Amtela. So top three go through, and the three survivors from semi-final one go through as well. Moving on into Crosscar, first of our semis, and because of the vast size of the entry, 3 semis here. So we start with the front row, Thomas Mostad and Niklas Jensen, and Alex Lindqvist and Martin Huger with the bright Degler yellow highlights, then Pasi Penttinen, the black with red, and Kari Gottesson, the bumblebee colours. Strikes me that it looks like black and yellow, but being a Swede, it's not Swedish blue and yellow, it doesn't look like it anyway. So Mostad with the blue highlights and the red, and the Norwegian flag on the roof, and then fellow front row starter Niklas Jensen, predominantly white speed car. See if our front row starters, our second row starters rather, can upset the front row drivers, as we've seen in a couple of the heats so far. Alex Lindqvist, the marshal, obscuring him. Second car in from your right-hand side. Possibly one of the better spots to start. Bright yellow highlights, Martin Huger, number 25, the Estonian driver. Pasi Penttinen, black and red. And there is Alex Lindqvist with a kind of turquoisey, sky blue. And your pole man, Thomas Mostad. These things do make a cracking noise. They must be highly entertaining. Light, quick, very responsive. Four-wheel motorbikes, basically. Okay, here we go. First of our 3 semi-finals. So pressure on here, because it'll be the top 2. So Mostad with the blue highlights from the front row takes the lead. Jensen tucks in behind, and then from 4th, Martin Huger. Alex Lindqvist on the inside as Huger runs out wide. Lindqvist moves back up to 3rd place. Huger down to 4th.
Huger carried a lot of speed in there, but just picked up the understeer in the front of the 10-11, and wisely chooses to joker on the first opportunity. Lindqvist looks to the inside of Jensen. Now he's going to look to the inside again. Thinks better of it. Jensen's got the line covered well. Mostad just eking away out front at the same time. What we see, Martin, with these 3 semi-finals is while quite often with 2 semi-finals the drivers are all of a similar pace, when you get 3 semi-finals, the gap between the front row and the back row is often a bit bigger, and that really mixes up the joker strategy, because you can't rely on the drivers at the back having a similar pace.
So Mostad, Jensen, and there is Lindqvist, and Huger just coming back off the joker lap ahead of Kari Gottesson, the Swede, and only just. Might be a bit of a change in position. I think Gottesson might just have got a nose in front of Huger. Mostad creeping away, and you're painting yourself firmly into jokering on the last lap when you're in the lead and building that advantage, aren't you? That kind of becomes the only optimum strategy. Otherwise, you chop yourself behind these two.
Well, I'm always of the opinion, personally, that if you can build enough margin, you joker when you've got that gap to do it comfortably, because should you get a puncture, you can physically defend when you've got track position. If you've still got a joker, you're out of the window completely, aren't you? So my preference is always to joker with the margin, even if it's not the last lap, whereas lots of drivers do indeed, as you say, go on until the end. Lindqvist this time goes into the alternative extra route.
So Yuga now up to third, was closing in on Lindqvist anyway, was only 1.4 seconds behind, so Lindqvist didn't have that window of opportunity.
And he's 1.8-ish off the back of Jensen, so Yuga, the championship leader, can definitely still progress, uses the track right to its limits on the outside, drops the wheel into the dirt. That will only help with the rotation if he can hang on to it. Into the tightest of the tarmac corners at the bottom of the hill. Jensen on a big push there, the car skipping all over the place.
Jensen needs to push on because this is all about being in second place. Merstad looks like
it's not enough.
No.
Yuga's visibly closed the gap already and is right on the tail.
Well, even if Jensen hadn't jokered then, it looks like that Yuga would have passed him on that lap anyway. And these things stop dead, don't they? Being two-wheel drive and having, you know, so much power more than tyre.
The pace of the Pace Motorsport machine in Yuga has also forced Eek Merstad to joker early, because you don't want to risk giving Yuga the free air and him smashing in a couple of world-beating lap times and then being right on the tail. So good spotting from Thomas Eek Merstad's team.
Yeah, that's Pasi Penttinen out. Was down in 5th place, 6th place anyway, but down and out. So Merstad heading to the line. Martin Tjuga going with.
Eek Merstad driving with the conviction of someone leading a race and just wanting to manage that position, braking nice and straight there, rather than going for the normal send. Yuga's closing in, but these two are right up there with the best cross-car drivers on the planet at the moment, and you know you've got enough in hand when you're just backing off that little bit to push harder should you need to come the end.
And Yuga from 4th on the grid, made the best of the start and had a really good opening lap, jokered early and used that speed really well. So Thomas Merstad jokering a little bit before the end to cover him off. Martin Yuga goes through with him, so Thomas Merstad winning that one. We'll have the better of the grid positions, but Martin Yuga going through as well.
Just shows how competitive it is, doesn't it, that Yuga leads the championship, has made it through with fantastic pace there, but qualified only 10th with a 13th, a 13th and a 7th. It's a tough old world in cross-car.
It really is, isn't it? Yeah, Yuga watched the bright yellow highlights, up into 3rd, into the 1st corner, made the moves away from the line. Merstad had the lead and continued to extend it. Norwegian is going to be tough to beat. Yuga, after jokering early, hanging on to that 2nd place. Really worked up well through the field. Started on the outside of row 2. So Merstad and Yuga are first two to go through from these 3 semi-finals. So who will follow them through from semi-final 2? Well, 2 more Estonians looking for a break. On the right-hand side, the front row, Romit Siena with those bright day-glow yellow highlights, and then the sort of purpley of Jonathan Lee. Go on, say it for me.
Ylilami.
Joni-Pekka Raila with the red machine, car number 60, and then Fredrik Martin in that sort of dark gunmetal grey. And then 724 Patrick Konga, the orange highlights on row 3, and Mayu Niemi 74. Again, very visible numbers, and not just because there's nobody in front, but from row 3, got a lot of work to do. So be Siena and Liami into the 1st corner, but Ryler's making a race of it as well. The red machine looking inside. Doesn't get by Siena, but still in 3rd place. It is Ylilami in front.
Oh, massive hop from the rear wheels of Ylilami's car as it landed there off the jump. Great start from Ylilami. followed by the most recent new Victor Cerner, who won last time out in Finland. Bit of understeer for both of them through that left-hander. Martin also hovering in the background, but Ylälami making the most of that strong run into the first corner.
And Joni-Pekka Raila might be focusing on this one in the red machine. Very much in contact, and as the leaders are nose to tail, Ylälami, the leader, not getting away from Siena. Fredrik Martin right there too in that. Oh, big moment.
Massive moment for Robert Cerner. Landed with lock on. Held on to it. Great job to not have that disappear off into the bank on the outside. But that, Martin, has given just a bit of breathing space to the race leader.
And suddenly, it's these three for second, and none of them have jokered yet either. So Congo and Niemi have from the back row, and may come into it, but it seems unlikely. Siena's going to have such whiplash from that, the way it landed, and it whipped back the opposite way. That's brutal.
It's tricky for Fredrik Martin because I don't really think he's got the margin. We'll see as they cross the line now. Really, he needs to joker and try and mix the strategy up. But didn't last time around have enough gap, and now he does. Now there's a big old gap to Niemi. Niemi's past Kong for whatever reason in the background. Martin right not to joker and follow Raila in. So Raila's chosen to duck out of the traffic, get some clear air, try and get the hammer down. And this is all about a big push lap from the Finn. Hopefully doesn't get held up by Martin because they're close together, but this is all about trying to get ahead of Cerner.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, isn't it? Ylälami in front. What's the margin? It was 1.5 seconds last time round. That's nothing like enough.
1.9 now. Ylälami's on a big charge.
Yeah, has to be.
Cerner dropping into the clutches of those behind.
And there is Fredrik Martin in third place at the moment. And what about the red machine, Joni-Pekka Raila?
Cerner's doing enough at the moment, lap time wise.
Martin drifts out wide. Cerner's just jokered.
This is to cover off Raila. He's not going to get it done, but he does indeed carry the momentum out of the joker. So deceptive, isn't it? I've been fooled so many times today by the pace. There's Kong's car on the left-hand side, but they carry a lot of speed out of the joker here. And a lot of respect between these two drivers because that can so easily end up in contact.
Well, not only do you carry more speed, but you forget when you watch the car on the joker how much tighter that left-hander is when you're on the normal racing line. And that's the big difference, is that you really have to be off the throttle. So Ylälami...
Cerner wide in the gravel, needs to tidy it up a bit, but Martin is right in the window for losing out here. Unfortunately for the Estonian, Cerner's already got him, his compatriot, up the inside. What's going to happen for third? Raila does get it, but it's going to be immaterial come the end because neither of them are going to be progressing through to the final at this rate.
We saw the way Cerner landed on lap 2 off the jump. It's not a given. He should be clear.
Just needs to be tidy through the last couple of corners. What's the yellow flag for?
Well, where's the leader?
It's Kong there on the left-hand side. Ylälami takes it. It is indeed going to be Cerner, the pole sitter, that makes it through as well. And Niemi also off the road. I don't really know what's happened to Maiju there, but she's clearly being lapped, so she's dropped it. That's on the way into the hairpin on the tarmac, isn't it? This is the car's returning. Kong's got a puncture.
Yeah. So in the end, it is our front row starters that go through. Jonathan Ylälami and Romit Cerner. And what's the Swedish for towing underway? Yeah, that. Oh, okay. It's just been said in my ear. And again. Badinin Port sounds like Klingon to me, to be honest. I'm getting the thumbs up. you just have to kind of think, how would Per Eklund say this, and go with a little bit of conviction. I'm afraid I didn't really convict on that one. But there we go. So towing is underway, and our qualifiers and also the halt and the lame come through. And that brings us to our third and final semi-final. I know in theory semi means 1/2 of 2, but bear with us. It's 1/3 of 3, but there isn't an equivalent for that. Third finals, yeah. Anyway, okay, so top 2 qualifiers, Jonathan Yelilami and Robert Siena go through, and we then get to our third and final semi. Espen Isaksetra and Vettel Tree on the front row. So Tree with the kind of lime green and white, Isaksetra with the Colin McRae Subaru blue and yellow, basically. Lucas Orav, the dark green car number 70, could be a real fly in the ointment here. Mind you, Oliver Jensen might have a chance as well in the white machine on the second row of the grid. Let's see where we go. Tree and Isaksetra side by side, Tree with the inside line, and through comes Lucas Orav, and if he doesn't make a mistake at the hairpin at the jump, then he could hold on to second place.
Isaksetra lost out badly there, didn't he? The two front row starters gave a lot of respect to each other in the first corner. I think the decision made earlier on probably playing their part in that. He rides the bank in the latter part of the Joker section. They really need to try and clear some of the traffic here as well if Isaksetra wants to feature in the final later on. But yeah, good first corner from the pair of them. Treated just enough, had the car just in the right place to take the lead.
Yeah, Jonathan Hoffman there, but Tree starting to stretch his legs just a little, and Jensen in the white machine in third place. This is going to be very close. I think this might be the tightest of the lot.
Orav really neat and tidy, isn't he, on the loose surface section? We saw a lot of great overtakes as well from him in Q3 earlier on, not afraid to put the car up the inside, and he's all over the back of Vettel Tree at the moment. Isaksetra climbs a position back on Jensen. Jensen looks to the inside, great move.
Ooh, yep.
From the Danish driver. That's cost Isaksetra badly. That's the Norwegian out of this.
He was 9/10 in front there, Jensen, wasn't he? And just that rear to front contact. And so Isaksetra with a mountain to climb. I'm not sure, he might now have some damage. Vettel Tree, Lucas Orav. So what about Jensen? What about, well, Jensen stuck behind Eric Nielsen at the moment.
Oh, Orav is applying the pressure hard to the back of Vettel Tree Jokers this time around. That's to cover off those behind. Is this going to work out though if Nielsen gets ahead? Great spotting by Orav's team. Nielsen has also gone in, who has lost out to Isaksetra. That was brilliant awareness. You've got to rely a little bit on things working to your advantage as well. Nielsen going in really helped Orav there. Now Orav can get the hammer down and try and catch up that margin because he was so close to Tree before going in.
What happened to the white card Jensen? Because he was in third, he was ahead of all this. So Isaksetra, he's not necessarily going to make it through, but he's benefited there somewhere. Jensen has disappeared. Or hasn't, or has.
Yeah, Jensen is, you're correct. There is Jensen on the left-hand side of your picture now.
Didn't see that happen.
I think they'll joke a Tree now to try and make the most of the margin they've got. They won't. They're going to rely on him having good pace to stay out the gap. Last time around was 2 seconds. Orav's on a big charge. He's done the best lap of the race on a 45.329. Tree's done a 45.369. There is nothing to choose between these two.
For the leader, Lucas Tree, it's not about this man Orav, it's about Espen Isaksetra and what the gap is to him. Because
4.3, there's enough back to Isaksetra, and I don't think Isaksetra has the ultimate pace based on what we've seen so far this weekend, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong.
It's a bigger gap than I thought it was going to be.
Isaksetra does the fastest lap of the race so far.
Tree with a big mistake. Tree with the big mistake. Etc. is dangerously close behind. Tree has to joker this lap. This is going to be very close with the blue and yellow car. And Etc. at the apex just doesn't have enough. Can he cut back underneath? No, Tree parks it. And there is contact. He really did park it there. That was a proper block at the hairpin. Absolutely just got onto the brake pedal, and Etc. had nowhere to go. So Luka Zorev from third will be first at the checkered flag. He wins it. And Vettel Tree.
Great job to hang on, Tree, despite that little mistake on the final lap. Etc. totally disproved me by saying he was out of the picture by being right there in the picture come the end and only just losing out. Very fair between the two Norwegians at the Joker merge, and then Etc. just got in the rear slightly of Tree into the right hand. Actually, Etc. lost out, didn't he, early on in the race? So had he not lost that bit of time, probably would have been right there. But that's another full send medal about to be dished out, because Tree locked up there as well with the understeer. He was all over the shop for a couple of moments, but really managed to hold on.
Really was. That could have been, it could have been the end of him. Etc. just didn't quite have what it took. So Lukas Zorev came out on top. Vettel Tree goes through as well. They will be our final two qualifiers for the finals for Crosscar. There's some potential Crosscar Junior competitors, another 4 or 5 years. It's terrifying. Bargaining pick. So if it's an A with the accent, does that soften it? Excellent time for a beer. That's literally what it says. It's got nothing to do with towing. It's saying an excellent time for a beer. Oh God, I'm having Swedish. Now I wish that the talkback was actually coming out on air, because I'm having Swedish lessons on air. So. That's or in my ears. That's not.
But
working.
Is it broadcastable?
You don't know. No. I'm being told the Swedish word for beer and everything.
They can tell you anything.
I know. And that is why all foreign-born racing drivers, the first word, or competitors, the first words they learn in English, taught to them by their mechanics, are not understeer, oversteer, loose on exit.
And not for live television either, generally.
And those are the ones they end up getting fined by the FIA for using. Okay.
Whereas you would just get fired.
Steady.
No, if you started using that language.
Well, understeer, oversteer, wobbling free. Yeah, there we go. Again, an entirely Ask Your Father reference there. So, we have our finals for Crosscar Junior and Crosscar, and now we move into two-wheel drive open. And where are we going to come from here? Temporary delay, as our race director is not quite in a position yet to be race directing this. Various dead bits of Crosscar are brought back on the Digger of Doom. Lots and lots of fans in here this afternoon. Big spectator banks around the outside of turns 2 and 3, and great view of almost every centimetre of the track from up there. Actually, it's a really nice viewing point. I don't know if it was a natural amphitheatre, or whether it's been built over the years natural amphitheatre, but it's a good spectator viewing area anyway. Right, we are ready to rock and roll, and let's see if we can get a clean start out of this. On pole position is Lucas Gabrielsson in the Toyota Starlet. Victor Johansson, the local hero, very, very local hero, in his Mercedes 190E, then Thomas Oman and Eric Lidman, the red BMW and the black and white E30 M3, and then the final row of the grid, Jori-Pekka Raihela, the Ford Escort has been built, well, the steering has. A little jump start from Lucas Gabrielsen.
I think the jump start was from Lidman in fourth, but we'll see who gets shown the double joker board. Quite often you see someone jump
right,
and then someone else react to the change of lights, because all you're focused on is the lights changing, and they can change for anything. And yeah, I think Lidman, looks like Lidman moved.
Yep, double joker for him.
And that is costly in the semi-finals, although the extra lap does give you the opportunity to catch it back. The pace is so even in this open two-wheel drive field, that can really be the difference between you making the final or not.
So Lucas Gabrielsen then will lead them again from pole position. Toyota, tiny Toyota Starlet. Even the 190E, the Mercedes of Victor Johansson, looks like a small car against anything modern. And Thomas Oman in the red BMW, the white and black, Eric Lidman. Jori-Pekka Raihela in his Ford Escort on row 3 with Mikkel Pedersen in the red Golf. Although they appear to be slightly in the wrong positions there. Golf shown as 6th on the grid, but actually lining up in 5th. Away we go. Good start from row 2 of the grid. Thomas Oman in the red BMW, but a great launch using the hybrid from the Mercedes. Victor Johansson takes the lead from Lucas Gabrielsen's Toyota Starlet. Thomas Oman, the red BMW, in 3rd place, and then Eric Lidman. And if you've got a double joker to do, you might as well do the first one on lap 1 and then see where it pans out. It will be the top 3 that go through. There are only 2 semis in two-wheel drive open. So is it going to be the mighty Mercedes, or is it going to be the tiny Toyota that comes out at the front of this?
Great start from Victor Johansson. So often we see that car really good off the line. How much would he love? Oh, he's got a problem, has he? Johansson going so to the bottom of the hill. What a shame for the man who's put so much into this event. Just listening on the track sound, sometimes if he loses the engine he can run on the electric motor, but I think it's going too quickly for that. He's obviously got some sort of problem, has lost a lot of pace.
Did he just miss a gear somehow? Seems unlikely, but he does seem to be I mean, no, there's more than that.
Something's going on, isn't it?
Yeah,
as Lidman's in the back of Raihela in the background. Gabrielsen gifted the lead, lifting the rear inside wheel. Not ideal in a rear-wheel drive car, but he can deal with that by the lovely rotation. Large chaos behind.
Yeah, and that is unfortunately because of the Mercedes. Victor Johansson again seemed to come almost to a dead halt there. And that's twice in a couple of laps that the car has basically come to a stop and then continued. That has all the hallmarks of being electronics. When things don't work and then they do, it's usually electrical gremlins. So Gabrielsen leads in the Toyota Starlet. Thomas Oman up to 2nd place.
And this is now playing into the hands of Lidman, isn't it? If he can manage to
joker again,
get another one of his jokers done, and still remain ahead of Raihela and Person, of course.
Yeah, the danger there for Lidman is Raihela in that Escort estate. Gabrielsen being chased ferociously by our drone. Thomas Oman in 2nd place. The battle is on for 3rd. Eric Lidman in the white and black M3 BMW, or Jori-Pekka Raihela in the Ford Escort estate.
So the gap between Lidman and Raihela this time around, let's have a look as they break the beam,
went from 1.48 to 3.6.
He could get this done, Lidman.
Yep, he definitely could.
I think I would go again, Martin, and joke on the last lap.
Yep. Well, Gabrielsen is going to leave it till the last lap to joker, so is Oman. And that's the end of the road, I'm afraid, for Victor Johansson.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, it really is. He made the first decent start of the day as well.
Lidman has totally disproved me, my theory, by jokering there and getting back out ahead of Raihela in 3rd. So done 2 joker laps and remained inside the top 3. Just Gabrielsen left to do the alternative extra route. Gabrielsen with an enormous margin now over Thomas Oman at the front of the field.
Such an effective weapon, that Toyota Starlet.
5.4 seconds, he's got plenty in hand.
Don't curse him now. Here we go with our leader onto the Joker lap. And it looks, as it is, to be a longer distance, but it's how you come out into the left-hander that follows. Everybody else coming through a tighter double apex uphill corner.
Ryler was
slows
looking
him right down.
Ryler was looking to the inside there as we cut away to this shot of Gabrielsen. We don't quite know if he got ahead of Ryler or not. I suspect not, because Lidman would have had the inside covered. Yeah, they're still going at it, but has Lidman got an issue as well?
It's smoking heavily. Now, if he makes it to the final, does the car go with him? Gabrielsen from Oman, Lidman had it at the line. There was a lot of very black smoke coming out of that. Now, whether it's over-fueling, it is a brand new car, first time run, so maybe that the fueling is not exactly optimised. Don't think that's an issue for Lucas Gabrielsen. Toyota Starlet is a quick little piggy, you know, in any, I was going to say in a straight line, but actually at any angle of the dangle. Victor Johansson, what a shame. Well, the good news for him is, come back and do it again tomorrow. No, the car's got pace. He finally got a good launch, got a nice run down the inside of Gabrielsen, who actually changed his approach into the first corner. Instead of trying to hang it round the outside, immediately cut back to the inside. And then this.
And actually that, Martin, is going to play a significant effect on the championship. Victor Johansson came here with a comfortable lead, 67 points to Gabrielsen's 52. But Gabrielsen was already ahead in the intermediate classifications, already taken more points again in the semi-finals. Come the final, he'll claim more still. So that is livened the championship battle right up.
Yeah, so Victor will absolutely be looking to come back tomorrow and try and recover from that disappointment. So yet another night with not very much sleep. I think there was contact between Lidman and Ryler. Lidman's trailing bits of BMW bumper as he comes back in. Actually, Victor's driving in under his own steam right past us with the Mercedes. But unfortunately not going quick enough out on track. So here we go. Did we have all 6 cars on the grid there? Not sure we saw. Was Simon Tiger missing? Simon Tiger is missing. So it's Linus Vestman and Adam Oman in his red Lexus.
Tiger just has no fortune this year at all. One of the forerunners of the category. What a shame.
That turbocharged, rotary-engined BMW, not here. God, the air is rich with unburnt fuel. I wonder whether that was what Victor's issue was, that it was flooding somehow. Anyway, Ossian Svenvall is on his own on row 2 in the Mark III Escort, then Johnny's BMW and Peter Jensen in the Volvo 240. This should be Vestman, Oman and Stenvall going through, but let's wait and see what happens.
Great start for Westman, exactly what he needed to do with that immaculate BMW being chased by Oman on this first lap. Johnny just taking a large chunk of air over the jump, but Westman's been super quick this weekend, and really, can you see anyone beating him, bar any mistakes? I think perhaps not in this semi-final.
Ossian Stenvall in the red Mark III Escort that's currently in 3rd place doesn't seem to have the power that the others do, but boy, that car handles so well. He can really close up on them once they get onto the loose, what he loses out in a straight line. But Linus Vestman with his E82 BMW absolutely rocketing away. Adam Oman in the Lexus, the red machine, in 2nd place. And Ossian Svenvall at the moment in 3rd.
Lidman with a 3.2 litre Volvo engine in his car to Svenvall's 2.4, which is 2.4 is more of a Super National spec engine of the past, both naturally aspirated, non-turbo. So yeah, there's quite a difference in CC between those two.
The Escort is really making life tough for the Lexus driver, though. This could be very entertaining come the end of it. And what about Johnny in the BMW? He has jokered, but he is, yeah, it's going to be a good couple of seconds behind this battle. And Stenval in maximum attack mode.
You can really hear the wastegate chirping on the leader's car. Volvo engine in Westman's as well, only a 2-litre Volvo engine but turbocharged, and that's the little chirp you're hearing every time he comes off the throttle. Stenval into the Joker this time around, comfortably ahead of John Nee.
Yeah. Keeps his nose in front, just about made himself enough margin not to have to worry too much. But again, the secret to a good Joker is half how you time it and when you take it, and the other half is not messing it up. Which sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it's so easily done.
But you also do it so much less, don't you? You get 6 laps of practice ahead of the event. 2 of those laps might be in the Joker, and then you do the Joker once in every race thereafter. So you just have so much less experience of that section of racetrack compared to the rest of it.
Absolutely right, and you can't just go out in one free practice and Joker, Joker, Joker.
Well, you could. I don't know if it would make much sense because... Oh! Johnny has turned around Stenval. For sure that'll be a penalty. And
key thing here is that Stenval has got to finish ahead of Jensen.
Absolutely.
Has got to finish ahead of Jensen.
But I'm fairly sure
damage
John...
on the right rear? I don't know.
Still a lap to go at the end of this one. We'll let's have a look back at the red Escort if we can.
Well, there is your leader. Vestman a long way clear. Still needs to Joker. And then Oman in second place, there he is. Johnny with that blue and black BMW up to third place.
Still haven't seen Stenval.
There's not much between Ossian Stenval and Peder Jensen in the Volvo. I think the gap is a bit, yeah, Stenval at the top of the picture, he has pulled away from the Volvo. But yeah, recovering that lost momentum. And that will go upstairs as well for our race director to, I don't think there's going to be much prevarication on that one. You know, from a pedestrian's point of view, and that is my point of view, it looked fairly cut and dried. Across the line, Vestman woofling his way as he, as the wastegate chatters. Adam Oman second, Johnny third in the line. So who goes through? Will it be him or Ossian Stenval? Stenval fourth. And then Peder Jensen. Not the only Rallycross Volvo 240 we know of, is it? That's another one in the UK.
Of course, yeah. Stuart Emery's car in the British Championship. So Stenval and Johnny are side by side. Johnny's gone for the move. I don't know, because Johnny's in the brakes there for a long time. I'll hopefully see that again. But ultimately, you can't turn someone round. But it's not like he's turning around by being on the throttle. So no, I think that's going to be...
And Stenval was actually trying to make some space for himself so he could go left. And it was his error in the first place that allowed Johnny alongside.
I think that's more from the rear. That's more of a racing incident than it looked like from the front. So be interesting to see what happens there.
Well, at the moment, it is Linus Vestman, Adam Oman and Johnny who go through. We will wait and see whether that changes or not. More paper. You've been busy with the printer, haven't you? Now, see, what happens here is that my learned colleague, Hal, has been able to... The only person in the entire paddock who's been able to actually make anything print on the printer, and that's all having to come off his phone. So, admin woes are us. Kevin Darbach will start on pole position. That car getting less and less red and yellow as it goes on, isn't it? And the really good news is that Robert Spitals is on the front row as well. Not that he's on the front row, but actually that the car is there at all after that dramatic roll. Hampus Ekström, car looking more and more second-hand as the day goes on, and Mads Larsson on row 2, looking a little bit fresher with some fresh bodywork. And Robin Norlander on the back row, 3 wide. Well, this time Martins Vitals gets through into the lead. Hampus Hagström comes in second place and Mads Larsson third. So it wasn't a great start for Kevin Darback with the white nose.
Vitals runs wide out of the hairpin. Hagström gets by, so does Larsson.
Is it
clearly
left rear puncture, or is the car just sitting down? Is the bumper on oddly? Maybe the bumper's on odd.
It's often deceptive with the bodywork on these cars. I wonder if something's
not right, is it?
Is it a puncture? Perhaps. It's very difficult to see. But what a shame for the Team Firen squad, who've clearly worked so hard to get that car back on the grid for this semi-final. Vitals is out of it. He will try and keep going, because if these drivers retire with an incident and you get further as Darback sends it into the first corner, you can pick up positions. Norlander right in the loose stuff on the outside of his home circuit. But how cautious were they in the first corner, Martin? They were really giving each other a lot of room, and I think that's indicative of the chaos from earlier on and the penalties that got dished out as a result.
Yeah, and the big dramas as well, particularly for Martins. But yeah, it's the threat of the penalty, isn't it? You know, you can either possibly lose a place or possibly gain a place, or almost guaranteed get a black flag, and that's the way it is. Larsson, again, the car's looking. Yeah, no, I'll take it back. I was going to say, it looks like it's sitting down on the right front. It's under real pressure, though, from Kevin Darback.
I think it is. I think you're right, Martin. There's something so deceptive at Lights car, because if the bodywork moves a lot, as it can do, being on a tubular space frame, then you get a bit of a distorted picture. But you're right, I think it's down on the front left. Can't actually see from our monitor in here. Yeah. I think he might. He has. He's got a front right puncture.
Right front.
The tyres finally come off the rim.
And he's still fighting on. Like, 3 wheels on your wagon is not quite the required amount, but it's better than 2.
I would always prefer a front puncture on a 4-wheel drive car, in that you can wait for the front. It's not going to try swapping ends on you as if you have a rear puncture. Still not ideal. And Norlander, who has 4 fully inflated tyres behind, will be very keen to get ahead. Norlander having already been in the Joker.
Yeah, this is playing very nicely for him. Darback's Joker as well, so Hampus Hagström is leading by 7 seconds. But
Norlander needs to not go to the outside there.
Yep, he needs to not get caught up in something. Here's your leader, Hagström. There's Darback in second.
Larsson going again, knowing that if you go into the Joker, then you're out of it. I think actually that's not the world's stupidest decision, is it? Because hopefully Norlander throws it off behind you.
Yep. And you can, as you said, it's just sparks everywhere. There's no rubber. That's just the wheel grinding down, probably the brake disc as well.
What Norlander's spotter needs to do here is keep him calm. Don't do anything rash. You just need to sit behind Larsson, because he has to go into the Joker. Don't try and overtake him. Just sit and wait. Oh, the front suspension's collapsed as well now. The wheels. I would even be further back than this, because when Larsson drops it, if the front collapses, then you don't want to get caught up in that. Now, wait, Robin, sensible driving from the Swede.
Yes, exactly, and the spotter going, no, back, stop, let him go.
So the whole front corner's collapsed there. You can see that the damper's gone down.
I wonder whether that was the problem in the first place, actually, that he had a collapsed, or, you know, the strut or something had punched out of the mountings. But, yeah, very disappointing, I'm afraid, for Mads Larsson. I don't think he's actually got a puncture either.
No, you're right.
But it did look like it was sitting down.
I thought it was damper initially, and then it was puncture. And similarly for Vitals, I don't think Vitals had a puncture. I think it was more collapsed suspension, which...
Legacy of that massive barrel roll.
Just missed it as I looked away there. But on the other side, I wonder if we can stay with this shot until we see the other side of the car. Robert's doing the right thing by keeping going, but ultimately it's going to be fruitless. Let's have a look at that side. Yeah, dampers collapsed on that as well, which is, for both cars, they had a lot of contact in the previous run. Vitals obviously had the massive roll. What an amazing job the team have done to get the car back out for this race. And critically for his championship aspirations, he's scored more points than he would have done had he not started it at all.
And actually Larson, again, that was no fault of his own. He was turned sideways at both starts in the semi.
That's what I mean,
in the last qualifying run.
The legacy of both of those incidents.
So although the car looks red and black at the front and not half as battered as it did, actually Hagström's car is definitely not looking like it's had one careful owner. Neither is Kevin Darback's, because he got hit a couple of times as well by other cars. In fact, by Mads Larsen. Mads Larsen was fired off into Kevin Darback twice in their previous qualifying runs. So what's left of Martin Spitol's car, it is predominantly black gaffer tape and a windscreen.
You know Roberts is an experienced campaigner. He's just driven behind us in the commentary box, and there's a cable running across the paddock which is providing power to one of the awnings. So he stopped and gesticulated for someone to lift it up, because he knows that driving a low car over a cable is not going to result in anything good for anybody.
No. Okay, so semi-final 2, and again we should have everybody here. We do. So Gilles Meunier on pole position from Tobias Darback. That's what Kevin's car normally looks like in the front, red and yellow and pink and green. And then row 2, we've got Luke Sanderson and Phoebe Cake and Pontus Oskarsson. Now Phoebe Cake making a better start this time again from row 2 of the grid. She's gaining more confidence here, but is she gonna find herself with something falling into a lap here? They all survive happily through the first corner. Meunier ahead of
Darback wide, Anderson up the inside, followed by Oskarsson. Meunier though clean out front, away from all of the bits and bobs of contact behind.
Darback might just have thrown away a position in the final there on lap 1.
I think it was more problem than mistake, the way the car ran deep. I wonder, hopefully we can look back at the red car in the background and see what's happened.
Yeah, the red car's not in the background. I think there was a flash of pale blue coming through behind just as the shot cut away. So I think we've lost Tobias Darback. I think that was Phoebe Cake in 4th place.
Quite a similar margin between all of the cars at the front of the order.
Yeah.
There is Darback. He had a problem earlier on, didn't he, where the car died and then got going again. Yeah. That's got electrical issue written all over it to me, and that is an absolute nightmare if that's the case, because you just don't know when it's going to go, you don't know what's going on, and it's not like plumbing where the pipe bursts and you see the water come out. When you've got an electrical failure, it's so difficult to solve.
And there he is again. Exactly right. You can't see the electric leaking. You can see oil leaking, you can see water leaking, you can see fuel leaking, none of which are good, but you can't see where the sparks are leaking.
You'd almost roll it into a ball like Vettel's if it wasn't for the cost, but at least you know what you've got to fix. When you've got a little niggling issue like that, it's, of course, we're assuming it's electrical, but that's got electrical issue written all over it. Anderson runs wide into the gravel on the outside.
Come on, guys, calm down.
Anderson pushing hard, and looks
now
like
he's
he
going to
might have a left rear.
Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't
puncture.
it? I wonder if that is cause rather than effect.
Or he might not do. I wonder if we can see from this angle. It looks inflated there to me. Let's have a listen.
Doesn't sound like it's flapping around.
Yeah, I don't think the tyre is down actually, Martin. But on the lights cars, they run such a low profile, and with the bodywork down, it's sometimes very difficult to tell.
Gilles Meunier comfortably clear.
Yeah, he has got a puncture for sure. Anderson's got a puncture, and Vigo Koch, our incredible drone pilot, I know for a fact was doing his best to get us over that side of the car there to have a look, and that'll be either, as you say, cause or effect for running wide the previous time. I suspect it was already going down. Now the tyre's completely off the wheel. This is going to really play to the advantage of Pontus Oskarsson.
And do you know what? Phoebe Cake might make it through here. She's joking already. 2 to go.
Anderson needs to use his experience and the experience of his team here to back off and let Oskarsson go. If it were me, I would be letting Oskarsson go and deal with managing the car. But because he's a young potential world champion in the future, that's not what he's going to do. And he's going to try and defend the position for all he can. But you don't want to end up having a spin because Oskarsson gets excited and turns you around.
Well, or you just overdo it.
Great move from Oskarsson there. Waited for the opportunity to open up and drove up the inside.
And the hairpin was the place. Now, what's the gap back from Lucas Anderson to Phoebe Cake? And Anderson three-wheeling it round. Which is the tyre you didn't want to lose on this track? At the left rear.
Oh, it's also digging up the loose behind. I think he's going to have enough to hold on to his position unless he has a spin or so. They're all catching Darback's car, which is still limping around as we're taking a view of this amazing circuit.
So Julien Meunier, not too much to worry about for him. That was absolutely textbook. Jumped away from pole, took the lead at the start. Pontus Oskarsson coming through in second place. Actually, Darback. So hang on, Lucas Anderson taking third, Phoebe Cake in fourth place, and Tobias Darback, the red and yellow machine, looked to have made a really good start here. Julien Meunier on the outside. And again, despite a little bit of contact, Meunier keeping his nose clean. And Tobias Darback in second place then at that stage from Lucas Anderson. But Darback, the car just shooting off track. I wonder whether it just died and selected neutrals effectively. And then Anderson in the gravel, losing that left rear. Fortunately for him, I think if he'd lost it another lap earlier, then he might have lost a place in the final as well. As it is, he clings on. Phoebe Cake in fourth, and Tobias Darback, well, he now drives past us with the car sounding completely healthy.
But that's how you win championships, isn't it? For someone like Anderson to make it to the end and damage limitation. He's through to the final. Okay, he's on the back row and it's going to be tough to do, but
it's still
you've got to be there.
It's more points than not being there. That's absolutely right. Okie dokie, we got a grid for this. We got Ulrich Linnemann on pole position and Philip Martinson with the grey and blue. Then Fraser McConnell with the yellow highlights on row 2, and Simon Olofsson, the bright blue car. Then Victor Frank after that black flag, and Elias Svensson alongside him. So late changes, there was quite a lot going on.
So Linnemann's the top qualifier with Omen second, Omen waiting in the background to be pole in semi-final 2, but the grid we have is pre-Linnemann being put back in, so is actually useless.
Yes, never mind, it was something.
It's the thought that counts.
Yeah, but you didn't even wrap it nicely. Ulrich Linnemann then, went back to race control with further evidence and had his penalty rescinded. And again, it's not all just about, this is my decision, I'm sticking with it. So here we go, Linnemann, Martinson, McConnell and Olofsson. Olofsson making a decent start, McConnell trying to get in there as well, and Martinson's chinking all over the place. Bright blue car of Simon Olofsson, and big mistake from Linnemann on the outside, goes through the gravel trap. Does he come back on in front? No, he doesn't. So
Frank's on the outside, Martin, that lost all the positions, having made a bit of ground. Olofsson jokers first time around. Franks looks to the inside of Fraser McConnell, into the left-hander, gets the move done. McConnell gets run deep. Franks runs wide as well. Olofsson's been in the joker and gets back out ahead of McConnell.
Nearly got ahead of Franks as well. That was very, very sharp jokering there.
McConnell, that was a nightmare for Fraser McConnell, exactly what he didn't need. Martinson, though, with that great start at the front of the order here. He was so quick in free practice yesterday morning. Told us in the pre-show, didn't he, that he was driving with red mist, having had such a difficult weekend in Finland a couple of weeks ago.
And he's got Ulrich Linnemann right with him. He's absolutely not going to escape there. Elias Svensson from back of the grid up to third place. Real pressure from the orange and black Peugeot Victor Frank.
I would have joked Franks then, I think, given what's the margin, but he can't, because Olofsson's only 1.6 behind. We can't see that in the frame at the moment, but Olofsson will appear there in the blue car. I tell you what,
I think Olofsson's going to make it through.
This is working well for the
first lap joker.
This is working well for Olofsson, who has struggled, I think it's fair to say. Oh, Franks goes to the inside of Elias Svensson.
Franks, doesn't get through. Svensson went all the way up to the barriers in the gravel trap. I don't know if there was contact or not. Franks on the outside, going to cut back at the hairpin. That's good thinking driving.
Good driving here for Elias Svensson to defend the position against one of the best supercars ever built for the World Championship in the Peugeot 208. Franks is really applying the pressure here.
Kind of wondering why Franks didn't go into the joker lap on that lap. Maybe.
Yeah, because he's going to fall into Olofsson, but at the same time, they're both going to lose out because Olofsson's in the window. Franks goes to the inside again, backs out of it, pushes Svensson wide. Svensson in the gravel. Franks has forced his way through there.
I think this works really, really well for the blue car of Simon Olofsson. He's doing everything right, and it does seem to be working for him.
Where is Olofsson in the shot there? There's Martinsson leading. There's Linneman, Franks and Svensson. Olofsson's gone. Something's happened to Olofsson. McConnell there in the background has been into the joker. McConnell is going to get side by side with Svensson. Oh, what a shame for Simon Olofsson.
Svensson leaving big dark stripes up the road. McConnell makes contact.
Contact with Svensson. This is all playing into the hands of Victor Franks because these two fighting is only going to increase the margin for the Belgian driver in the orange Peugeot ahead. There is
Well, he was
Olofsson
going very slowly down through the dip last time round, and buried in the dirt. So Philip Martinsson gets to joker.
Linneman's got a puncture, left rear puncture for Ulrik Linneman as he comes through the tarmac hairpin.
Olofsson should have been third, possibly even second at this rate.
Something's happened to Svensson as well out of the hairpin because he lost a lot of time there. Franks has got an issue. Franks is wide. Franks has got a punch as well, I think, Martin.
This is the one nobody wants to win. So, Martinsson, Linneman.
We need to see something of what's going on. Franks has got
puncture. He's got no tyre. So through goes Svensson up to third.
Linneman's doing a brilliant job to hang on to this polo ahead. There he is crossing the line with the puncture. Martinsson's already got the job done. Svensson's got the place back over Franks. Those two are having such a big battle.
Wow.
Don't know what happened to McConnell, but he lost a load of pace as well at the end.
Wow. And there is Simon Olofsson. That was all falling very nicely for him. Now watch the bright blue car. He makes a good start. Martinsson drops in behind Ulrik Linneman.
Robust move there from Simon Olofsson in the first corner. Linneman's gone wide. You were slightly deceived there as well by Franks doing exactly the same thing. This is Franks all over the back of Svensson. He's had a bit of a lean on him there, but they've both had the same moment, so I think fair enough.
Yep.
Svensson and McConnell, no real contact. McConnell is rare making contact. This is Linneman crossing the line. So yeah, there was lots going on. We didn't.
Wasn't there? So Victor Franks. Now again,
Franks saying we need the car lifted there. There's two sign languages, isn't there? There's either the tow sign or the lift sign, and he doesn't want to drive it any further and do more damage. He's having a tough time, Franks, this year. Where is that? Four-wheel drive, spinning all the wheels.
That's in the gravel trap, facing the wrong way.
On the outside of the first corner.
Yeah.
Must be, yeah.
Yeah. So I think has he spun out there? I mean, we didn't see it. He vanished.
There's cars everywhere.
I know. Well, at least it's not live telly. Oh, hang on a minute. You'll want these, mate. Collector's car. Stop and collect the bits that have fallen off, then carry on. That's very unfortunate for Olofsson.
Yeah, it was just beach, wasn't it? You saw actually the flat bit of gravel in the gravel track where it had just bellied out. We've got one semi-final to try and get done before we're through this session and get ready for the finals. Victor Franks is having a tough old time in his first year in a supercar open four-wheel drive. He'd only planned to do a couple of events, has got sucked into doing the season, such as the the drug that we all consume in rallycross. I wonder if there's something on the track, Martin, that's causing these punctures. I bet Reynes is also having a look at that together with the rest of it. There wasn't really many incidents in that race per se. It was more things happening to people that caused them to lose a lot of time. So I wonder if there's somewhere causing a puncture. Lindemann had, where was Lindemann's puncture? Rear left. Vrex's is front right. So maybe it's just circumstance that they've ended up with punctures rather than something.
When we went round yesterday, and when we went round again today, looking at the curbs here, a lot of them, they're not modern FIA graduated
Nor should
curbs.
they be. I love a proper rallycross curb.
They're old school, but
they haven't moved though, Martin.
No, but the dirt in front of them is getting worn away, and so like the sudden step from below the curb to hitting it's like driving up onto a curb that's got a pavement behind it on the road. Do it slowly, you go up onto the curb. Do it fast, you take the tyre off the rim.
Yeah, fair. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rally's Knitters has popped out to have a quick drive around the track in this recovery break to have a look at where that may or may not be, because more often than not, the brilliant track teams at old school rallycross events like this will be able to effect some kind of repair quite quickly to avoid the damage, because ultimately they're not just punctures. You're not just getting a puncture like you would do on a road car and stopping and changing it. It's causing untold damage to everything else. So
so half of them have been punctures, the other half been punching suspension arms or dampers.
But I think both of those dampers we saw in Lights, Vittles and Larsen were legacies of the contact they'd had earlier on. I think that's contact based rather than track based. But it's all hypothetical. We don't know.
Again, going around and having a first-hand look at what's going on with the curbs is going to answer some of those questions, if not all. So Victor Franks also gets a ride home in the Digger of Doom.
There's two of them. That one's got flags on.
It is a highly effective solution, isn't it?
You're very Scandinavian. You see that all over the place up here in the Nordic region. Scoop them up and send them away.
Victor's coming back behind us. Not that Victor. Electronic issues with the Mercedes. Coming with a circuit board and a loose wire.
Main switch relay.
Main switch, so total shutdown, off and on again.
Well, it's been a smouldery mess from what he just showed me in his hand. So I guess it was working, then not working, then working, and then totally
and then
not working.
Self-immolating main switch, less than ideal. The only problem is the main switch actually usually has to handle quite a lot of amps. Okay, so here we go then, semi-final 2. Mats Homan on pole position from the silver car of Kasper Janssen. Oliver Eriksson. What does Vipala mean? Can I say that out loud? I suppose it's written on the front of the car, probably can. Philip Torren alongside him in the polo, and then Micah Tam and Jake Walker with the black and yellow. Away we go. Does Mats Homan actually get a clean start? He gets an electrifying start. Very poor getaway from the silver car though. Kasper Janssen makes it from 4th to 3rd in turn 1.
Janssen lost out at the start, didn't he, but made it back in the first corner following teammate Ollie Eriksson, but Mats Homan out front. Oh, Janssen gets sideways, chooses not to joker that time around. I think I probably would have driven up the bank there into the joker in his position. He's a much more experienced rallycross driver than I, though. Up front, Ollie Eriksson's heaping the pressure on to Mats Homan, but I'm sure there wouldn't be a disappointed face in the house if Mats Homan won the Pro Final later on this afternoon with that KMS-built Volkswagen Polo.
Except for maybe Oliver Eriksson.
I think Ollie would take it, but he desperately wants to win as well. He's had a really difficult year so far, has Ollie Eriksson. There's Micah Tam, who lost out in qualifying after that black flag in Q1. Eriksson with a load of attitude in the car this weekend, really sending it sideways everywhere.
Keeping Homan very honest in the lead. That's your lead battle. Mats Homan just keeps his nose in front. Eriksson all over the back of him. And both of them victims of contact in the first, or in their semi-finals. In their last qualifying runs, rather.
Homan canny through there, just waits for the nose of the car. Some of the best rallycross drivers we've ever seen have got one major attribute other than the skill to drive the car, and that's being patient. And so often you just have to wait for the car to come back to you. I'd say that's one of Johan Gustafsson's massive attributes, driving one of those very cars for the last season in the World Championship, is just being patient, not getting overexcited and jumping on the throttle too early, just letting the car come back to you. And Omen is driving with that similar sort of patience at the end of the lap. Ollie Eriksson is so good through this technical section in the middle sector, but then Omen really stretches the legs of the Polo down the hill.
Is it because that they're not fighting the anti-lag that the supercars are, or?
Turenne off into the wall. The FC2's turbocharged as well. They've got a similar anti-lag system, but I think that less power overall probably helps in the balance. The car's very different as well with the engine in the rear.
Yeah, that's a valid point, actually. It changes the dynamics entirely, doesn't it? But Michael Tam closing right in now.
Omen's a canny competitor as well, and he'll know that managing the pace at the front is as necessary as setting lap times. You don't need to go and set the world on fire. The driver setting the world on fire in the background is Casper Janssen, driving livid from those mistakes on the opening tour, the OMSE driver.
Yeah, but he hasn't jokered, and he's already down in 4th place, so Janssen's got a lot of work to do. Matt Omen, Oliver Eriksson.
Something's happened to what has happened to Ollie Eriksson here?
He's just jokered.
He doesn't look to have the pace to me either. Very sideways through the first corner. Maybe it's just an illusion. Tam's on the fastest lap of the race so far now as well. Janssen on the back of Eriksson. Yeah, I think Eriksson's got some kind of an issue, Martin. The car's just not doing what it ought to. Omen and Tam get out ahead of the Swede. Janssen's jokered and he's going to be right back on the tail of his teammate. He's got a problem. He's definitely got a problem, Eriksson.
Maiko Tam coming a long way up from where he started. Janssen, is he going to make it through? Matt Omen across the line to the checkered flag. Maiko Tam second. And Casper Janssen does make it through to 3rd. Ollie Eriksson in 4th position.
Eriksson is having absolutely no luck this year. Yet again, issues when he was fighting for the race lead. Let's have a look back. Janssen made a terrible start. That gave Omen the opportunity just to get away drama-free. Eriksson comes to the inside there and is all fine. Eriksson applying the pressure hard on the back of Omen in the opening stages.
Ah, that's what happened to Philip Torren.
Oh, rear wheel off.
Yeah.
He's pulled the rear corner off it somewhere. Yep. I missed exactly what happened there.
No, he just drove up the bank as the rear fell off. It looked like all breakage.
They don't generally just fall off though, do they? So maybe that was a legacy of the contact again earlier on where he was involved in that first corner.
Yep.
And got spun. There's confirmation of the result. Matt Omen, Maiko Tam, Casper Janssen move through to the semi-finals. Ollie Eriksson, Jake Walker and Philip Turenne will go no further in Open 4-wheel drive Pro, but we will see AM and indeed FC2 finals later on.
Well, they'll go no further today. Tomorrow's a whole reset and a whole new day as we get to do the entire thing again from start to finish. Temperature is dropping again. Skies look relatively bright though, so I don't think we're going to see any repeat of the rain that greeted us a little after lunchtime. Philip Torren's car coming back. So yeah, very grateful for the lovely hoodie. Not yet available on the website, but they certainly should be soon. So Matt Omen going through and actually...
Look at the back of Ollie Eriksson's car here.
Yeah.
So the mechanic, can you see that in the shot? If we both stand a bit out of the way, Martin.
They're looking
at the rear. There's Kevin Eriksson, who is championship coordinator, World Championship event winner, team manager, shaking his head.
Vipala means we can manage, or we can do it, I guess.
Now talking to Stefan, who is the longest serving OMSE team member that's non-Eriksson. Let me find out what's going on.
Almost a family member. This is generally the way this works.
Drive shaft.
Drive shaft.
Drive shaft. They had a drive shaft problem with Ollie's car in Finland, so that can happen for a number of reasons. You can either have an impact in the wheel, which causes one of the joints to break. You can actually break the shaft itself. You can break the end of the shaft in the joint, or you can break it. Unusual to break a drive shaft in the middle, but yeah, frustrating for Ollie because he's been very quick this year. He's doing the driving. Kevin's doing the managing of the championship, and just anything Ollie seems to do at the moment doesn't really work out. He drove his heart out in Finland and didn't quite work out for him. He's got his brand new son here this weekend as well that he missed Latvia for to stay at home to have. So yeah, but we'll have an FC2 final later, so there's still opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, it's as you say, you know, new baby boy here, and 2-year-old as well, or toddler. So you know, not everything's. Not
all the end of the world, is it? But when you're in a racing car, you want to win, don't you?
No,
and,
exactly.
These boys put their life into this, as so many people do in motor racing. And yeah, I think the frustrating thing will be he was pressuring the car that won the World Championship last year, albeit it's OC Vaby's old chassis, but the same concept that was that quick, and he was doing a great job, and yeah, left with nothing again. Yeah,
definitely. But again, a chance to go out into the LC2 final, and also maybe to come back and who knows what tomorrow brings. Tomorrow's another day.
Absolutely, and that's there's all sorts of pros and cons to double headers, isn't there? But one of the major pros is that there is another opportunity, whereas if this was a single header and that had happened, you've got a month or whatever it is till the next round to dwell on it. You're only as good as your last result. And,
in between,
especially for the Ericssons, who've got to take trailers up and down Sweden and what have you. Absolutely. So it's Oman, Tam, Janssen, Martinson, Linneman and Svensson who will be in the Open 4-wheel drive Pro final later on this afternoon.
Motorsport, like most sport, is a long series of hard luck stories, very occasionally punctuated by delight, and then back to hard luck stories again.
So I've always I'm going to refrain from calling my own driving a career, but my own exploits is 95% heartbreak and 5% elation, but that elation is so worth it you forget about the other 95% pretty quickly.
Yeah, the professional motorsport side, of course, is the moment you've won something, you're immediately thinking of how to win the next one, and so you lose all the sort of delight of actually winning. Well, here's a great view from the drone down onto the grid and down onto the track here. It's a real fun rallycross track, and right from the moment came back this morning, ready to see the action. So, have we got our grid here for our junior cross-car final? We have. So cars on the grid, car number 16, Peter Pira, the bright blue nose, and then the black car of Carl Svedland. Carl Schank, white on row 2, and then the blue and yellow of Sebastian Isaac Sestra, and then black and a little bit of red for Alex Antila, and Minea Piramaki, car 186. So here we go, the first of our finals for today, junior cross-car final. Who makes the best start, Pete Tupira or Carl Svedland? Svedland with the inside, could and does control the corner on the inside. Carl Schank looking for a run up into second, didn't quite get there. Isaac Sestra in 4th place, and not a great start from Alex Antila. Trying to come around the outside of Minea Piramaki, doesn't make it. Does he joker? No, but Sebastian Isaac Sestra does.
These are two of the drivers that are going to fight for this championship all season, Martin Svedland and Peter Pira, and they're wily enough to know to give each other space in the first corner, because this is about scoring as many points as you can throughout the year, and you don't want to end up in the barriers in the first corner of a final. At the same time, everyone wants to win every race, don't they? But they drive with experience beyond their years sometimes, these young drivers, and Svedland has been right at the front of this field throughout the season.
Well, that's the thing, when you start competition at 10 years of age, or 11 or 12, then by the time you're into your early teens, then you've got plenty behind you. Big sideways jump from Peter Pira.
Lock up on the front axle there for Svedland, who loses a bit of time on the way in. Alex Antila also losing loads of time at the hairpin, and he's Ekström tucked up behind. That's basically put those two out of this equation. There's Antila sending it through the Joker section.
Looks like got completely caught between gears there and just absolutely stopped dead, and Ekström completely blocked. So Carl Svedland leading in the black machine, Pituipirä right behind with the multicolours, and then Carl Schnack looking for a podium finish here in third place, but Minea Perämäki making life very difficult. There is Pirä, top four yet to Joker, and barring some kind of disaster, is Ekström and Antila a long way out of this. Very sideways entry for Pituipirä to the Joker, and Perämäki goes as well on this lap.
Risky strategy for Pirä to go into the Joker and fall into the traffic. I think Svedland may have this if he can keep the hammer down.
But again, without a spotter, you have to try and judge that gap yourself, and give or take a tenth or two of a second, you can gain or lose that place.
Indeed you can. Schnack right there in front of Pirä at the moment. Svedland does the fastest lap of the race so far, responding to that Joker.
Can hear how much drier it is.
Pirä looks up the inside of Schnack, up the hill, over the jump, the rear of the car skips around. That was absolutely critical for the Finn.
And beautifully done as well, really nicely controlled. Leader Joker, Svedland on the Joker lap. Pirä, and just about gets the line, holds it to the hairpin, contact.
Side by side, all through the two hairpins. I think that is all pretty fair because they both had track position in the respective sides. What a job though from Pituipirä, despite the traffic, to still get ahead. Svedland will be frustrated by that and want to try and eke back the times. Lost out badly with that side-to-side contact. Of course, both teams there, I think, will have different opinions.
And Perämäki's come through into third ahead of Schnack as well, so that Joker worked for Perämäki, did not work for Svedland. Again, always, you know, leave it to the officials to make this judgment, but from my point of view, it was racing rather than blocking. Or
I can't believe Pirã's got that jump. Svedland must have not had a great Joker, because Svedland did the best lap of the race, then Jokered, and Pirã was in the traffic, and it just hasn't worked out for Carl Svedland, which is a real shame given how well he's driven today. But Pituipirä comes back from that contact that lost him all the time earlier on to lead this towards the line.
It's going to be an excellent win. Pituipirä is going to take Saturday's final in Crosscar Junior. Carl Svedland second, Minea Perämäki completes the podium ahead of Carl Schnack. Sebastian Ekström held up by Alex Antila as Antila jokered. Ekström jokered on lap one, and that definitely did not work out. But Pituipirä, a couple of critical moves and some really exceptional work to hang on in front of the later Joker in Carl Svedland. And actually, when Pirä came out in traffic, you thought, okay, this might be trouble, but Carl Schnack kept the speed up, and Pirä was able to take advantage. Starting from pole position, but Carl Svedland with a cleaner run, or the clearer run, down from the outside of the front row, and took the lead. And then when Svedland jokered, Pituipirä had somehow done enough to close the gap. Svedland had to come on the inside rather than round the outside, and Pirä had just done enough, I think. Covered it off. Yeah, beautiful. Well, plenty of entertainment for the fans, either here or online. Pituipirä, Carl Svedland, Minea Perämäki, the Saturday podium in Crosscar Junior. And now we get, as the hurry-up offense continues, into our final for Crosscar. Thomas Mørstad with the red and blue on pole position, Norwegian flag. And then Jonathan Ylimäki Lucas Orav again, watch for the green machine, and Romet Siena with the bright yellow highlights. Then Vettel Tree on row 3, Martin Yuga as well with yellow highlights on his machine. This is going to be a tough one to call. Mostad doesn't make the best start. Again, the outside front row seems to be the best place to get a run into the right-hander at turn 2 from. And Mostad's out very wide indeed. The Norwegian loses second place as well. He's going to lose third here. He's going to lose third, does lose third.
Oh, Mostad loses out so badly there. The car really skipped on landing over the jump after the compression, and then the pack came up the inside. Nothing he could do. Those small margins in Crosscar cost you big time. And
Vettel Tree, instead of trying to take advantage, I think jokered on that lap, and I think Martin Yuga is the one right behind at the moment. But Yilami and Orav and Siena, that's your top 3. So Mostad, yeah, almost would have been the time to joker then, wouldn't it?
Yilami's had a difficult period in Crosscar. Was one of the absolute stars of junior Crosscar, stepped up, had a few wins, but hadn't managed to put a title challenge together. Even this year, has only been in the final twice of the events we've done, but at the front at the moment and driving really tidily, isn't he, the Finn?
Thomas Mostad comes on comfortably in front of Vettel Tree, so those are the top 2, or they are the 2 who have jokered, and they are currently in 5th and 6th. Yilami, how far ahead of them? 3 seconds ahead. Now more than that, 4 seconds ahead of Thomas Mostad.
And a second up the road of Orav, who delivered that brilliant drive in the semi-final. There's Yuga in the Pace Motorsport machine. Oh, heavy landing there. As we ride on board with Vigo down across the trees to see the race leader. Clean line there on the inside, running the car wide and then back to the apex, clearly feeling comfortable in the speed car. Wonder Yilami changed chassis for Finland a couple of weeks ago, and that really seems to be working for him. Lucas Orav's jokered that time around, Martin.
And still comes out in 3rd ahead of Yuga, who's yet to joker. So Orav definitely painting himself into a podium spot. So now it's about Yilami and Siena, and when they take their jokers, and it can't be too soon, Yilami could even be under threat from Orav here. Orav, car number 70, you're looking at him now. If he has 2 clean laps, this is his race to win.
Needs to keep the hammer down though. Flying at the moment. Yilami's in the joker. Good decision from the JC Race Techniques squad. Yilami comes out just ahead. Now it's about managing the gap at the front. Cerner is probably going to lose a podium here, actually, Martin, because he's yet to joke. Yuga
has not jokered either.
Yuga's yet to joke as well.
So he's artificially up in 4th place.
But Lucas Orav was 3rd in Q1, 18th and then 12th in Q2 and Q3, showing the strength and depth of this field.
Yeah.
And is looking on for 2nd at the moment, but Cerner is on a bit of a mission there behind Yilami.
Yeah, Yilami, he's rejoined from the joker in car number 150. That was absolutely epic. There was no question what he was going to do and how he was going to do it. And Siena, is he going to lose 3rd? To Mostad? This could still just happen. This is the battle for 3rd place. Yilami's going to win this. Orav in 2nd. Siena did just enough.
Great defensive positioning there from Romet Cerner to hold off from Thomas Ekström. He lost all that ground on the opening lap.
Yeah, if Mostad had jokered then from dead stationary at the hairpin, it might have been a different story, but it's not enough. He takes 4th place. Jonathan Yilami, Lucas Orav and Romet Siena are your top 3. And Thomas Ekström, Martin Yuga and Vettel Tree.
First podium of the year for Yilami, and it's on the top step. Great job by him. Clearly that change of chassis worked well for him. Whether that's a change being as good as a rest, it just being a mental thing, because there's not so much difference between the Crosscar chassis, but whatever the reason, brilliant job.
Maybe it just feels better or does something better that he likes, and that's, you know, it's all about personal feel, isn't it? You'll take identical chassis and the drivers will diverge from each other. But Yilami, for me, the moment there, Mostad you know, down to 4th place. He's been passed. Could he have gone Joker there? He actually, in fairness, he probably couldn't without causing a lot more trouble for himself. Martin Yuga there having a big sideways moment. Yili Lamy, when he rejoined off the Joker lap, that was absolutely clinical. He was under no circumstances going to give away that position, and did a really solid job. Lukasarov taking 2nd, Romit Siena completing the podium.
We are going to take a look then at some of the highlights of those finals, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time, ready for the FC2 final.
Okay, here we go. It is time for more finals. Open four-wheel drive, FC2. And, here we go. So, on the grid, Kasper Janssen, the silver car on pole position. Fraser McConnell on the outside with the yellow highlights, the Jamaican colours. Oliver Eriksson and the unfortunate Simon Olofsson. Everything repaired. Elias Svensson and Jake Walker are the cars on row 3 of the grid. So, from a similar position, we saw Simon Olofsson in the semis having a really good run. Let's see what it can produce here. Can Kasper Janssen make a decent start from pole position? You have to get around that little left-hand jink, and that sort of takes a bit of a sting out of the front row starter. But he does have the lead from Fraser McConnell, who runs out very wide, Hal. Jake Walker at the back of the field.
What a run from Janssen. I thought he made a poor start from that camera angle at the start, but did a great job around the first corner, pulled the margin, got McConnell and his other OMSC teammate Ollie Eriksson on the tail, but great job from Janssen in turn 1.
Great job as well by the MSC team to refit the drive shaft, the broken drive shaft on Ollie Eriksson's car in about 10 minutes. That's phenomenal work.
Just made it to pretty good in time, didn't they, with the inner joint that had gone on the FC2.
And even with Hull overseeing operations, they got it done.
Yeah, even with me interfering, it's slowing them up a little bit. Ollie Eriksson sideways through the first corner. He's absolutely gutted. He basically had nothing to say about what had just happened in between. Looked to the inside of McConnell. McConnell lost a bit of momentum there out of the hairpin. Wonder if he just had a bit of a misshift or just didn't have the traction on the inside. Kasper Janssen driving nice and wide into the corners, using all of the circuit.
You don't want to over-rotate either, because then the back starts to drag the speed out of the car. It's a fine balance, isn't it, between getting that slide going and just having it overstep the mark a bit.
Absolutely. McConnell onto the rear again of Janssen. I think McConnell's got a really good pace here, Martin, over the whole lap, but just runs that bit wide out of the first corner. Ollie Eriksson has a look.
The Joker's going to decide this, isn't it? McConnell still in second, Eriksson still in third. It's still Janssen with the narrowest of margins, half a second each. Okay, so McConnell jokers now.
Ollie Eriksson was going to joker then, but McConnell went ahead. That's great spotting from Kevin Eriksson, Ollie's brother, who's actually spotting for Fraser McConnell this weekend. Oh, Ollie Eriksson gets up on 2 wheels, almost rolls the FC2 out of the hairpin. That will really help McConnell's cause in closing him down.
Again, these curbs are not modern FIA curbs. They're old school curbs. If you hit them hard, they hit back. So Ollie Eriksson second, chasing Kasper Janssen.
Janssen 1.2 seconds ahead of Ollie Eriksson. Both of those yet to joker. Fraser McConnell 2.8 behind. McConnell is still in the window to win this, Martin. He needs to get the hammer down. Janssen's going again. I think I would have gone if I was spotting for Janssen to try and cover off McConnell behind. Janssen has the best lap of the race so far.
This could play really well for McConnell. Fraser McConnell in third. These are your top 2. Kasper Janssen as we ride on board or over the head of Ollie Eriksson.
There he is looming McConnell, who's been into that compulsory extra route last time around. We've got a real reference on lap time because he was in the joker on the previous tour, and now we'll see what the gaps are like. Janssen back to Eriksson, 1.2. A further 1.3 back to McConnell. That's 2.6 off the lead. This is going to be close. He really needs to nail the next corner.
Oh, and a very slow rotation. Kasper Janssen. Ollie Eriksson goes with him. It's all about McConnell. Is he going to take the lead here in the final corner? Not quite. Not quite, but he does get second, and he's still in a position to push Janssen. Kasper Janssen with the silver car just keeps his nose in front of Jamaica's Fraser McConnell. Ollie Eriksson in third place. Didn't have enough margin, and Janssen is just about going to hang on to this, isn't he? And again, those couple of meters at the start are the couple of meters at the finish. He did judge the start really well. And if Fraser McConnell had maybe not quite run so wide through the gravel trap on the opening lap, that might have been a different story. But that's the way it finishes, with Kasper Janssen taking victory in FC2, Fraser McConnell and Ollie Eriksson completing the podium ahead of Elias Svensson Simon Olofsson not really making much of an impression this time round.
All ifs, buts and maybes, isn't it? But that little lost momentum for McConnell as we rode on top of the drone in the opening laps maybe contributed to that as well, because there was nothing to choose between him and Janssen at the Joker merge. Look at Janssen's car getting spat sideways. This is the Joker merge. Such great respect between these teammates. McConnell couldn't have got any further to the left, and Janssen gave him just enough room as well.
Might have been Stoney looks at dinner in the tent here if there'd been contact there.
You just, when you're as experienced and capable as they are, you know how big your car is, what your peripheral vision's doing, and you can race that hard and that close. And Ermasi, 1, 2, 3, Janssen will be delighted with that. McConnell, a solid job, desperately wants to win one of these finals and came oh so close, and Ollie Eriksson's going to be nothing but frustrated, I think, that he had the pace to challenge right at the front of both open four-wheel drive and FC2, and yeah, it's another podium, but knowing Ollie, he wants to be on the top step, and a third's not going to be an amazing reward for what he wanted out of today.
No, but at least the boys got the car back together in record time and got it out for him, so that's definitely a positive for the team to take out of that. And as you rightly say, all three of our podium finishers roll into the same morning side by side by side, so all good stuff. So a little bit of track work going on, some repairs happening, and it's been pretty dry all day. Actually, watching the highlights back just before we came live, a few spots on the camera lens, completely forgotten at this stage that we actually had about 45 minutes or an hour where it was spitting and spotting, and then one little sort of two or 3 minute rain shower, that was all, but enough to slick up the track a little bit. It didn't really affect too many of the qualifying heats, and didn't cause any damage, that's for sure. I don't think anybody had incidents because of a streaming wet track. However, tomorrow, weather forecast is not quite as good as it has been for today. So we may encounter a bit more weather, a bit more greasy surface, and as a result, I'm sure once the last final has been run here today, the track crew will really set to with gravel and the diggers to really try and make sure that everything is as ready to go for tomorrow morning as possible. I'm talking last night when we were having dinner with the clerk of the course, and he was saying thousands of tons of gravel have gone into this track over the last 12 months, really building in as much drainage below the racing surface as humanly possible, to try and avoid, you know, sort of knee-deep water everywhere, which they had in one of the Swedish Championship rounds a few weeks after last year's RallyX event here, where it was sort of bumper height on the cars going through some of the compressions. So a little bit of track work going on. Fans are here, plenty to keep them entertained still, and I think there might have been a beer or two broken out. And then I have to say, actually, the barbecue place just opened across the way in the paddock from us has had a long string of people eating burgers and whatever throughout the course of the day. So there's been some very well-fed fans just tidying down in the barbecue area. So while we've been busy commentating in our open-sided studio commentary facility, we've had the constant waft from about 11 o'clock this morning, 10 o'clock this morning actually, of grilling meat coming through, which doesn't do much for a boy whose stomach is growing. My name is not Andrew Coley, as those of you who have seen a lot of Rallycross will know. Andrew will be back next time out. He'll be in Julius next week as well, but we'll be back next time out for RallyX. He had a previous engagement, so unfortunately had a couple of clashes this season, so delighted to be super sub, and couple of comments on the YouTube stream. You know that RallyX is good if Martin Haven is missing the Spa 24 hours for it. Immediately followed by, apparently there's been the mother and father of all crashes at Spa. See, that's one of the downsides of doing Spa 24 is I don't get any sleep, and regular main season commentator David Addison leaves me to deal with 9 hours of red flag and barrier repairs and rain and fog and all the other stuff. And luckily, we haven't had any of that here today at all. So it's been an absolute joy to come in and super sub and to work with Hal again. We're getting ready for our next grid to be lined up. So it looks as though did actually just see our clerk of the course disappearing from the control tower and heading off on a quad. So I wonder if he's gone on a bit of a circuit inspection mission. Ready for our open two-wheel drive. Again, as well as providing plenty of variety and entertainment, these cars provide plenty of visual and oral differentiation as well. We need to update our timing screen. So we've got the Starlet on pole position and the BMW on the outside of the front row. Lexus and BMW on row 2, the Oman family row. And then the brand new BMW M3 and the Mark III Escort on row 3 of the grid. So can Lucas Gabrielsen in that distinctive black Toyota Starlet come out on top of this one? He is definitely not in the driving seat when it comes to power here. Linus Vestman alongside in that new build BMW could well be there. Oh, a little bit of a jump there. I think that was row 2 of the grid. I think that was Thomas Oman in that red BMW on the left of the middle row. I think he went first. Let's see where the double joker goes to. There's going to be some speedy rewinding of video in race control.
It's in the sensors. If you see the flashing red sign, it often shows the number, so you were right, number 4 is indeed Thomas Oman.
Well, not Eric Lidman this time in the white and black BMW M3.
Gabrielsen in danger of spoiling the locals party here. All of the drivers in this race from up here in northern Sweden except Gabrielsen.
So we go again, and making a mental note that Thomas Oman will have to go for 2 joker laps. So Lucas Gabrielsen, and there's been far less contact in the finals with just 2 cars on the front row. There's more breathing space away from the start. Gabrielsen makes a decent start, but Linus Vestman really got the hammer down superbly, and Gabrielsen gets onto the dirt. And so Adam Oman up to second.
Good reaction from Gabrielsen, but just didn't get the traction, maybe way too much wheel spin, or indeed the car path bolt. But that's really opened up the opportunity for Westman, who was so quick in free practice yesterday, leading this train on the opening lap.
That car absolutely flies. Now, if you're not in the top 2, where do you go now? Is anybody jokering this lap? Eric Lidman or Ossian Stendahl maybe from 5th and 6th? That might be a good opportunity to try and do that.
Sure, I would, because the pace is so similar in this final. Quite often you end up with a final where there's an interloper that has perhaps made it through by making it to the end of the semi-final, but everyone in here has got good pace. Thomas Oman's got the first of his jokers out of the way.
Exactly so, yeah, because we saw Eric Lidman coming through ahead of him, so Ossian Stendahl didn't joker either, but Thomas Oman does. Linus Vestman, Adam Oman, and there's Lucas Gabrielsen. So at the moment, 2 local Swedes running 1-2. And Linus Vestman, that car, once it gains traction, is properly fast. But that's the issue, isn't it? With all that horsepower, you've got to get the traction to be able to use it, and out of the hairpin, it really shows.
Lidman just falling back a little bit from that pack. Doesn't quite have the pace that we've seen at times. The short wheelbase Starlet is remarkable compared to the big old Lexus and the BMWs and the Mercs, isn't it? Because it just looks so twitchy, but actually he runs it so soft that he's got plenty of
Lots of compliance.
Yeah, compliance is the word I was hunting for in the chassis. Just to look, it's so soft, isn't it, walling around on the loose section.
It's a classic front-engine rear-wheel drive car, firm front and soft rear. That's what gives you the traction. It's absolutely beautifully judged.
But it's fairly soft in the front as well, because you really need to manage that for the bumps and the curve. Another close merge. Gabrielsen hangs on to a podium position with Lidman just there in the window. Thomas Omen's dropped right out of this with the pair of jokers.
Yeah, and Ossian Stenval jokered in front of him that time round as well, so he was holding up Thomas Omen. So Omen T out of it, Omen A, car number 17, still in second place.
Fastest lap of the race so far for Linus Westman on a 46.3, did a 46.6 last time around. Brilliant consistency from the race leader, doing exactly what he needs to do out front.
And he needs to be out front to take full advantage of that car's straight line speed, because if he doesn't, then he'll get held up off the corners by some of the others. So Lidman jokers and comes out behind Stenval. So it is still Westman, Omen and Gabrielsen. And there is Gabrielsen, still fully lit, having jokered. He's in third. But how far back? Too far back, I think, to do anything about Westman or Omen. Adam Omen, there he is.
Had a difficult weekend, did Gabrielsen, in Latvia a month or so ago, when I asked him what was wrong at the next round, and he said there was nothing wrong with the car. It was just he just couldn't get his head in gear. Had a great result last time out in Finland, and just would have had here, I guess, but just couldn't get it off the line in the same way. There he is in the background, but you carry so much pace out of the joker that Omen has got this nice and tidily done.
Westman there having a very untidy exit of corner 2 on the penultimate lap, or on the last lap, and he was bouncing around all over the place, but gathered it all up, held it through the joker, and Adam Omen behind him, leaving the joker late as well in case there was anything to be taken from it. Checkered flag flies for Linus Westman. He wins it. Adam Omen in second, and breaking up the Swedish domination of the podium, Lucas Gabrielsen, the Finnish driver in the Toyota Starlet, finishing in third place. Ossian Stenval in the Mark III Escort ahead of Eric Lidman and Thomas Omen. Omen with that unfortunate jump start and the double joker that followed, really out of it before it began. But Linus Westman making the best of the start, and with that traction in the middle, with that power advantage he had, getting ahead of Lucas Gabrielsen, and Gabrielsen compounding that with a mistake on the loose, but clearly and cleanly rejoining across the nose of Eric Lidman there. Lidman giving him space. Linus Westman, yeah, that wasn't the tidiest beginning to the final lap, but it was enough. Shows how hard he was pushing at BMW. Victory by 2.9 seconds over Adam Oman, and Oman 2.1 ahead of Lucas Gabrielsen.
Look what it means, absolutely delighted is Westman, an experienced campaigner.
He'll go home, sleep in his own bed tonight, and then come back and do it all again tomorrow, and look for a similar sort of result. That is one of the advantages of being a competitor in your hometown.
And there's one of the advantages of rear-wheel drive. You can celebrate in proper fashion as well, can't you?
Yeah, slightly more complex with the four-wheel drive car to get the donuts going, but plenty have mastered the art. That looked to me like a very happy Swede. Very, very happy Swede indeed. So final now for our Supercar Lights, and on the front row, white with, I guess it is sort of orange, Gilles Meunier, the Frenchman, with Mattias Ekström alongside, the increasingly not blue and black car. More and more of that black has come off the front. Then Kevin Darback with the white nose to his red car. Pontus Oskarsson, black and gold. Then Lucas Andersson and Robin Norlander. Away to go. Meunier needs to make a good start here, because if Hagström gets in front, he's going to be very tough to beat. He holds the inside line. Hagström, he does get his nose in front, runs out wide. Meunier on the inside line, up to the hairpin. Can't survive on the inside in the jump.
Very respect from Meunier to back out of that there and give Hagström the space. Andersson looks to the outside of Pontus Oskarsson, coming down to the tarmac left-hander. Andersson's going to look to the inside now on the fellow young driver up front. Hampus Hagström absolutely nailed the start, didn't he? And defended well while also being given plenty of racing room by Meunier.
Yeah, Meunier also hopping over the curbs in the hairpin to avoid contact, up on 2 wheels, and still managed to keep it all together. So there's a great battle going on for the lead, and a great battle here for 3rd place as well. Kevin Darback really didn't get a good start at all. He's down in 5th there, he is with a white nose, but it's all about Hampus Hagström out front. Julien Meunier in 2nd place, and actually Oskarsson and Andersson are closing. Oskarsson is bringing Andersson up with him. Meunier jokers now, and that might be a very good shout, as long as the 2 guys in front don't hold him up as he rejoins. He was trying to get in front of them, didn't quite manage.
Oskarson's got a problem, Martin. He's got loads of understeer through the left-hander and then the right as well. Meunier's joker hasn't really worked out for him there, has it? Because he wasn't able to clear Andersson, who was tucked up behind Oskarsson, who's now had that problem. Yep. So Meunier's in this battle with Andersson. These 2 are almost certainly going to be fighting for the championship come the end of the season as well, with several rounds still to go.
So what about Hampus Hagström? Gap is 2.8 seconds at the line, so he's going to stay out. He could joker now. Actually, he could joker now, couldn't he? Then if he gets back on in front, he does. If he comes on ahead of Andersson, then he's got this made, and he does. That's a great call by the spotter.
Andersson in a bit of no man's land as well. Now all Andersson needs to do is try and increase the gap to Oskarsson, who is falling back behind this leading trio.
And instantly, Meunier's not closing at all on Andersson. In fact, he looked like he was dropping back on the last lap. He seems to have recovered his composure a little.
But he was within half a second, wasn't he? Okay, visibly he's lost a bit more. What's the gap going to be as they cross the line? It is 9 tenths.
So he was, half a second slower on the previous lap, half a second slower on this lap as well.
But
so
as long as he can stay in the window, Andersson still needs to take the joker. So Meunier just needs to find another half second to close back up to the back of Andersson. I can hear someone's got a puncture on the track microphones, but that may be Oskarsson we're just hearing in the background.
I wonder if that was Meunier.
Andersson has closed right up to Hagström through that technical section. Meunier.
Oskarsson is 5 seconds behind Andersson. Andersson can go any time he likes, except he worries about Meunier.
Or is he trying to increase the gap? Because if Meunier does have any kind of an issue, again, looks visibly that little bit further behind. The gap was 9 tenths last time around. It's up to 1.1. So Andersson sneaked out another 2 tenths of a second. Sends it through this loose surface section, carries all the momentum in. He's going to go joker this time around.
Oh, yes, just hangs on to it. That was nicely rotated around the hairpin, actually.
Meunier's well within the window, isn't he? Hampus Hagström runs that bit wide. Andersson's closing right back onto the rear of Meunier, but it's not going to be enough.
It's just the gravel there, I think, that's been dragged in, that we're hearing rattling under the underside of the car. So Meunier did enough. It was all in the first corner. Hampus Hagström got the inside line. Again, pole position is not the golden drive here, is it?
For Hampus Hagström, a maiden Supercar Lights season, sends the car presumably into a series of donuts.
Hopefully not just yet, as everybody else is piling across the line. He made that from the start. He was very good off the line. He was very committed. He had the inside line.
What a job.
Yeah.
Got
excellent.
that penalty earlier on today, 3-second penalty for shutting the door in the first kink on the way up to the first major corner, but has fought back and drove brilliantly through that final against some really established competition in Meunier and Andersson to secure a maiden win. What a brilliant job.
And the door open there, this time deliberately by the driver rather than by contact from somebody else. Yeah, he's going to have a bit of a donut moment as well. Oh, in fact, he's going to get out. He's going to do a Valentino Rossi, go to the Portaloo and come out dressed as Superman. Mattias Ekström wins for Sweden. Julian Meunier, second place for France, and Lucas Andersson completing the podium. Yep. He's going to try and light him up, is he?
The trouble is you need the tyre. He's in this for a season. Westman can afford to burn off the tyres of only doing one round, whereas Hagström needs to keep this rubber. You're only allowed a certain amount of tyres each round, so it'll be in the back of their minds that you can't afford to wreck them.
So will these be the carryovers for tomorrow?
Well, you carry over the best of your registered tyres, so you can make a decision on that. Then this is where it was all done in the first corner. Carried good speed, covered Meunier off. Meunier very fairly got out of the throttle and could have got stuck into Hagström on the opening lap.
Brilliant joker, absolutely well controlled, well taken. So come back out in front of Lucas Andersson, and then Julian Meunier, his joker didn't quite work as the spotters had hoped, I think.
Had an opportunity and absolutely maximised it.
Yep. Did everything right in the final. He's had a bit of a contact-filled day. Some of his own making, some not. But did everything right there. And I was about to say on the grid, actually, that if it wasn't for bad luck, Robin Norlander would have had no luck at all today. And such has been the case. Now, sticking my hand out the back. No, it's not actually raining or anything. So, but Robin Norlander with that left rear puncture. We saw him riding the back high, and that puncture I think would already have happened at that stage. Has been a tough day for quite a few of our drivers. Let's hope that Norlander has a little bit more good fortune tomorrow. Even the door won't close. That is absolutely the day that he's been having today, I'm afraid. So Hampus Hagström is our final winner in the Supercar Lights, from Julian Meunier and Lucas Andersson. And Robin Norlander, car being brought back to the paddock. That's heads-up driving by the low-loader driver. He was waiting for the door to open as he turned the corner and managed to avoid it clanging the barriers. Somebody who knows what he's doing. So open four-wheel drive then. Mats Öhman on pole position. But as we've seen, that may not be the best place to start because of that. You see, when you're walking it or when you're driving it slowly, it looks like a very slight kink. But when you look at it from this view, it looks like the first left-hand corner that it actually is. Mats Öhman, Philip Martinsson, Ulrik Lindemann from row 2 trying to get between them. He can't, but Michael Tam on the outside. And Öhman comes through.
Svensson rotated in the first corner. Lindemann to the outside of Kasper Janssen. Philip Martinsson in the pound seat at the moment. Öhman, though, had great composure to try and get back up the inside on the exit of the first corner. Kasper Janssen into the side of Öhman. Öhman takes a joker on this opening lap. That could be critical in the outcome of this race.
I think that's a really good shout from Mats Öhman. Really good shout. Now, whether that was him deciding it or the spotter deciding it, I'm not sure, but either way, it could work well. Martinsson leads, Michael Tam second place, then Uri Lindemann, and then Mats Öhman comes out clear, still ahead of Kasper Janssen and Elias Svensson. Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened to him, but he's out of this one.
Got spun in the first corner, didn't he? There is Kasper Janssen, the other FC2 in this final, sends the car sideways. As if he's got a left rear puncture, doesn't look like he does. Oh, no. Michael Tam's all over the back of Philip Martinsson. Ulrik Lindemann closing on the pair of them. This could all play into the hands of Mats Öhman behind if these three keep fighting.
Yeah, the more they squabble, the closer that Öhman is going to get.
Öhman 3.4 seconds off the lead last time around. Tam pressuring the back of Martinsson hard.
Well, it's not even 1.4 seconds off the lead now, is it? You can see how close he is. Well, there's about 6/10 between the top three. He's not even a second behind them.
Linneman sideways at the bottom of the hill, hemorrhaging time. I wonder if Linneman's running out of tyres. Looks like the Polo just isn't underneath him. The much newer Polo of Mats Oman now 2.9 seconds off the lead. Martinson makes a mistake, runs a bit wide on the loose section.
And Tam sticks his nose on the inside. And Martinson almost there needed to joker but couldn't, because Tam was so close to him. Not quite sure why Linneman didn't. All these three are doing is handing this on a platter to Mats Oman. Oman will be right with them in a moment, and all three of them have still got to joker.
Watch for the black car in the background. Fastest lap of the race so far. Ulrich Linneman on a 43.7 last time around. Martinson managing the gap here from Tam. They've got very similar lap times in them. Oman looks like he's dropped back a little bit. What's the gap to Oman? 2.9 still. He's 1.7 seconds off the back of Linneman.
But he's lapping at the same speed as Martinson. 44.1 for Martinson, 41.41 for Oman. So they're not getting away from him.
Tam jokers. Tam's in the joker this time around. Where's the black Polo on the inside? Tam's going to carry the momentum. Oh, Oman runs deep on the gravel. It's not enough. Oman loses a bit of time.
A lot of time. That slide wide really cost him, because then he was off cam, out in the wrong gear.
What a shame. You're not supposed to have favourites, are you? But I would have dearly loved to see Mats Oman win this final. He'll have another opportunity tomorrow. Linneman struggling with the nose of the Polo to get it turned in at the bottom of the hill. Martinson, though, running free out front now without Tam on his rear.
Tam 2.5 seconds behind the leader. That should be enough for Martinson. Is he going to joker this lap?
Has to. Last lap, Martin.
Yeah. Oh, so it is. Yes, already. They're so quick. Martinson jokers, Linneman jokers. What about Tam? Is he going to win this? No, he's not got the speed. He'll take second.
Martinson was so fast in free practice yesterday evening. He was quick again this morning. He was so frustrated with his pace in Finland a couple of weeks ago, and told us, didn't he, that he came in here with the red mist down. He really wanted to achieve here at home.
Oh, and again, really sliding wide. He almost hopped it up in the air at the hairpin over the curbs, taking a lot of curb on the inside. Takes it by a slender margin. Mikko Tam second, and Ulrich Linneman third. Mats Oman off the podium in fourth ahead of Kasper Janssen. But Philip Martinson is the winner in the Renault. That's a really well-judged effort. And again,
very strong drive, wasn't it, for Martinson?
See all the damage the car has picked up during the course of the day. He's got a ding in the door and everything else.
He dealt with the pressure well from Tam. Tam was really hammering championship leader Tam.
And they had to really push on, because Oman jokering on lap one was the massive, that was the 800-pound gorilla in the room. That was the danger all the way through, that if they held each other up, then he was going to just jump them all as they had to joker.
Yeah, lost at the start really, didn't he, Oman? He just didn't have the rub of the green in the first corner. That happens sometimes, doesn't it? There'll be another opportunity tomorrow. Clearly getting on very well indeed with the KMS-built Polo. But Martinson, who came here frustrated, is going to sleep well tonight, isn't he? Because that was some drive. Not just a good performance. Anyone can say a lap time in practice if you've got the talent, but you need the experience and the composure to seal it in a competitive final like that as well.
Yeah, definitely. He did everything right. That was a proper top job effort, and Mats Oman will be disappointed. He started the black Polo on pole position, but again, there was just not enough room for him really to find his way to the inside line, and Mikko Tam up the inside there, just straight through like a train.
Well, Martinson opened the door, didn't he? And it was totally fair. Janssen was fair there as well to bail and have that half spin getting out of Oman's way. I mean, he had to do it, but other people would have driven through the side of the car. And then it was just all about Martinson managing the pressure, and I really felt that Oman had a big lock up there, didn't he, as Tam went into the joker. Had Oman been a bit closer to Tam, I think we could have had a very different story come the end.
Yep.
But brilliantly managed from Martinson, did what he needed to, was a bit scruffy over the loose, but sometimes you've just got to hang it all out and set the lap times when you need to.
Yeah, that was an 11/10 effort from Philip Martinson to take victory. Look at that, third of a second ahead of Mikko Tam. Ulrich Linneman, 1.5 seconds back in third place. Mats Oman just off the podium. Kasper Janssen, yeah, a tough day for Elias Svensson as well. Another DNF there. Well, that is the end of a busy day of action, a busy first day of action here in Sweden. And Älvsbyn will be back tomorrow. We will have plenty more. It all starts again with free practice, with the qualifying heats, and then, well, not free practice, with qualifying heats and then semis and the finals. So a great opportunity to see what this track is going to be looking like a little bit. Different conditions tomorrow, quite possibly. So delighted to be joined by one of our final winners, Mattias Ekström. How did that feel?
Amazing. Amazing.
All about the first corner, wasn't it? A brilliant start, and then you had the composure of the pressure. But yeah, the first corner was so important.
Yeah, it was really important. That first corner needed to push after that.
I know you were disappointed a couple of rounds ago to lose your podium after some goings on in the final. How does it feel to lead the race like that and to take your first win?
Can't describe the feeling. It's.
Let's have a look back. Have we got some replays we can see of the final? Talk us through the first corner here. What was going through your head, mate?
I was good in the start, and then Julian and me was side by side, and then I think, yeah, I'm on the inside, so let's try to come first out of the corner.
Offline, it's very, very dirty up there, isn't it? We saw that just with Mads in the last final. And that's always a little moment when the car's breaking away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
And how does this feel, standing on the roof in your home country, winning in Supercar Lights? There's so much talent in this class, isn't there?
Yeah, it feels fucking amazing. And my first win in a row on this track. I love this track.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I love it.
And so, tomorrow, sorry, Martin, what can you do to do this again tomorrow? What do you need to work on?
Focusing and yeah, trying to think you can win this, and yeah, if you nail the start, you are going to win it.
Now, when we've seen the finals, the starts have all been pretty clean because everybody's much more spaced. But when you're in the qualifying races, everybody's much tighter together into that left-hand corner. Do you think we're going to see a lot of that same tomorrow, or do you think people will understand that you can give each other room and still make it into turn two?
I think they will understand. You need to give the person room so you can come all people through the corner.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's a lot of damage, isn't there? Everybody, I think, has been involved in a little incident in one of the qualifiers, at least.
Yeah. I think.
All right, well, listen, congratulations. Let's see if you can get 4 in a row tomorrow.
See you again tomorrow.
Yeah, he's probably going to sleep well, isn't he? Congratulations, well done. So, yeah, Mattias Ekström, winner of the Supercar Lights. And you know, I'm sure our race director will have a couple of words to say to people after today, and particularly after the qualifying races, how much contact there was, and how much cleaner it can be, because once we got everybody onto the grids for the finals, even though the pressure is there, and even though that's the most important, pinch point of the whole thing, actually there was no contact in the first corner. So it does, and still people made up places into turn two. So it does show that it can be done.
Linus, welcome, mate. Congratulations. What a job.
Thanks.
How pleased are you to win in open two-wheel drive here at home?
Yes, it's very good and fantastic. Fantastic. All team and family support me. And
tell us a little bit about your car. What's the power unit? Who built the car? Is this a car you built yourself?
Build car, Ingvar Gunnarsson Motorsport, and Per Johansson KMS in the engine, Volvo Polestar, 4-cylinder and turbo. So we have a proud this 4 years, and better and better and better, and now it's the first win. So
the first
very
win
nice.
for you and for the car together.
Not for me.
No,
much wins
with
for
that
me.
Car, yeah.
With the car. So
Excellent.
yes.
Let's have another look at the final then, and if we look over at this screen over here, we'll see some replays. The start's so important here. Gabrielson's been very strong all weekend, but you clearly had a very good launch.
Oh, very, very good. This Q1, it's a bad start, and after this, very good. So it's nice.
How difficult is it starting with the turbo? It's quite different to start with the naturally aspirated engine. Not so bad.
And with the turbo, is it harder to get traction? Like at the hairpin, it always looks like you're really struggling to get good traction from the hairpin.
This car is very good traction with the turbo. Turbo engine this car is very complete. So Adam Öhman is same engine and me, and yes, my car is very traction on the gravel.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
All right. Sleep well. All right. Thank you. So yeah, an interesting kind of combination of chassis and engine. It again, you know, open two-wheel drive just brings that in with an opportunity to do whatever you want to with the car.
Absolutely, but there's nothing better in the world than driving a rallycross supercar. Philip, what a drive, mate. You did the hard work at the start, but then had some massive pressure during that race.
Yeah, I pushed a lot, and over the jump it was really hard, so I had to let back, and my spotter told me he's coming closer.
Well, so let's have a look back. Matt Soman's been quick off the line all day, but you got alongside, held the position, and that was so important to the outcome of this race.
Yeah, it was a good start. Finally, I got a good start. I have done a lot of undercuts today. But today, in the final, I could take him right away.
But then you couldn't escape. The two guys behind you, it looked like that would really work well for Matt Soman, because when you guys were fighting, he was trying to close. But in the end, you managed to keep enough speed so that when you had the joker, you came back out.
Yeah, I think we have quite good control. My spotter did a good job. So, yeah, that was nice.
How important in the whole of it is the relationship with yourself and the spotter? He has to be your other brain when you're driving.
Yeah, I don't look anything in the mirror. He says everything, so that's good.
So you just go fast, go like hell, and let him work out the gaps.
Exactly.
You came here frustrated, didn't you? You had a difficult weekend in Finland a couple of weeks ago. What's been the difference? I know you told us this morning you were driving angry, but why is it being so different here compared to in Finland?
I don't know. I think we broke in the first heat in Finland, and then we had the problem with the track evolution, driving in the first heat every time, and yeah, it didn't go our way, and yeah, today it did.
What do you need to work on tonight to be able to repeat this tomorrow? Is there anything you need to do?
Yeah, drive more faster.
What about tomorrow? If it rains, how much do you know about this track in the wet?
Yeah, I see the Swedish Championship, and it's very greasy.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Well, they've done a lot of work since that wet Swedish Championship round last year, so hopefully it won't be too much rain or too much water on the track. But do you like the wet weather conditions?
No, I prefer dry. Yeah.
All right.
What can you do to the Clio if it is going to rain? What will you do to the car to try and compensate for that?
We had a good test in Höljes in the wet, so we know what to do with the chassis. So that's something we take with us, but I hope it's dry.
All right.
Very good.
Well, for the fans' sake as well, I hope we get more dry than wet, that's for sure, because sitting on the grass when it's been raining isn't much fun for anybody.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
So, congratulations, Philip. Well done indeed. And yeah, the wet conditions from last year, definitely not something we particularly want to see repeated, although...
I don't know about that. I'd be up for some wet chaos.
Well, that's because we're in a tent.
Yeah, and I'm totally selfish. Make great viewing. I'd really go for a dry start, torrential middle of the day, to drying up to a bit more rain, just to throw some...
You've just looked at the forecast, haven't you?
No, I haven't actually, because it changes all the time anyway. I don't really care about the forecast. I just want some changeable conditions, because changeable conditions in rallycross, like any motorsport, always brings plenty of drama, and yeah, bring it on.
Well, we've had plenty of drama today, and I'm sure our race director will have a word with the drivers tomorrow to try and limit the driver-induced drama, particularly in the qualifiers. But that is it for today. We will be back tomorrow, and we have, again, a very full schedule. Lots and lots of semi-finals and finals. Will be back on air at exactly the same time tomorrow at 12:30. So until then, from Hal, from me, Martin Haven, and from the rest of the team here, whatever the Swedish for good evening is, good evening, everybody.